Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Here. Here.
Present.
Here.
Here. Bill.
Present, yes.
Thanks for waiting for us. We appreciate it.
Of course.
We didn't realize it was so
Kind of
late.
busy morning. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's already February 1st, which is insane to me how quickly time flies by. In addition to it being February 1st, it is also Black History Month, first day of Black History
Yes,
Month.
yes.
And so you'll see on the slide that we have a quote. It says, "Education is the key to unlocking the golden door of freedom." George Washington Carver. I wanted to take a second and just reflect on that, right? Because I think that I don't know that when I say we as a nation has truly lived up to this, what he espouses here around, us having the capacity to unlock the golden door of freedom for all students, for each student. But I wanted us to reflect on it for a moment and maybe share your thoughts about, what's our work, what's your work here in Norfolk Public Schools in helping to unlock the golden door of freedom.
Can you say that again?
What do you think is, as you look at this quote, what do you think is like our role in helping to unlock this golden door of freedom? We always say that education is supposed to create this equity, right? That create that level playing field, but we know that hasn't been the case, right? If you look nationally at disproportionality data, there's something we've not done, right, to live up to what we espouse around education being that field, leveling the playing field. So that's what I hear.
I would say making sure that each child has a key.
Really, yeah, that's what we should be doing, is providing them with that key, right? Yeah.
That key, but make sure that the key opens the door. It's the same opportunity and door opens for each child. So it's
What's
the
on the
key.
other side of the door
What's
is
on
the
the
same
other
for
side
every
of the door.
child.
Yeah. Or it's what they need, right?
What they
Like their key helps them access what they need.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about what Miss Buffalo was just saying and about opportunities and options. That's what I think about. I also think about Horace Mann and education, public education being the great equalizer. I see how those two, what they have espoused, how it's so similar to that. And it is the key. I mean, public education is the key. And I think it has the capacity to move children from impoverished situations, from a variety of situations, into freedom.
The question is, do we give everyone a key? Do we really do that?
Or are we making this master key that is only accessible to some, right? Like, is that key that opens all these things up, is it only accessible to some? Are there parameters like zip code, right? And familial ties, all those things that make your key not work?
More importantly, are we expressing how important it is to have that key?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
About it over time, what were ways that different civilizations kept inequality at the forefront? You wouldn't allow people to vote. You wouldn't allow people to read. You wouldn't allow them to go to school. Girls could not go to school. I mean,
Well, that's still happening.
That's exactly.
and it's but why? Because with knowledge is power. And so when we say, truly understand that when you have an education, you have power, you have the ability to reason, you have the ability to think for yourself, and then you participate in that level playing field. So it's everything that, others had, said, but it's truly powerful.
Everywhere. I mean, remember, women did not vote in this country until 1920.
I mean, if you go back even further to enslaved people, that's what was taken away from them, right? The ability to read. They were only
Couldn't
able to
read.
access,
Yeah.
the Bible.
Yeah.
It was against the law to teach them to read.
Yeah, yeah. So, I think it speaks to how big this job is, like being in education, because it is our responsibility to provide the key, right? Ms. Bassay, Mr. Jordan, any thoughts?
Oh, I think it's been very well said by my colleagues, and now it's You know, some of us have a keypad in today's world. Some of us have the keypad, the smart locks, all the different ways that that door opens, and may not
Entitlement.
have the, what's that?
I said that's an example of entitlement.
Yeah, but may not have the knowledge of how to actually use it, or how to, once you get inside, how to navigate all that is behind that door. And so that was in addition to what has already, the great things that have already been said, so.
So George Washington Carver is is a hero who used to go out in the field and talk to the plants and talk to nature, and nature would tell him what to do. And he, created all kinds of innovation, from aligning his mind with the spirit. And so as I read that and think about you having it up there under Black History Month, I think there are a lot of George Washington Carvers in our school division that I would like to hope for at least, whatever it is, 28 days, is 29 days this year? 29 days of February, 28 days of February, we could have some courageous conversations about whether or not we are, as a school system, truly providing keys for Black children in Norfolk, or not, and examining the data to actually see what we're doing, and really having some determination about whether or not there's some things, if we're doing everything well in that regard, let's keep doing it, or whatever we are doing well, let's keep doing it. But if there are some things that that we aren't doing well, let's shift them. And our history in Norfolk in that regard, in my opinion, is that we've created quite a bit of barriers that have been institutionalized, and that when it comes time to have a community conversation about those things, we shy away from it or water it down, and start talking about all children and other things when, like I said, at least for this month, maybe we can talk about the student outcomes of Black children in Black History Month, and what we can do to truly make sure we're providing keys, and for that matter, maybe even not creating doors. Maybe there should be no doors.
How do we eliminate those barriers, right? Because I think that's what ends up happening is oftentimes, we get into a gatekeeping mode, right? And so it is really about providing the key, but also making sure that we're removing barriers to access to rigorous courses, access to all the possibilities, right? The other thing about George Washington Carver, to your point, is about the idea of innovation, right? Being an innovator. Because we want to be building that in all of our students as well, right? We want students that are critical thinkers, that can see a problem and then try to innovate to solve that problem. And so how do we create in them that scientist, that inventor, that person that sees the world through a lens that we may not have yet, right? Mm-hmm. It's one of the things that's so disheartening about what's going on now with the AP, Black History, AP, African American Studies. It's like we're further limiting, critical thinkers. So we have to just be really cognizant of that as school board members, as educators, as leaders. We're going to be thinking about what is our role in ensuring that we always center on providing opportunity, eliminating barriers, opening doors, providing keys. That's how important this work is. That's how, and this work is important. It's as important generally, but I wanted us to spend a few minutes just focusing on, because it's Black History Month, we want to talk about equity. We want to talk about how we create equitable conditions for all students, for each child, that we want to center on that in today's meeting. And so you'll see as we go through the meeting, we are going to be talking about, we're going to start digging into strategic plan goals. We're going to be looking at, what are the promising practices, to Mr. Jordan's point, but where are there areas that we need to continue to be doing some critical analysis and interrogation of.
And just to add to that, one of the things that I think about with this is, it's not just about, unlocking the door. How do we help students become truly independent learners? Because right now, the way that most divisions, school systems are structured and organized, particularly with the curriculum, is to create dependent learners, where we're asking, how do I do this? Where's the information for that? But when you think about how our kids are being socialized now, they are becoming independent thinkers, but we've got to really elevate that. Anytime kids want to know something now, they don't go typically to ask the teacher. If they've got their phone, they're going to Google it. They are going to go to, they're going to ask Siri, they're going to go to TikTok. They are really showing us that they are thriving as independent thinkers. So how do we not suppress that so that we are really giving them that freedom? And I think that's the challenge sometimes.
So today, our outcomes, we're going to continue to cultivate a collaborative culture and trusting relationships among you all. We're going to apply the norms and protocols, because so your homework was on the 25th. See, he's excited. On the 25th, you all were to, if to help this happened, you were going to vote, and accept the norms. Did that happen?
Yes.
Did happen?
Whoop, whoop. Good, good.
In the consent agenda.
Of course it happened
In
with
the
this.
consent agenda.
And you had, look, I love it, love it, love it. Excellent. So we're gonna apply them today, right? Because now they're the norms. We're gonna go through them in a moment. We're also gonna discuss the PUB coherence framework, and we want to just deepen our mutual learning around that. So we're gonna have some discussion time around that. We're going to apply a logic model to analyze the goals and strategies in the strategic plan. We're gonna do one goal, the first goal today, very thoroughly. I have a process we'll take you all through. And so we'll apply the logic model. I'll tell you more about that in a little bit. And then we're going to prioritize the outstanding action items that we had for board efficacy and assign them to folks, because what I want us to do is to, between meetings, right, there's some of those things are happening, so that when we come back together, we're moving those things forward. So we're going to go through that list and add to it if we need to, because there may be some items that are not there, and then delineate what are the priorities, when do we want these things to happen, and who's going to take lead on them between our governance trainings. We also want to model a couple of things for you. So you'll see that I did a slide with the agenda format for us. Notice that, because one of the things we talked about is, what's the process for it? How much time will we allot to different things? And so you'll see that I broke out our 4 hours with the time frames this way. But what I want to call your attention to is the process. So you'll see that you're going to do a community builder in a moment. It's to cultivate a collaborative culture. There's some discussion that will happen there, and we're leaving 30 minutes for that to occur. You're going to discuss the PELT, right? That's the deepen mutual learning. That's discussion. We left 40 minutes for that. And so I wanted to provide you with this as your sample for how you can go about developing your agendas as well, because I know there was concern around how much time are we spending on things? Are we putting the right amount of time on it? If it's a discussion item, is it, are we giving it enough time for discussion? You'll see that applying the logic model to goal one, it's both discuss and decide, right? Because there'll be some decisions that are being made, and so we've left some time for that as well. So, if you were to use the same formatting for your other agenda planning, it might be if something has to go to a vote, that'll be your process, and you'll allow for time for discussion and for vote, etc. So we just wanted to kind of share that with you, and that's how we'll continue to build the agenda going forward. Our overarching essential questions are the same. How will you as board members live and advance the mission statement? And then what's your responsibility personally and professionally to dismantle, reimagine, and rebuild policies and practices that meet the needs of each? Favorite part, we have norms, right? So I've substituted out the norms we were using for your norms, and I'm going to ask I want somebody to volunteer to read each one of them, so we want to hear different voices, but let's put them in the space, because we're going to commit to using this as our process for the rest of our time together. So who'd like to take the first one, please?
We will value student excellence and will ensure that our governance efforts focus on student outcomes and center on that which benefits the needs of each Norfolk Public Schools student.
Like to do the next one?
We value the Norfolk Public Schools workforce and ensure that our efforts prioritize attracting, retaining, developing, and fairly compensating highly effective employees for a positive organizational culture.
We value our Norfolk Public Schools families, stakeholders, and community partners, and ensure that our governance efforts prioritize meaningful engagement and collaboration in the service of Norfolk Public Schools students.
We will value one another and will ensure that we hold ourselves and one another accountable to the efficient operations of the Norfolk Public Schools Board of Education.
So, and I encourage you to start every meeting by reiterating these norms. So not just for governance training, right? That you should start every meeting by centering yourselves in what your work is around student excellence, the workforce, families, stakeholders, community partners, and one another. And at the end of our meeting today, we're going to go back and say, how do we do in ensuring that we aligned ourselves to what we say are the norms? Any reflections on those norms? It took us a while to get there, right? So, yes, go ahead, Ms. Bassett.
Yes, so I don't know why I just brought that closer to make sure everybody could hear. So we adopted them on the 25th, and these are norms not only for our board meetings, but how we will behave every day between, right? And so I hope today that we can also talk about, how that start early in the process of, especially, how it's worked for us for the last, whatever, has it only been a week? I guess it
25th?
has.
Yeah.
So just kind of reflecting on what's.
I guess it's only been a week, but yes, I don't know why this week just feels like it's been a month, but yeah, it does. So much going on. But already, how is it going for us? And I think in terms of holding each other accountable, are we living up to these norms now? And let's start addressing them, before we start the pattern that we had before, is that we had norms on paper, protocols on paper, and we just consistently got into this pattern of consistently violating them. So
Yeah,
I hope we can talk about some scenarios that I think, if anyone has observed any scenarios that we can have the space to talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why, so you'll know at the end, we're going to circle back and say, how are we living our norms, or how are we doing this? And we're going to chart where we've done well and where we have work to do, which I think you all need to adopt as a standard practice for all of your meetings, opening with the norms and closing with, did we honor our norms? And if we didn't, and it could be in that meeting, but it could also be like in our interactions most recently, to your point, because that's where the conversation needs to happen. It needs to happen in real time, and we want to make sure that that becomes part of your cycle for when you meet. So I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. And then I think you was your hand up?
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
I can wait a turn. Okay. First, I think it would be nice, and I think we discussed this sometime in the past, about putting this up on the wall as you come in, and then maybe sometimes we could refer to it in a conversation or something that would keep it in our minds. I personally, we've had some tough times here getting together and on. I think a lot of it was every time we did an election for the chairs and the vice chairs, the people would be unhappy with the result. Different people, and it was, there were times I was unhappy, and I think that this time, it's better. I think it came off better, even if you didn't get people in place that you thought were the best at it. Everyone just said, okay, we're going to move on, and I think everyone's really been trying to do that, and so. But it wouldn't hurt to have some reminders that we don't slip back where we were. We accepted the results of the election and the people of the election that happened in November, and then what happened here I think pretty much everyone's kind of, even if down inside they might feel a little not happy about it, I think within our environment, in the last, short time that, since all this happened, I think that everyone seems, I haven't seen anyone that doesn't seem to be making an attempt to work with what we have, even if it wasn't what you chose first.
And that's important. And I think the other thing, a way
I think
to,
that's what this is about a lot for us.
another way to remind yourselves is to add these norms to your agenda. When you all are creating that agenda, at the bottom of it, you can have, these are the norms that we have agreed to. So that way, it's there constantly for you all to go back and reflect on. And that's one of the most important things, is reflected on, are we doing it?
On paper and articulated, right? So if it's on your agenda, yes, but you should always, and to your point, yes, it should be posted, but you should always say them. Like, we said them, we put them in the space, and then in the course of the meeting, to your point, it could be, as we talk about this, I want us to make sure that we're valuing student excellence. As we talk about this, I want us to ensure that it applies to our norm around families. So we want it to become part of like the language, that becomes really easy, which is so nice because it is just four very solid norms. We always discourage groups from having, this long laundry list of norms, because that becomes like, rules. And this is really like how we're norming ourselves around our work, so.
Yeah, actually, Ms. Campson has somewhat modified what I was going to raise, but listening to her, yesterday I spent the day in new school board member orientation, and also did a session there and did a session with chairs and vice chairs. And one of the things that we talked about in both sessions is, no school board member has any more authority or power than anyone else. And in the chair and vice chair training, we talked about the perceptions. And as I was listening to Ms. Campson, I think part of what I hope we will talk about as we deal with norms in our processes is, the chair doesn't have special veto power. The chair doesn't have the right to dictate certain things. The chair has responsibility in terms of trying to engage everyone and make sure everybody is aware and participating. But I think sometimes in Norfolk, that perception has driven some of what I think Ms. Campson was talking about all of this jockeying that can take place. What I was going to ask originally, can you go back to the slide with the agenda where you had the times on it?
I'm clicking on this one, I forget, I'm not connected. I'm like, yeah, here it is.
So going back to what Ms. Basine raised in terms of scenarios and talking through some things, where do you see that falling? Is that in the meeting evaluation and next steps
Yes,
phase?
it's prioritizing and mapping out outstanding tasks, because I think some of those things need to be reflected in our list of tasks, but it's also in the meeting evaluation and next steps.
Then in the folder, can't remember if it was December or January, you also had this chart about the role of the board and role of the superintendent. Is there anywhere in here for us to talk about that as well, or is that a future thing?
So on the agenda?
On this agenda, what you have.
Today's agenda?
Yes.
We can.
I think there's time.
I think there's time. I think some of the things that we're gonna, as we go through, like what I'm talking about PELP, for example, there might be some things that you will say, you know what, I think that's where I see us having more responsibility. Like there's it'll make sense when we talk about it later, but when you say, okay, with stakeholders, what's the role of the superintendent in engaging with stakeholders? What's the role of board members? So there's some natural spots for that.
Right.
But I think if we want to be more intentional about it, then we can add that as an agenda item, and we can kind of further discuss it. But
Natural is fine, and then maybe at the end we can evaluate and talk about what we may do going forward. But I do think that's something that we also, in terms of our norms, I think we could benefit from having some discussion around.
okay. Other thoughts? All right. And to Ms. Campson's point, you guys are becoming this community of practice. Like we've been saying that you are a community of practice. I think you're starting to demonstrate that you're a community of practice, right? You're noticing behavior changes. We're noticing behavior changes. We see gelling happening, which is what we wanted. We wanted to create this kind of help create some unity. I feel it. I hope you guys do too. Right? I do feel like there's a shift that has occurred. Now again, I'm only here once a month, so I leave it up to you to, between those times, that are you continuing that work? Are you working to solidify the relationships? And it sounds like you're saying that there is some of that
I feel like everyone is making an effort.
yeah.
Not all, there, none of us are there.
No one's
but
perfect, yeah.
But I
These
see
things
an
take
effort made.
time.
There's a different feeling than there's been with with all of our past elections.
You all feel that way? Do everybody agree? That you're feeling a marked difference? You don't feel a marked difference yet?
I feel some progress, but I do think behaviors in between meetings are still, and I'm not talking about like the elections of chair, vice chair. I'm talking about like the work and how we get there, and really respecting and understanding our roles and responsibilities.
And I'm hoping that some of what we talk about today will help to kind of get to that place. 'Cause I really want to push us to putting these things on paper and saying, here's what, we have norms now, and it took us a while to get there, and they're good norms. I don't regret the work that we did and, the time we spent in getting them, but they'll be for naught if we don't live them, right? And so that's what we want to be focusing on. What are the protocols and the procedures that we're all take responsibility for in order to live those norms. So I think that'll get to yeah.
Can I ask a question too? And I was just looking through all the toolkit. So we had also we've talked a lot about, and I know it was in the governance core as well, so I'm just trying to bring it about, all the various characteristics of an effective school board. And then are we also living those characteristics? And I think that's also an important, needs to be an important part of that discussion when we get into maybe it'll come out in the PELP framework work, that discussion that we have, because I do think that that's important, that we're all on the same page about those characteristics and whether we live those beyond just the norms of our behavior, but are we living
you're
these
showing up, yeah.
characteristics? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, so I do feel, I appreciate it, and I know Dr. Martin was having issues with her cell phone, so I don't know if she got the text message that I sent to her, but after the first meeting, I did send her a text message and said something like, thank you for making sure that each board member had an opportunity to engage. And I do think that's important. The one place where, going back to what I was saying earlier, I'd like for us to have some deeper discussion about is, what does it mean for us as a board and as a governance team for all of us to have information, the same information. So I think that's one area that I like to get a better sense of what that means. I'm not saying that we're doing it.
That's gonna come up today on our action items.
That's not saying negative or positive, but I just want to know what it means to this board so that I can govern myself accordingly.
Yeah, when we get to, there's a whole part of going through those action items that I had listed on that norms, the original norm sheet that was like, well, in order for this norm to happen, there's some things that need to occur. That's on there, communication strategy. You'll see all those things that I feel like are loose ends. We want to have that conversation today. So, all right. All right, so, we like to always, do a community builder with you all, and as Ingrid mentioned last time, it's low risk. It's designed to help build trust and collegiality. And so we're going to ask you all to engage in a community building activity. We turn it over to Ingrid to make that happen.
Thanks, everybody. So when we did the Strengths Finders, we were talking about, what we bring to the table in terms of strengths, but this is another way to kind of personalize it even more and build those relationships by just kind of getting a sense of what kind of person are you outside of the board, because here, it creates a certain culture, a certain way of behaving, which is what it's supposed to do. But outside of the board, who does some of these things? Because these actually kind of give you a sense of different
How many of those
personality
things?
types. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each of those really quickly. And if that's you, I just want you to say, that's me. All right? And we might have a minute or two to just hear from one person for each of those. But let's just talk about what our personality types are. Because when I look at this, I'm all over here. I'm all over some
And
of
I'm the
these
opposite.
things.
I'm only one of them.
So
Something's wrong with me.
not, but that's the thing. Do we feel like if these personality types are not meshing with who we are, does that create some difference that we can't overcome? So even though this is a, kind of a macro level and a kind of hopefully fun way to engage, but I want you to think about there are different personality types within this board. And how do you look at those personality types from a strengths-based perspective, even if they're different from your personality type? All right, so let's start with A. If this is you, you just say, that's me. Save, use wrapping paper. That's me, yeah, that's me too. I do. I'm just that kind of person, and I
And the
fold
bows,
it neatly.
and the boxes.
And the bags.
Bows,
Yeah,
boxes,
everything.
bags.
They're
Also my
designated
sister.
to pick up all the gifts.
Yeah, that's me. All right. Makes up stupid acronyms like Moose.
Give us one.
I have done that for things, yes.
I mean, we do something in our family, like it's MW, which means Martins are winners.
There you go. There you go.
What you got, Mr. Say? What's yours?
I mean, I've done it in my, I can't even remember what they are, but they're always, just ways to help me remember things.
That's me.
Yeah.
Because especially when I was in school
Yes,
studying,
in school.
a mnemonic was the way that I could remember something just like that. I could recall information if I had some kind of acronym that would just remind me of those
Right.
things.
And it wasn't always that. It wasn't always,
It wasn't always a
like,
word. It
the,
didn't
the,
make
the
sense.
way, it didn't, there were some that made sense, like, a teacher would always use it year after year, but I had to have my own, so that I would remember.
It's funny because there's a show on Netflix called Kaleidoscope right now that you can watch out of order. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to watch it in Roy G. Biv. Which, third grade, right? Red, orange,
Yeah.
yellow, blue, indigo, violet, right? And so those things do stay with you. So.
Yeah.
You don't get to choose the order though, right?
You can.
You
I didn't
can?
watch it in Roy G. Biv. I ended up,
Okay.
that strategy didn't work. I did chronology once I got hip. But Roy G. Biv came to my head immediately because I was remembering when I was in third grade.
At 6. So who always has gum? All right. Is there a particular brand that you always have to have?
I like extra, the green extra.
All right.
My dad was,
No, they're in the tube, the ones I get, but I have them in my car, and I that's the only time, but I'm in my car a lot. And when I get in the car, I turn it on and I reach over into my thing and pull out my little thing of, yes, and then when that one gets stale, I just get another one.
Yeah.
I
It
don't know
reminded
why.
me. But you know what? For me, it reminded me of during the time when smoking was everybody was like smoking, and after they ate, people, at least my dad, when he was a smoker, he would always have a cigarette. He would always have a cigarette after he finished eating. Now people go to gum because it's kind of like nobody is supposed to be smoking anymore and all of that. But that was his way of kind of transitioning from, okay, I'm done with dinner, now this is my time. And so we kind of developed these habits where there are certain things that we do to signify that something else is over. And that sometimes is something as simple as chewing a piece of gum. All right? Now this one, I was like,
This
no.
one's weird. I'm like,
Pours
who
milk
does
first
that?
and cereal second.
I just know who does that.
Really? That's why you can't do that. You can't have that reaction because
I
somebody
use them
does
as
it.
vases. So I have them in different colors and clear ones also, but I'll use them as vases.
Wait, for what?
We're on
Or milk first.
Oh, D.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Milk
We're on
first.
S. Never mind.
Oh, you're on the mason jar one.
I already
Okay,
made it.
so
Never
there's
mind.
somebody who works for cereal?
Pour your milk and cereal in a Jason jar. You know,
I would agree with
you would be surprised. Some people pour their milk first,
Yeah, I've
and
seen
then they
it.
add their cereal. That way, they have a general idea of this is how much I'm going to eat. So
But I feel like you're supposed to saturate the cereal. So,
but that is
That's why
again
it's weird to
different
me, but-
personality
Yeah.
types. All right, ask someone's name and immediately forget.
I do that.
Oh, man, that's me all the time.
That's why I have to make up my acronym, because then I'll remember the name, or I try to remember something about them. It could be what they're wearing, it could be, something that they've said, or I have to repeat the name so that I don't forget.
Or write it down.
Or write it down, and still sometimes
You
that,
remember who they
that still
are.
doesn't work. An example of my neighbors and I, were greeting a new neighbor. And so there were 3 of us, 2 new neighbors. We walked over, said, hello, how you doing? Good to meet you. And as we were walking away, we were all like, okay, now what's their name again? All 3 of us came up with a different first name for them. And we couldn't remember what it was. So I don't know. That just happens. Some people may attribute it to age. Some people
Lack
may
of
attribute it
attention,
to
whatever.
not really focusing. So we have to really think about, with intentionality, how do we make ourselves focus on certain things so that we are able to recall, especially names and especially with students.
Definitely with students.
Yeah. So uses mason jars as decor.
We know that's you.
I use a face for faces.
Yeah, they're cute, yeah.
You write this thing?
I know, I was like,
Is this your pattern for
I'm
life?
listening to a lot of these.
Anybody else use mason jars as for decor? No?
How about messages, video links that no one watches?
I hate that when they come.
No?
If you got a family text strand like mine, there's so much
I've
going on.
got
that you have
family
to go
members
back.
that do that,
Mm.
but
And everything is a list.
That's me. That's the only one that I was consistent
that's
with.
the only one
I'm
I
a,
saw that
I'm a listicles.
I am too. For me, it's like an accomplishment once I start. And even if I've already done it, I'll still write it down and check it off.
Me too. It feels good to cross those things off.
How about this one? Dotting your I's with open circles.
Not since I was in elementary
I was
school.
gonna say.
Did it in elementary
In
school.
kindergarten.
When we were learning cursive.
Yeah. I know a lot of friends who celebrate their birthdays all month long.
So I know I'm in July, and there's a ton of my friends are in July. So we just do a whole month birthday thing, and sometimes do just one big party all together.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And keep your birthdays top secret. Even their mom isn't sure
Oh,
what
jeez.
day they were born.
definitely, yeah.
That's you.
But my mom would never.
Yeah,
She would
Yeah.
not forget it, yeah.
But yeah, some people like to do that. And also what I learned with colleagues is that not everybody likes to have their birthday put out there. Not everybody likes to celebrate their birthday. So I'm always cautious about that, because sometimes birthdays or other celebrations could be highs for people and they loved it. But sometimes there are some things that can happen on that day that really create some traumatic memories. So I'm always cautious in asking, how can we celebrate you? And I invite you all to do that too. Think about, how do you celebrate each other? Because what we may think is a celebration, someone else may say, that was the worst thing you could have done, is to call out my birthday. We don't know. But that's part of communicating and building those relationships. Last one. Has a drawer full of fast food ketchup packets, just in case.
So I did.
And fortune cookies and all the plasticware.
I
from
did, but I threw
Duck
them away.
sauce, Chick-fil-A sauce.
Because you never know.
You never know.
Yes.
Well, in the Gallup thing assessment, it said I collected things, and I realized I was collecting things, and so I've actually made it a conscious effort to get rid of some stuff since that. So I did just throw away a bunch of ketchup packets this weekend. So.
And sometimes it is important for us to have things just in case. So keeping
Like-
that in mind. So
Wrapping paper.
there you go. Thank you all for that. We're going to move on now.
Like, we know you a little bit better now.
Exactly. And talk a little bit about what is in the toolkit.
Yep, so the toolkit, you can access that same link. Hopefully some of you have gone there. There's a February 1st folder. A couple of resources in there that I'll call your attention to, particularly, we have a hard copy, a couple of hard copies of the strategic plan we're going to be working with, but there is an electronic copy in there. There's a copy of the PELP in there, and in a little while, I'm going to call your attention to a second version of PELP that I added last night that you didn't have to read for today, but I want you to go back and read afterwards. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. So make sure everybody can access it and pull it up before I switch to slide. So today we're going to focus on creating coherence, really understanding like what does coherence mean, how do we get coherence in this work. What we know from the Governance Core book, Chapter 5, I think you might remember, they spoke to 4 components, being focusing direction, cultivating collaborative cultures, securing accountability, and deepening learning. They said in the text, I don't know what page number it is, I know it's chapter 5, but they talked about how it's not linear, but interactive and iterative, right? I don't know if you noticed, but I used the same language from this graphic on our agenda. so to ensure that each of the items that we were discussing today were tied to this work, right? And so as we're, talking about, who we are as a board, that's cultivating collaborative cultures. As we talk about PELP, that's deepening learning. So I want you to kind of use it as a reference. Jim Collins in Good to Great says, enduring great organizations are characterized by a fundamental duality. On the one hand, they have a set of timeless core values and a core reason for being that remains constant over long periods of time. On the other hand, they have a relentless drive for change and progress. And I think that's really indicative of this work that we're doing, right? That, we have these values, and we know that at our core, our mission here is to educate each child of Norfolk Public Schools, but we also want to make sure that we're doing the right things to get to the change that we need, right? And that we're making progress. Scaling those promising practices, but being really clear about where there are existing challenges that need to be revisited. That's the work. The reason why I wanted you I wanted to make the connection between the way that the governance core speaks about coherence and the way that the PELP framework speaks about coherence is because they're very much aligned. But one of the things that I want you to think about when you think about PELP is that it forces us to really think about the system in larger scope. And so we're going to talk about that. I wanted you to see side by side. So I did add that second one there, the note on racial equity in school systems. PELP, the original PELP from 2011 is the one that we're going to focus on today. There is a 2020 revision. I wouldn't call it a revision. I think it's an add-on, but it uses the same concept of the PELP coherence model that we're going to discuss, but through a racial equity lens. And so I invite you to read that one as well. And now we're going to dig deep into the first one and compare the two. So you'll be able to kind of see an application of PELP from a racial equity lens. All right, so let's talk about PELP. So we know this framework is out of Harvard, obviously, and it was really designed to get people thinking about how, when we make decisions and we have a strategy and we implement initiatives, that one of the things that causes those initiatives to not be successful or that causes challenges is because we have not thought through the impact to these various areas that PELP speaks to. So it talks about how all these things need to be in a coherent relationship for them to be successful. And so here's what it looks like, right? You see that it's speaking to the idea of culture, the culture of the organization, the structures you already have in place, right? So how is the in this case, the district organized? What are the relationships? The systems that are already in place, the processes and the procedures, the resources that we need to advance these initiatives, the impact to stakeholders, both internal and external, and then at the center, you'll see the instructional core. So let's talk a little bit about each of these areas, and I want to hear your insights as to what you read. So let's just talk about coherence for a second. So the way they define coherence is the quality of being logically integrated, right? So it means that all the district's elements, all the elements of the district work together in an integrated way to execute on an articulated strategy. A lot of districts have strategic plans, right? They've got goals, they've got the tactics, they've got the key performance indicators and the measures. What they say about this work is that if you don't consider each of the areas in that pie, right? If you don't take into account specifically what needs to happen at each of those areas, that strategy will fail, right? The other thing is that they say that too, the framework helps people to think through all those elements and what are the things that either support the goal, the strategy, the tactic, or what are the things that hinder it, that are going to hinder its effective execution. And again, if you don't consider that for each of those areas, there's likelihood that that strategy will fail. Also thinking about the internal interdependencies and the forces in the external environment, like politics, like, the things that are happening in the world that impact school systems, how those things can impact, actions. The reason why it's so important to think about these things in advance is because that's how you develop a strategy and say, well, how will this impact our current structure, our current systems, the culture of our organization. If you don't, and you try to implement a strategy, and you're going back after the fact and saying, we failed to consider how this would be received by this stakeholder group, right? So it's really a way of planning out your strategy in a way that is going to get you to greater success.
And when you think about things that might be familiar that you've used before, if you think about the SWOT model, and what are some of those threats, those things are identifying the forces, you know, that might squash whatever you're trying to do. And what are the opportunities? Is this a great time in terms of, you know, a political landscape? Back to that example, is this a great time for us to move in a certain direction? So keeping all of those things in mind.
At the center of it, though, is the most important piece, right? Notice in the middle of that graphic, I know it's smaller on this slide, but at the center of that graphic is the instructional core, which is our core business, right? Like it's the way that students and teachers engage with content. That's where teaching and learning happens. That's the core business of a school system, is to educate each child, right? And so that's why it's the target, it's the middle. We want to make sure that everything that we do impacts the instructional core, right? And so at the center of it is the instructional core. The strategy, which is the next you'll see around there, is strategy. The strategy is the deliberate actions that the district, in this case, you all frame what happens in the district, the actions, those deliberate and intentional actions that are taken in order to move and affect change, right? And in this case, what we want to do is we want to make sure that those actions always have an impact on student performance, right? Going back to that first norm. If we say that we're about student excellence, then all the work that we do should have a clear trajectory to the instructional core, right? So when we think about, okay, what are the structures, what are the culture, what's the policies, what are the systems, we have to make sure that the conversation is always, how does that draw a clear line to impacting how students and teachers engage with content and where teaching and learning happens. Make sense so far? Okay. And so you'll see too that each of the strategies, because we're gonna do this with the strategic plan, each of those strategies requires us to build capacity, provide the resources, right? Make sure that there's supports there. We can't say to teachers, okay, we're gonna do a new third grade curriculum, here it is, and then expect that it will be successfully implemented, right? Without having thought through, how do we build capacity? What resources are necessary for that to happen? How do we engage, our community and stakeholders in having a say or seeing said curriculum in advance, right? Each of those areas. What's the culture of the organization, that we need to address or bolster, right? If we do this initiative, and I'm just giving the example of, third grade curriculum change, right? And so that's really what we want to be focused on. And then it really helps you to think through, how do we make sure that everything that we do impacts in a positive ways the schoolhouse, the district at large, right? Central office, like there's got to be that coherence there. You often hear teachers will say, well, they don't know what's going on in our schools, right? Like they don't know what's happening in my classroom. And that could be so much, that could even be from the main office in the building, right? Where people feel like, well, you don't know what I'm dealing with. But it also happens when the schoolhouse thinks of that way with central office, or if they think about that from the board's perspective, well, they don't know what we're going through, so we're not gonna listen to them, right? So this is about creating that coherence where we think about all those things, because that's what's gonna make that strategy more powerful and make it sustainable, right? We wanna do implementation with fidelity and ensure that we've examined all these areas around each of the strategies we talked about. Make sense? Okie dokie. So let's talk about strategy for a second. Strategy, people often confuse, I think, tactics with strategy, right? And so we work with districts, and sometimes they have all these initiatives that are happening, right? And it's like all the things, right? But then when there's a success, or there's been some growth, or a development, or even a challenge, we can't pinpoint what it was that impacted that success or failure, because there's so many things going on, right? And so those are tactics. Strategies instead define those measurable parameters, right? Addresses those external factors, and allows us to do the adaptation work. And so we want to, and when we begin to kind of critically analyze some of the goals in the strategic plan, we want to make sure that they are aligned to strategy, and think about how to make the goals smart, and what needs to happen in order for it to be successful. The other thing about a strategy is it has to connect to the vision and mission, right? And so we want to make sure that if we're saying to ourselves, if this is our strategy, does it align with our values? Does it align with who we say we are? You know, is it specific to the fact that if we say as an organization, we value student excellence, does this strategy support that, right? And so that's kind of the thinking around that. Gives focus, guides choices. I think that's an important one too, because we want to make sure that people in the organization recognize why we're doing this work, right? So they recognize the strategy, they see themselves in the strategy, they have the tools, the resources, the capacity to do the work that's going to get strategy to be successful, versus us saying, here's what we're doing as an organization, here, go do it, right? And being expected to just buy in versus to own, right? And then illuminates relationships, because that whole coherence framework only happens if people in the organization, right, and outside of the organization, which is like the, you know, parents and stakeholders and community members, they've got to be able to see what their role is in it as well, and they're able to recognize and take advantage of those linkages and help us to accomplish those objectives. So thinking about the framework in that way is how we're going to think about how do we apply this as a logic model for your work going forward, and monitoring the strategic plan, the goals, the initiatives that the district puts in place. Some questions that we want to ask, you know, as we do this work, when you think about strategy. Again, strategy is that those high-level actions. High level is what happens in this room, right? Those high-level district actions happen here, right? Superintendent might then take those things down to specific departments, but we're focused up here, right? And so some of the questions we have to ask ourselves is, what do we have to do to be good at implementing our strategies? What capabilities do we need as a district? At the board level, that's a conversation that you guys could be having, especially when you think about larger district initiatives, right? What do people need? Like, what do we need to be good at this? What do people need to be good at this, right? And it may be that we say, okay, here's a resource that would make us good at this, or here's how we need to engage our stakeholders around this particular strategy. Is the list of key action steps mutually exclusive, or are some key action steps on the list embedded in others? So I'm not going to read them all, but we're going to kind of come back to these as we go through and look at one example from Goal 1 of strategic plan. Is it possible to prioritize the list in order of importance? What initiatives are currently planned or underway related to these key actions, right? Who are the people who are primarily responsible? All of that has to happen as part of a discussion around setting some steps around getting to goals.
I'm seeing just a little bit of glazing here. So maybe take a minute just to talk with the person beside you and just kind of pair it or give them an overview of what you've heard so far or what stands out for you.
About
so
strategy
far.
only. Just talk about strategy.
Yep. We could do a triad right here.
I'm left out.
Carlos abandoned you.
Never be left out, Miss Campson. You wouldn't let yourself be left out.
When I kind of read through this earlier, and we don't have these slides right here on our drive. We have an older version, yeah. One of the things that when I was reviewing it was understanding, I highlighted our customers. So understanding the key students that we serve, what they bring to the table, and how we can kind of tailor things to their needs. And then I really felt like this was really important, understanding how the work relates to the others in the organization, how everybody has a key role to play in everyone's success. Communication. If you're not contributing, then what are you doing? And maybe you do have a gift or a ability to help, but maybe it's not being served in this role. Exactly. Or build it in a different way. I think for me, when I see things like this, I like to use an example example, demonstrate strategy, core things. And then maybe the example is, okay, let's take, you know, an educational outcome and work it out from beginning to end.
We talked briefly about, going back to Mr. Jordan's point about what is the role of the superintendent and what the role of the board is, and distinguishing between the two as it relates to strategy, how we see the big picture, but what is it that the board should be monitoring and looking at, and what are the things that I should be doing at a deeper level, holding divisions and departments responsible for the work and keeping it at certain level,
One thing that,
appropriate levels.
sorry, I thought you were done.
No,
I
I'm
didn't want to
done.
interrupt. So one thing that comes up a lot, and I've been thinking about, is the words accountability and responsibility, and what the difference is between the two. And so I was responsible for, accountable to. So you're responsible for things. You're accountable to people. And not that I can give the talk, but like, you know, I'm still like processing that and what that means whenever we talk about holding people and, you know, ourselves accountable, superintendent accountable, everyone accountable. And then, and what that's like when, I mean, like I think someone feels accountable, so, you know, like they're doing the right thing. I like to hope that we're all thinking we're doing the right thing. But then at what point do you, is it externally, like, do you approach that if you feel like they're, like the other person's not holding up their end of accountability?
But I think that's a good conversation to have, is first of all, as a board, how are we gonna define?
Yeah.
How are we, as a board, gonna define what we mean by responsibility and what we mean by accountability? And once you get agreement on that, then everybody can be clearer on how we go about demonstrating accountability, or how we go about making sure that we're responsible for a task. So it's a conversation.
Yeah, we definitely need to come together on it, because I think we all have different ideas of what that looks like.
Right. Are you familiar with the RACI model? Have anybody heard that before? Right? Responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. And so I think when you think about like the role of board members, you know, it might be that superintendent's responsible, or superintendent and board are responsible, staff is accountable, right? What did I say the C was? Consult?
Consult and inform.
Right? So you may consult with others in terms of getting to a strategy or making a decision, and then it may be that you have to have a strategy for how you inform others, right? So it's RACI, and I'll put some resources around RACI in the toolkit for you all, because I think that that'll be another way for you guys to consider, like, okay, wait, so are we responsible for this? Who do we need to consult? Who needs to be informed? It's just another mental model. So, yeah, go ahead.
We talked a bit about one, you know, whether or not we have coherence, and I think we might suggest that we don't, and that as of right now, our tendency is to have a lot of conversation and give a lot of attention to tactics. We don't talk much about strategy. And in my opinion, I don't think we have any idea how they connect to what we say we value. And but I am optimistic
That's what we're working on.
that this will, force is not the right word, but encourage us to equip us, even better word, equip us to do that. And I also tie back to what you said to us at the last meeting and said to us again today. Recognize that we can't depend upon 4-hour sessions with you once a month for this to occur. This is something we have to be willing to do every day and talk about every day and practice every day and exercise it every day if we really want to get there, wherever we decide that the there is.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed this too, but like one of the things we've been really intentional about, even in our format of this work, has been getting norms in place, and then now we're moving very strategically into, okay, now how do we get coherence around our work? We've got norms for how we're gonna do that work, and now we're going to focus on coherence. So that's kind of been like the learning arc I'm trying to create for you all, so that you can, in between, remember, we're consultants, right? We're supposed to be working ourselves out of a gig, right? You only have us until June? May, June, I think June. And so, yes, a lot of this work does have to happen between our time together, but also we're trying to create this where it becomes your foundation, right? It becomes the way that you all have your discussions. So yeah, there's some tactical things in terms of like, okay, having norms and having them posted and starting your meetings with them, ending your meeting by reviewing action items and going through how do we do. But much of what we're gonna do in terms of even the action items are things that are board member responsibility, right? So that's what we're trying to create around, create around this work. But we're spending time today on coherence because, to your point, I think that can be a derailer. If we're only doing things, then we're tactical things. We're just doing box checking, and we want to make sure that all those things work in concert with one another. And so that's why I wanted to spend time talking about coherence before we start talking about the strategic plan. So, makes sense. So that was just a little bit about strategy. Let's keep going because we want to keep letting you, kind of turn and talk around each of these areas. So strategy is that ring that's the most important part of it, because you'll see that we're saying that, the target is to impact the instructional core. We have to be strategic in how we make that happen, right? So we just talked about strategy. And now we want to look at, when you move out from there, it talks about those 5 distinct elements: culture, structure, systems, resources, and stakeholders. There's a lot of research out there around, again, if you don't consider all of these areas, then you're potentially going to allow for any district strategy to be derailed. There's a higher potential of it being derailed, I'll say that, if you don't consider those things. It's almost like, when we make decisions, and we might say, okay, well, this will be good for most, right? And so we might put something in place that we know will advantage most. We need to move away from that thinking, right? Because sometimes the most ends up being a couple things: dominant culture, right? So or maybe something that we expect that all kids will have access to, but they don't all have access to it because we're not planning for the each. So I like to think about this as asking the question is, if we do this strategy, fill in the blank, who are we missing, right? Which is a different way of thinking about being strategic, because we often think about who will we reach. And so this forces you to say, well, if we do this strategy, how might it impact the existing culture of our district? Perhaps adversely. What might be some unintended consequences, for example, right? What structures do we need to have in place for this strategy to work well? And if we don't have that structure, how might it derail? How do we plan for that? So it's really about thinking about it in a way of, if we fail to plan around each of these areas, right, then our strategy is not going to be successful. So it's the advanced planning that gets you to coherence versus the trying to go back and fix it. Oh, we hadn't considered that we need this resource. So now we got to go get the resource, right? And all those things could be really derailing, and that's what takes away from the ability to be coherent in your approach. So each of these areas, right? So then there's, and some of them are primarily under the district's direct control. Not all of them are, right? That whole external factor piece, the political landscape. I mean, you guys are in Virginia, right? There's that. Like if we were in Florida or in Texas, the political landscape is very different from state to state, which has a direct impact to the way schools are operating, right? And so we want to also consider that. We want to say, like, what are some of the structures that we know we have to pay attention to? What are our parameters? What are some rules that are different here than in other places? All of that has to be discussed ahead of time when you're thinking about implementing a strategy, right? And then, that if they talk about the outermost layer, which is the governing body, the policy makers, unions, associations, your community, all of those are different stakeholder groups that have impact on the work that you do. So when you consider what your strategy is going to be, you have to also consider the impact to those different areas. Make sense? Culture. I think last time we were talking about how culture eats strategy for dinner. Is that what we said? Breakfast, right? And so, again, if you don't plan your strategy around the culture of the organization, there's a higher likelihood that that strategy will not be successful. So some questions we have to ask here are, what behaviors are needed from people throughout the district to execute on these key action steps, this strategy. So as a board, you'd be saying, okay, we're saying our strategic plan, we want to do X, Y, Z, and it's going to get us this result. We have to also ask ourselves, well, what about our organizational culture might impede our ability to be successful and to get to these performance indicators, these goals, right? What norms and values should be established to support the necessary behaviors? How can we engage people in behaviors that will shape their beliefs about the ability of all kids to achieve at high levels, right? Because you can have a strategy, but if we allow for people to have low expectations, that strategy is not going to go anywhere, right? So let's take a pause again and do your little turn and talk. Talk about the culture of the organization. They're still near powwow. All right, finish your brief thought, Ms. Pearson.
She has lots of thoughts.
What do you guys talk about? What do you guys talk about? Like, tell us a little bit about your discussions around the culture of.
Are you gonna not talk now?
Now she doesn't. Well, what I was talking about was my total commitment to an expectation of high academic achievement, high achievers. That's what I built my entire instructional programs about. And that you have to believe in the children to your deepest core that every child can learn, every child can do this. If you don't, the kids will sense it, and they will know you don't believe in them, and we're not going to get our kids where they are. We don't have any children that can't learn, but we have a lot of children who don't think they can, and we do, as our little discussion went, we do sometimes have teachers and even principals who don't believe to their core that every child can learn. And, and so I was saying what I would listen to people talking, teachers or other people about, well, this is bad happening over there, and this neighborhood's like this, and you can't even do this, and people don't really try hard. And I said, it's so good that you have figured out the challenges that the children have. What's the plan to get them where they need to be? And so, I mean, to me, that was what this is, and that's the culture. And if you let that culture, that's why I hate to see schools go unaccredited, unaccredited without somebody doing something, shift them around, move around the teachers, because I really feel in the when you're really doing well district-wide and you have a few schools that aren't making it year after year after year, it's because the culture there is not a culture of we can do it. It's not a culture of the children can do it. So when I think of culture, that's what I think of, what's actually happening. I know it extends to the neighborhood and all, but with me, within the classroom, within the schoolhouse, what kind of culture do we have for high achievement?
One of the things I used to always think about as an educator, every child can learn something.
Yes.
It might not
Yes.
be what we want them to learn, but you best believe they can learn something.
If you believe they can,
Yeah.
they can.
There is something that
That's
they
why
can learn.
I
And
was just-
our job, I think, is to tap into how they learn and use that to elevate how much they're going to learn and how they're going to share that learning. But they can learn, every child knows something. Every child.
But to your point, Ms. Campson, too, like, but when we're in an environment where teachers don't believe that students are capable or leaders don't believe that students are capable, we have a responsibility to do something about that, right? So it's, you know what I'm saying? So and that's where the coming up with this, so how do we build coherence around the organizational culture that is consistent with who we say we are, right? What we say we value. We can say all day long, I believe all kids can learn, but if we get in front of kids and kids don't believe that because that's not the experience that we're giving them, we have to address that too and hold some accountability. You're going to say something.
Yeah, just briefly, we talked a little bit about self-accountability. So perhaps that's an area that we need to talk about a little more. And we definitely believe that if every single person, whether it be a board member, superintendent, teacher, principal, what can you do? Like, people need to examine themselves internally. What can I do instead of complaining, whining, putting out false narratives about whatever? What can I do to make this situation better instead of making it worse? So, and I think if we all did that, we would be a much better, stronger school division.
Oh, I was just going to share quickly that, and as a board, to really take a deep dive in what we can do at the board level to support those efforts towards student excellence. And I say excellence because I really believe that we can get there. And so when we wanted to have these crucial conversations about our schools and why certain schools are continually not achieving, not being accredited, and really taking a deep dive in what can we do really to help improve these situations and student achievement in these schools, and not be looked upon when we're asking these questions to being negative, but really want to know how we can do this at a board level. I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, you are. It makes perfect sense, because at the board level, you do share in some responsibility for creating the culture of the organization, right? Which is kind of how we started this whole thing, even from last July. It was, how do we change that narrative, around the work of the board and around the public perception of who the district is, like who you all are. And so a big part of it is, how do we shape the culture so that it matches what we espouse? You can go to any school system's website, you're going to see that they're going to say on there somewhere, right? We believe in student excellence. We believe. But if the data doesn't bear that out,
Right.
if the behaviors don't bear that out, if the public perception don't bear that out, then that's not what you're doing, right? And so it's really about being intentional about creating the culture from the top, right? From here. So what we say is aligned with what we do. It's aligned with where we put our money, right? It's aligned with where we put our
Exactly.
energies.
There you go.
To create this culture of excellence that we espouse. Yeah.
Yeah, just to, I don't know if I'm playing off of that or not, but one of the things from a cultural perspective that I like us to have more conversation about, tied to what my colleagues have said thus far. So, like Ms. Campson was mentioning, whether you move teachers around in a building. We have conversations about buildings that don't have teachers. And then we will have a conversation about, well, how do we create a culture that any teacher would feel honored to teach in any building, in any classroom, before any child, that we believe they could be effective at doing what they are professionally prepared to do. And I think what our culture has been for years is that whenever we need to have that conversation, it is, well, we can't force people to go and teach in buildings that they don't want to teach in. And I think I don't know how to put my finger on it, but it's something in that acquiescence that says to me, we are not creating a culture where there's honor in any classroom, as I described before. It's more of a culture of, if it's perfect for me, whatever I think perfect is, I will reward that. But if it's going to be something that, going back to everybody believing that every child can learn, if that's the case, then why should we have challenges or issues with placing professionals where we believe that they need to be in order to achieve the student excellence that we say that we value?
I mean, what research tells us is that every school should have the strongest teachers with the students that need them the most as a strategy, right?
Yep.
And what that means is, rather than rewarding, teachers that are high-performing teachers with, those kids that are going to learn in spite of them, right? And this is not a Norfolk thing. This is
Yeah,
across
this
the
is
country
a
thing,
this is
right?
absolutely-
We have
it's a
to,
global
if
thing.
we're saying we're creating a culture of excellence, and our strategy to get us there is to ensure that our most highly able professionals are with the students that need them the most, then that becomes something that we have to honor, right? It becomes something that we do. As a principal, I remember having this conversation more than once and saying to a teacher who I was going to move, right, to a different grade level or a different subject, I wanted them to not see it as punishment. So I'd call them in, like, so we, end of school year. And I knew this person was going to be teaching 7th grade next year, and they were teaching 6th grade for the past 10 years, and were not going to be happy with me. But I called them in, and it was always like here's what I need. Your data is amazing. You've been able to move your kids. There's been such growth, and I need you to do that with this set of kids. And it's different grade level, I know, and here's some challenges. And then I would always have a gift, right? Because that's my strategy. I'd be like, here's the 7th grade curriculum for you to look at all summer long, right? And give them time to get comfortable with what I'm asking them to do. I gave them the resources. But I made it so it didn't feel like it was being done to them. Yes. They would leave my office feeling like, okay, this is where she needs me. This is what I'm called to do. I think what ends up happening, why that doesn't work in other instances, because people are feeling like they're just getting reassigned, and it's punishment, and you're moving me to that Title I school or putting me with these kids. All of that is shifting the culture, right? That's
right.
That's what we're talking about here. Is how do we shift those perceptions so that people don't feel that way? Ms. Hussain and
Yeah.
Dr. Guillermo.
So first, I'm going to fist bump my colleague because that was, something I hope we talk more about in our discussion later in our work session. But that to me, I think, kind of hits the nail on the head. It's creating that culture of support, the culture of caring that I think is the fundamental behavior that if you have that classroom to classroom, school to school, and starting at the top, board member to board member, governance team, the whole governance team, it starts at the top. And I don't think we're there yet at all. So I do think that fear, when they hear, when some folks hear, oh, there could be an involuntary transfer. This is what she might be implying by asking about, equitable transfer of teachers or distribution of teachers, or something like that, oh my gosh, what is happening? And that shouldn't be the feeling, exactly to your
Be
point.
all of our kids, right?
It should be all of our kids, and, but we have, and this is, as long as I've lived in Norfolk and been involved with Norfolk Public Schools, has been this culture of there's been a fear of speaking, there's been a fear of providing, input, regardless of what's said. There hasn't been that opportunity, the opportunities to provide input and have that shared participation in the work that we're doing. All of those things, those are the behaviors that I think create that system where we can get to a point of achieving high levels. But there's so many things that need to happen before we get to that point. And the other thing is, I think we have gotten into a place of having a culture of mediocrity. And I think we're entrenched in it deeply, where when we are trying to have high expectations of one another as board members, as board colleagues, or as governance team members, it is not met with, if we can't have high expectations for each other, how can we expect anyone else to have high expectations?
That part.
And so what we see in the classroom, where if we're seeing, don't feel like our students of color or our EL students or our students with disabilities are not having the same level of expectations, it's because we're not doing it either. And so that's just a little bit of my input.
Yeah, and that's why this conversation is so important, because you all have a hand in creating the culture, right? And so you can have strategic plans out the yazoo if we don't have a culture that supports the things that we are setting as goals. We're not going to be successful in reaching those goals. I think, Gabriel, I know your hand was next.
Well, as it pertains to the discussion that Ms. Basine and I were having, we both agreed that, in our visits and where we hear the community, that there is still this saying of the bottom and the top don't have clear communication. And sometimes it can be, those who feel like they have the ability to speak, and they can, or maybe there's misconception about what should be happening between the top and the bottom, and it's for vice versa. They don't know what we have to deal with, and then they don't know what we have to deal with down from both ends. But at the same time, going back to the accountability piece, it's about, okay, well, if there is an issue and it has been addressed, or if data shows that you could be doing better with X, Y, and Z, or if that's simply not the case, for whatever those reasons are, own it, and do better. So if you've been told, you need to do this, and that, then do it. Don't just complain about it, because you may not necessarily agree with it. Admit when you're wrong. Take ownership for it. And so, I really liked what Ms. Campson had to say about high expectations for all students. And I'll just say this too. I know we talk a lot about our students who are the categories of students who are definitely in the most need: African American, the ELL, students with disabilities. But all students, I'm going to tell you right now, in all of our schools, there are other students that may not fit into that category that have need, and they don't want to say anything. So when we say every student, let's mean every student. And when we say if we implement this strategy, who ends up not getting what they need, don't forget about that. And to go back to the point of what you all were saying about the teachers, you said honored to teach in a school. It's honored, but it is about being supported and being valued. And I know that from personal experience with my own mother, who was a teacher in this division, and they put her in a school in a school. She just wanted a job, and this is where you're going to be. It wasn't even in the subject that she was certified to teach in, but they put her where they needed her. And she was supported and she was valued, not just by the staff, not just by the principal, but by the parents and the kids. Now, I'm sure that there was something that she did in order to earn their trust and build that relationship. But as we think about this for how we're going to reimagine, really getting into maybe some of those schools and those students who are constantly on this path of, I'm just going to say not accredited, but not hitting the bar where it needs to be. We can only control what we can control within this school division, but if we're not saying to the outside communities, to our council members, to our civic leaders, to our neighbors, to our parents, this is what you have to do in order to help us with this, then I think that we're missing the mark as board members. I think maybe that's where we can come in and do these things, because with what we have right now, I don't like to be negative. It really has to truly be all hands on deck if we're talking about our students and getting them to where they need to be. It really needs to be all hands on deck.
And if I could just kind of underscore that and really acknowledge what you said, Mr. Jordan, because to me, you spoke to what you see as the moral imperative. Any building, any classroom, any child. Those three things, if a culture is developed where those things are front and center, student excellence is going to happen. It's going to happen organically because the culture has been created so that, like you said, teachers feel honored. Any teacher. And if I were to just massage that a little bit, any educator. So that means I'm a support professional, I'm an administrator. Any person who walks into this building, walks into this classroom, they're honored to be here. And even also adding what you said, Dr. Gabriel, that they're not just honored, but they are supported. They're getting the support that they need in order to feel valued being there. That, to me, that says a lot.
See, that's the beauty of this model, this framework, is it forces us to think about that. So I want you to, as we go through each of these areas, I want you to be thinking about, if you guys just identified some of those things that are elements of the culture that need work, what is the board's work in advancing the culture we want to have happen, right? So you'll see when we get to the action items, there's some things some strategies, right? How do we develop a board engagement calendar? How do we communicate differently? How do we create greater transparency around these expectations so that people know what they're expected to do, and how do we hold them accountable for it? And how does that make its way to the instructional core? So if we look at the culture piece of the framework, right, we want to make sure that we have a strategy. Let's work our way in. There's a strategy for the culture that impacts the instructional core, right? So each piece of that pie, we're going to keep trying to arrow it back in. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I just wanted to offer, as I was listening, one of the other cultural dynamics that I think we deal with, whether it's within the school system, the board, or Norfolk as a whole, is I think oftentimes we see things as zero-sum games. It's either this or that. And so, Monday, my daughter who's in Texas called me because she was having an issue with doing some exam and she needed to be able to share her screen. So I helped her. Sitting in this meeting, my older daughter just called me, sent her a text and said, I'm in a meeting, but she says she wants to talk later. I love them both. Just because I prioritized at a given point in time that I was going to address a need that they had didn't mean that the other one didn't have value or their needs weren't being met. And I think in Norfolk's culture, we have existed and continue to exist in this thing of, well, if this side of town gets something, then that side of town does not, or that, we deal in that binary world.
Right.
That's our culture. And I think it is devastating for children. And so I think as a board, as a governance team, I think we not only have to figure out what our culture is going to be, but sometimes we may either need to shut off ourselves from that culture, if indeed it exists, or as Dr. Gabriel was saying, if we're going to go out there, we should go out there, hopefully, with trying to get folks to embrace the culture that we say we need for each and every child to succeed. But this Norfolk culture, in my opinion, binary zero-sum game, you win, I lose, is deeply ingrained.
I agree.
And each and every time, every superintendent, in my opinion,
Yes.
is that the minute they try to touch that issue, that's when the external forces will come in and try to keep us in this not every child dynamic. And that's something I think we have to be able to, maybe, since it's Black History Month, maybe we can talk about because that's ingrained, and everybody may not feel it. I think I said before the saying that the axe forgets, but the tree always remembers. Sometimes it just depends upon where you are at any given point in time. But that stuff is deep, and I hope we can find a way to really talk about it.
It's interesting because what I hear you saying is basically that distinction between equity and equal,
Yes.
right? Because people don't see, who don't understand that this distinction between the two say, well, that's not fair. We should all get the same, right? And that's what keeps it fair versus saying, no, we're being equitable. This group needs this. And it's not taking away from, we're not taking away from this group. We're just saying that this group needs more. That too, being able to shift the understanding around that is also the board's work, right? Is helping stakeholders to understand how you all are creating an equitable environment, right? And how you're meeting the needs across the district. Again, that's a cultural shift for a lot of people. I don't know if you remember that graphic with the kids on the boxes.
Yes.
Okay, we don't use that anymore,
that
right?
It's ingrained in our heads.
Yeah, but similarly, right, that's the
But the
thing.
tree,
It's like, yeah, but so
the-
we use the tree one now where we talk about the trunk, we're straightening out the system, not the kids. And we give the kids the ladders if they need them. We have to do both, right? And so I think a big part of it is in shifting the culture around that particular issue is helping people to understand the difference between equity and what's equal, and how if as a board you approach this work to create equity, then each child gets what they need and it's consistent with what we espouse.
And
I know
how
there
do
were a
you
couple
get
hands
there?
up. Yeah.
And how do we get there? We can talk about this like every time we meet. What are the steps that we need to take so that we have a culture that we all can embrace and we know it's best for children?
Yeah, I mean, because I think that's where the transparency comes through, right? When you're talking about resource provision and budgeting, and in that dialogue, people are hearing, well, we're doing this, and this at this school. That doesn't land on them like, well, that's not fair because they need it too. We're articulating it with, here's this school's data, here's why this school needs this. That becomes the discussion in the room that's streamed. People say, oh, okay, I get it. School A didn't need that. School B does, right? And school A made something else. And we're, as a board, we're also giving school A what school A needs. People need to hear that conversation. Yeah, all the hands are up. I don't know where to go now, I'm sorry.
I was going to quickly say that, and that's why we should have these discussions, why it's streaming, talking about those schools that are hard to staff, schools that are, falling below standards, having those conversations so people can see and hear it. And so, again, having those crucial conversations around the table, and what do we need to do at the board level to support the superintendent to move student excellence forward?
And when the conversation is about, oh, well, we can't find teachers to go to this location, it's not like, and that's it. It's but here's where here's some strategies that we're gonna try that may be different. And one of the strategies may be that we have to go to some of these teachers and have that conversation about, here's why we're moving you.
Yeah.
Not, can we move you? Here's why we're moving you. Like my conversation when I had people come to my office, it wasn't like oh, will you go to the 7th grade for me? No, my mind was already made up. I'm just talking about how I'm going to support you in doing that, right?
Yes. And, I don't know if I
Go
was.
ahead.
I think Dr. Gabriel, and
You
then,
go first.
okay.
Well, I just wanted to highlight, you said, a couple of things, but your most recent comment around the data, and that is, I think, a piece that is so crucial and not always available to us as a board member when we're trying to also understand, what some of the needs of our schools are.
You can make a data-driven decision. It has to be a
So you can make a
data-driven decision.
yeah, so if we need X or X resources or X whatever, you know, if we say, you know, tell me why this matters, like, we should have access to that not information, but that data.
It's on our action items list too, like the what data, how to request it, when to get it by, how you all get it at the same
Right.
time, build in time for discussion around that data to make decisions. So that will come up again
Yeah.
in our conversation
But
today.
the other piece I wanted to get back to earlier when we were talking about culture and what we believe and trying to get in, I think that's the other part that's missing is what do we believe? And then when we get that buy-in from the community, it's like, have they participated in that belief system, the belief system of our organization? And that I remember, you know, when in 2012 when we had the previous strategic planning process, you know, that was like a very it was a raw experience, you know, like a really raw experience where, you know, we had so many different stakeholder groups at the table, and just even to come up with a list of beliefs was difficult. And it was, I think that's something that's really important that I think we still have work to do around. And I know, just going back to, you know, we're going to talk about strategic plan later, but like what our mission, you know, like I think those are some big pieces that I think are really vital to what behaviors we need to move forward.
Absolutely.
Is our belief system, and then what our board priorities and goals are. I mean, those are like huge chunks that I think are vital to this.
And that's where we're going, right? So going back to like the learning arc, because to your point, I've been saying this before too, like we still have to go back and revisit the vision and mission. We have to be able to articulate to your community and stakeholders and people who hold you accountable what the organizational priorities are and the board priorities, and we have to have a theory of action. If we can get people coalesced around those, once we're firm on them and we articulate them, and then they go on the website and that kind of thing, that's what shifts the culture, right? If we say, look, as a board, our organizational priorities are this, this, and this, right? Here's what we're doing. Watch our meetings, you'll see how we've prioritized those things, how we're ensuring that we're providing the right resources for those things, that we're engaging our community in advancing this work, et cetera. People will be really clear on what is important, and it will shift the culture. Because then we say everything we're doing is around those things. So yes, vision, mission, board priorities, theory of action, that's where we're headed next. What we want to do is, we've got norms, we're thinking about like what are the procedures for us, procedures and protocols we need to have in place, and how do we create coherence around all those things. So we're getting there, but and I think the thing that, you know, when we talk about culture is how much of that are you all responsible for, right? Because it's, you know, that whole top down, bottom up piece, right? Mm-hmm. When we, as a board, people are clear on what the board's priorities are for the cultural organization, and then we hold school cabinet and school leaders accountable for that, and they hold teachers accountable for that, and teachers hold students accountable for that, right? That's that trickle down, that cascading, not trickling, cascading that we want to have happen. But the cascade starts where?
Here.
That's why we're engaging in some of these conversations. All right, so culture, we just talked about culture.
Dr. Gabriel had
go
one
ahead.
comment.
So just to close the loop on the buy-in piece, when we say that we might shift or have a particular strategy in order to help a group of students, you might have those individuals who have that automatic buy-in because they understand the need. But what also needs to happen is to show the data, not just of why it's needed, but then after you've made the interventions, how the data has changed and what you've learned from it and what you need in order to sustain it. Because at the end of the day, when we make these decisions and have strategies in place, whether it's budget or policy, they need to be sustainable. So, you know, and that's where I think it could be very important for us also to be reflective upon when we see that we've made an intervention because of a strategy, you know, did it have the impact that we intended for it to have?
And I would even say, monitor it so that if a mid-course correction is necessary,
Yes,
then
yes,
you do so.
yes.
And the other thing that I wanted to say too, like, I don't think we want to try to get people to buy in, we want people to own. Right? And so I think oftentimes that tends to be the strategy, is like we put something in place and we try to get everybody to buy into it. And what we know is that doesn't work, right? You may get some, because some places are very compliance driven. I've worked in districts that were like, people operate in fear and got to check that box. And so it's compliance. It never shifts the true culture of the organization if people are just doing what they think they have to do. Because that also doesn't become something that's sustainable. It's usually tied to an individual or a leader. What we want is a culture that is, I hate using this term, but superintendent agnostic,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Because it should not matter who the
Right.
leader is,
Right.
right? Right? It shouldn't matter who the
Right.
leader is. It is who we
be
are as a
ingrained.
district, as a division. That's what you're aiming for, is creating a culture that is agnostic of board members and superintendents, but it's who we are. We all operate under this idea that we believe in student excellence, and here's how that shows up at the board, at the cabinet, at the schoolhouse, at the classroom level, right? That requires some work. And for people to truly have that happen, they have to own it. They can't just have to be buying into it.
Self-accountability.
Next area is structures, right? So these are the tactical things that we need to have in place. Do we need a quick break? It's 1:42. Can we go till 2 o'clock and take a break? Okay. So the structures, right? This is where I want you to think about this from the board's work perspective. It's how do we, if we say we want to create this culture in our organization that honors student excellence, then what are the structures we have to have in place to make that happen? How do the roles and responsibilities need to be defined to support what we're saying? What are the reporting relationships? Is that clear to everyone, right? So when we talk about board to cabinet to principal supervisors to principals, right? Principals to teachers to students. What are the structures that are in place to get us there? How should decisions be made and by whom? What decisions should happen centrally, or I'd even say at the board level, right? At the school level, in the classroom. Really clear about the structures we have in place in order to advance our goals. Are some temporary structures necessary? What are the informal and the formal communication networks that are needed to implement, right? And so a lot of that should be happening at this level, where you're having these discussions around like the bigger structures. And then going back to your point about what the superintendent's work is, superintendent and cabinet might make some decisions that filter that further, that they take to principals, and they create structures in their schoolhouses. But all of that should align to, going back to the center, right? The strategy, the district-wide strategy, and has to have a direct impact to the instructional core. Everything has to come back to the core. Everything has to come back to teaching and learning, or it's not the right work. If it doesn't have a clear correlate to the center of the graphic, it's not the right work. So that's the filter I want us to continue to use. So talk about the structures in the organization. Turn and talk. If you want to switch partners, you can get up and walk around, but I want you to think about okay, so we talked about here's the things that we know are some issues we need to work on in the culture. Are there some structures that you have to rethink too? Think about that. So turn and talk for a few minutes about existing structures.
fishing in a pond anymore. We are fishing in the ocean with a lot of competition.
Something that we do, right? But there was a reason behind it.
That's happened in this district before. That's happened in District 4, because I know I had a teacher one time that I couldn't understand.
Realignment as it relates to the things that we say are our goals.
What was the biggest thing? It was
And we layer.
It was not,
That's how you end up.
but I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but what was going on was something different, but yeah.
That was during the former teacher shortage, but there's never been a teacher shortage. What we used to think of as teacher shortages was nothing.
We tried. Stipends, remember when?
A number of the elementary schools were included.
All right, let's talk about structures.
And 100%.
What are some structures that we want to surface when we think about this work?
Just need to figure out what it is that will, and it is changing the culture that
But it's not.
happens.
Here, what did you guys talk about in your small groups? What are some structures we have to make sure that we reconsider as we do this work?
I should say. Well, I was saying, because I haven't worked in a school, but what I'm understanding is that one of the structures that we need to, that is an obstacle, is that teachers who have worked in the same school building for the same principal, who are being rewarded for the good work they're doing, are going to be really hesitant to move to a totally different environment, especially once, like Ms. Campson said, like a lot of teachers will move into the neighborhood of where their school is, and they feel like they're, really connected and ingrained there, and to up and move them, they could go anywhere. And to make to change that so that, kind of like what Rodney was saying, that any school, that all of the principals would be wonderful to work for in any school across our district.
Same with principals, by the way. So we worked in Montgomery County, Maryland schools. Wasn't it kind of like an unwritten rule? Like, you weren't staying at your school for 3 to 5 years. Like, it was, you kind of knew that you were going to be moved around, and it wasn't like it was a punishment thing. It was like, okay, you kicked butt at XYZ middle school,
grow.
go kick butt at this high school. You know what I mean?
That happened here. Every 6 years, elementary principal was rotated out. None of the secondary principals were included in this, though. I think that's caused a lot. You know that.
I don't remember
When was
but
that?
They didn't rotate
I got
the
moved
principals
often.
in the high schools at all.
various
but-
positions.
But the elementary schools, wherever you were, when you if you finished year 6, you were gone. Luckily, that was gone before I became a principal. But
Yeah, I don't remember
Yeah, I worked in a school division. That was their practice. You didn't get too comfortable because, again, you can start creating little cultures within the culture, and that's why that's why they were
And then maybe you don't
intentional
become innovative.
about shifting.
But I think when you think about it, I mean, those are conversations that you guys should be having as well as with the union, right? And so like, that's where we get to shift those things so that people don't feel like, I gotta just go to the union and they'll let me stay where I'm at. No, like, if you build relationship with the union so that they understand the value and they see why this is not about punishment. That's a culture piece.
It is.
Shifting the culture, shifting that mindset around, if we are all here to do what's best for all and each child, then we don't see it like, oh, I can only do that at this building under this principle. Like, that's, I know it sounds harder than, like, because we're talking about it, but it's like you're saying, well, how do you fix that? It's possible, right? You put in place both policy and practice around what we expect, right? And if we're saying we truly own the success of every child, and because you bring skills and talents, and what we know from research, that the highest quality teachers with the students that are underperforming, that need them the most, gets us results. And that when students who are chronically underperforming are with teachers who don't necessarily have the skills to meet their needs, that 1 year, just 1 year sitting with that teacher, you can't get that back, right? So we have to operate from that place, and there's some hard decisions that have to be made. People might not be happy, but we got to do what's best for the center, the instructional core. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. But I like to bring it back up to the governance team level, and particularly at the board level. So we were having some conversations with you about our committee structure. I think we had some conversations about perhaps temporarily having a committee of a whole. I think we need to do that. Tiffany and I were talking, and so she kind of brought it up. And so I was asking her, well, do you know the intent of the policy committee? She's like, no. Like, facilities committee, no. The various task forces, no. Do you know who's on them? No. And I think, in my comment to her was, I think that's what we have to take time to reevaluate and reassess and course correct, because I think what our culture is, we just layer on top. So we might create a committee at a given point in time for a particular reason, and then as change happens, we don't even know why we create it, but we keep on going with it as though we have some understanding of its intent. And so that's one of the things I think we should be talking about. I can't speak to all the building and classroom stuff because I think that's somebody else's responsibility. But I do think we can set expectations to then support those decisions that get made. But at our level, I think we should have those conversations and decide what makes sense for this strategic plan with these goals for this board, with these objectives and these student outcomes.
Yeah, your committee should be based on the priorities.
Absolutely.
Which we have not yet identified. Yes. I think that's when you say, do we keep these, or if these are our priorities, do we need to have some committees that are going to deep dive on certain areas of this work? Which, it may not even have to be committees. It could just be that you're going to have different little work groups around different areas once we decide on those, but you still come together as a committee of a whole around, here are some findings, here's some things we need to analyze, interrogate, here's the data we need in order to do that, right? So I think that's where we're headed. But yes and yes to what you said, I agree. Yeah. Okay. Were there other hands? Other thoughts about the structures. So we heard that there's a structure that kind of feels limiting. Are there other structures that we need to examine? Yeah.
Well, I want to touch on, we talked about the same thing about community task force structures from the board level, but we also talked about, communication structure, like what is our communication structure? I mean, I know it's in our norms, but even when we make decisions, then what does our reporting out look like? Or if we're about to if we have decisions coming up, we talk specifically about ed planning decisions, giving some framework of what our expectation is, what that looks like, how we get input from the schools that may be impacted, and the stakeholders that will be impacted. So what's that communication structure look like?
That's actually one of the action items too that we're going to talk about today is what's the communication strategy, but what's the way to get input, like a formal way of getting input from people who are impacted by decisions that the board would make as part of the decision-making process. That helps create a culture of transparency. It also helps people to feel like it's more collaboration, right? And so a lot of the processes that we're going to try to outline will help to advance in some of these different areas, right? And we're trying to shift the culture where people think that things are punishment or they're not involved in the decision, but we have a communication strategy around getting input and then informing people of how we use their input. It shifts the culture around how people trust the board, right? So it's all the behaviors that we're going to talk about, all the kind of the processes that need to be put in place, impact each of these areas, right, in some way, shape, or form. But what I'm trying to surface for you right now is like, what do we know we need to think about that? So I already heard that there's a perception out there that it's my school, my classroom, you can't move me, right? So we need to be thinking about, how do we change that, right? So what are there other structures that we need to be thinking about? Those structures will help shift the culture, right? So, yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Gabriel.
I have definitely observed a positive change in, I guess, I don't know, it's the perception of structure with some of the reorganization and the setup that Dr. Birdsong has done just within her realignment of staff and roles and responsibility. I do feel that there's improved communication and decision-making, a collaborative decision-making that takes place. It's not siloed, as I had once, kind of felt that to be the case. I definitely don't feel like there are any silos here. I feel like different entities are talking with the others, and they're not afraid to go, in one department and go talk to the other department to see, how is this decision going to impact what you are doing. And so I think that's a big positive improvement that I've noticed structurally.
Yeah, and I think maybe the next step of that is then how do we get the schools involved in that too, right? So that if they don't see it as decisions that are being made on high to us, or for us on our behalf without having talked to us, right? So there needs to be a structure in place for two-way communication, for example, right?
Yeah. I like to hear more about that because I don't know if I have that lens. I like to get that lens into being able to see some of that. I know what I was going to say originally. So Ms. Basine mentioned ed planning. So I don't think we have ed planning anymore. I think we have facilities planning. When we embarked upon, when we were doing our ed planning tied to the previous strategic plan, it had certain intent for that point in time. And I think, again, this is where I think we layer things on top without peeling back the onion to see why did we do or why are we doing what we're doing. And so that's another example of where I think we should just pause for a minute and really talk about how does it align? Are we doing it? What is our intent? What are we trying to achieve? And are we making progress? And if so, then celebrate and keep building on it. If not, then course correct.
That goes back to monitoring though, right? Staying on top of it.
And I can tell you, when we had our facilities meeting, our first duty was, how does this impact student achievement?
Okay.
So,
Had it win, which I'm
just saying that, if you had said we don't have educational planning. When I think of educational planning, I'm thinking of how are we redesigning what we have in our portfolio, whether that be staff, buildings, resources, in order to benefit in order to achieve the educational outcomes that we said we want to achieve. That's to me is what I think of when I think of and you said, no, we have facilities planning. And I can see where it's like, okay, well, yes, on one page you do have to plan for facilities because you have a certain budget and you can only do but so much with that budget. But I can tell you that just from, the facilities committee, from when we kind of hear from some of the people who are participating in that planning process, the number at the core of it is, how does this impact student achievement?
But my point is that when I say we, I mean this we. When
Okay.
you're describing we, you're describing what you get a chance to hear at a committee level. And that's why I'm saying that I think we need to have discussions. How do we elevate the conversation to the governance team level? And then if we have the committee, then, whatever it is that we task the committee to do, there's coherence and alignment between what we understand collectively and then what the committee
That's
workers
on us. That's on us then.
Oh, absolutely. Yo, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, if you were to move back to a committee structure, which I guess eventually we will, it's the committee's responsibility, or those members who are on that task force or whatever it is, they're the ones that are going to advance the action items, but the charge and expectations is a whole group discussion. Does that make sense? So it's like we're all clear on what needs to happen, but now we're dividing up responsibility, and so those tasks in order to advance that are the different individuals.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
But I think we need to stop there. So, and I say that because already, I wanted to say, already in what she revealed and what we're talking about, what we thought was happening are two very different things. So if we don't all know what the
Already
committee's
here.
even doing when you talk about mission, I think we need to say, okay, if we don't even know what our
Do you
committees are
not,
doing.
but hold on a second.
Has it changed, over the years, because if you're talking about staffing, resources, all of those things in that committee, then that's
We've
not
paused
what I
committees
would-
now, though. There's no
No,
committees that are
there's
meeting
been
now.
committees.
Not
there's been
committees.
We
committees.
did
have the
did
same
pause them.
committees that we've
That's why
had.
I said stop.
We did
because
pause
keep
them, but-
talking about
but we
it,
haven't followed through on our pause.
But we keep
Doing it.
practicing the same thing.
We were supposed to
So I
pause
want
them.
us to like,
I was under the
what are
impression
we
that we were,
doing?
that we were pausing.
I was too, yes.
I think
Yes.
Well, there you
Yes.
go. We need to level
No.
set on that.
some of us thought
We did agree to
were,
that.
But others.
Then why do some people believe that they have been paused and others don't,
That's my
including the
point.
superintendent?
Exactly.
Like, who
Exactly.
paused
That's her
them?
point.
Well,
And who directed the superintendent to pause them? No one.
Okay, see?
Exactly.
Well,
That's
plus,
why-
I think we're
we
talking
have
about
now
different committees, too.
started, now, if we're paying attention, maybe we need to do a better job of it, but at the end of our meetings now, the end of the business meetings,
Report out.
we are reporting out
By committee.
Reporting out.
by, I
It's
hate
on the next
committee,
agenda, I
by the
believe,
work group. I
today.
call them work groups
Or
because I don't like
next
the
business
term
meeting.
thing.
So,
Yeah,
all
we
right, well,
Y'all did
Been
it
asking
last
to
week.
have
Yeah,
that
we did it last
discussion.
Last week, they reported out.
I went.
So I'm
so there were
confused.
committee report outs last week.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So is
Because-
everybody assigned a
Yes.
committee right now?
No,
No.
no. It-
There was a
There are,
report
there
out
were,
period.
there were,
Reported
there
out.
are report outs of
It's
committees
on the agenda.
because it was
You call-
put on an agenda
Last time.
with not necessarily realignment with what we have been talking about. So like you gave,
Have discussion.
like you gave us this some time ago, right?
Yes, Adele.
We don't use it.
Yeah.
So if something is on an agenda from 10 months ago, or if something has been placed on a draft agenda for June, we just do what it says without taking the time of coming back and reassess, like you said you're going to do at the end of this session, you know, what are our action items and what we're supposed to do. So we often have what may be agreements or action items. They're just like the agenda action items. They go in we go in the parking lot, and they just stay there. They don't translate into executable changes where as a result of the conversation and work that we're doing. I'm glad you said what you said, because it, at least for me, it makes me feel like I'm not crazy, because when I say what you just said, folks say we didn't, just like what we just had.
I'm writing it down because we need to add it to our next agenda. Our next governance meeting, we're going to talk about the committees, structures, and put some things in place for what the charge and expectations should be. Each committee should have a charter that is really clear about what their outcomes will be, and a reporting structure. Maybe it's not every single meeting that they're reporting out, but you all have a calendar. It's actually on the action items now too. But I want to speak specifically to what committees should look like and how they're formed. Because if they were just assigned out, which sounds like it was, like, so
And
committees.
it was changed in July without any input.
All right, that's a larger conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Committee
It's a-
membership was changed, or the
Yes.
committees? Okay.
Yes.
And there was a committee added in July. It's the task force.
And I recently learned there's a
Not a
task
committee.
force, well, I personally wasn't aware
So there's task force and committees?
that went on.
Okay. Larger conversation, we've made note,
Thing is
and it's
added.
gonna be on our,
And
for
I
the March agenda. All right, let's take a quick break. It's 2:05, let's come back at 2:15, 10 minutes, does that work? We're back.
Get them on my calendar.
I think as a matter of practice, we probably should think about, this was like sidebar, we should probably think about, do we build in, because we keep taking the break, we keep doing the break anyway, so we need to either, like, I put a 10-minute break on the agenda, but assuming you guys were here and had eaten before the meeting. So I think we need to think about, you all need to think about that, not us, like, you need to think about, do you want to come and have lunch together right before the meeting, and then we just build in the true 10-minute break, and then not everybody eats? Or do we want to go ahead and realistically, I build in the agenda, the 30-minute lunch break, which I'm fine with doing as well. So we don't have consensus on that, because we got some folks that are like, no, we don't want to do that. So that's like, hey, how are you?
Everybody doing?
Good. Perfect timing, right? He's coming back in.
I've been watching.
Oh, good. So have a conversation about that on, when y'all get a chance about how you want to structure time for that, so we're not having to stop and rush or feel like you have to eat fast, because that's not good either. It's not healthy, right? And you need some time to,
Even
talk.
if it's a salad, it's still not healthy to
You still
eat
need to be able to like breathe and eat, so, yeah. Okay,
I didn't have a partner. I'm sorry.
so we were talking about structures last.
Wait, you just give us up as soon as Carlos walks in the
I
room?
know. She's like, Carlos is here now, bye ladies.
You just ditched us?
I have my friend, my own personal friend,
Oh, I
I'm
didn't want to leave
good.
him over here and
Yeah,
by
okay,
himself.
whatever.
You want a chair?
She's like,
Nah, it's fine.
go ahead, sorry.
There. Plus, he couldn't do anything because I needed.
Take up all his space. Okay, so the next one that we want to talk about are the systems. And I want you to think about this one in two ways. I always say, like, sometimes people will say, oh, it's the big S system, like uppercase S. And when we tend to think about systems in that way, it's always like, oh, that's above my pay grade, that's just the way it is, that's just the system, right? But there's so many interrelated, intercorrelated, right? Smaller systems, lowercase s systems. And so here, it's really thinking about what are the systems that we have to put in place to support each of our strategies, right? And so it's not just thinking about like, well, this is how our system is, because within the culture, there are so many smaller systems. And so when we think about the strategies as we begin to examine the goals in the strategic plan, the other question we have to ask ourselves is what systems are needed to support each key activity? So think for a moment about the existing systems that you have in place that may be distinct from other school systems, other divisions, or that are the things that are unique to Norfolk Public Schools. Are there some systems that either need to be dismantled and reimagined, right? Are there some systems that might be missing that have been detrimental in moving forward other initiatives? Can you think of anything? And that could be a whole group discussion, not have to break up, but think about that for a moment. What are some of the processes and procedures that are used to manage? Comes to mind. And there may be systems that are just the way it's always been, despite the fact that there are challenges with said system, right? It could just be, well, that's just how we do it.
One thing I know, almost, not, almost as long as I've been on the school board, especially as we're, about in budget season, one thing I've heard many times, lots of times over the years that I've even included in my own budget priorities is our data analysis management system, because there's somewhere some disconnect, which and I think sometimes it's turnover in the systems that are being used, and sometimes there's maybe perhaps lack of training on that system where individuals may not understand the full capability of a system, or the system is no longer matches the need of what is required at the district level or at a school level. But there seems to be, oftentimes I hear, comments come up at various levels, and this has been going on, for years. So I wonder if that's something that we need to take a look at, because I think it impacts our ability to get, we talked about data and having meaningful data, timely data, and all of that. Like, how does that, can we create better efficiency in terms of getting that data? So I would.
What I was actually listening for.
Yeah. So how do we? That's one area. But in general, I think we're at a point where perhaps we need to evaluate all of our systems and departments and see, what works well. Are they efficient in today's world? Like, do we need them?
Yeah, which ones might
Are
make
they
cross
helping us
purposes.
produce the results and the outcomes that we say we want? Because I honestly, I don't know for some of this, because as a board member, I don't know. So,
It has me thinking, like, we were, even in my own little company, like, we were saying, okay, we have all these things, like, we have ADP, we have a learning management system, and we're not using any of them to their fullest potential. That makes any sense, right? So, like, you know, like, that has capability to do this, but we're using this to do that same thing. So when I think about systems, it's sometimes a division might have a lot of different things in place, different smaller systems that either might work at cross purposes, or you're not fully utilizing an existing system to its greatest capacity, capabilities, and so it's being underutilized. So I think here it makes me think about, like, where are there systems that are either underutilized, but where are there systems that need to be put in place for efficiency, for, you know, operationalizing? And then what needs to happen with those so that everybody's using those systems in the way that they were intended, right? So that goes back to communication, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
We've had audit studies of different departments and you know, full-on audit studies. And so we just, when we get those, have to really also take the next step to implement some of the suggestions and talk about, you know, which ones we want to implement, or if we, you know, so on and so forth. So I think that the district's been doing a good job of making sure that we have these audits and that we're using them.
Recommendations.
Mhm.
Okay.
We maybe need to do some more in some different areas.
Thoughts about systems?
So I think we grossly underutilized board docs,
Yes.
both in terms
Oh,
of,
absolutely.
we have and have had Board Docs Pro for a while. We don't use it to align with strategic objectives. We don't use the approval system, the approval tree.
You know, hold on a second. You just got me thinking about something. So and you're helping to frame this conversation. I probably should have said this, but you just did it for me. Think about the systems that need to be operationalized for the board's work first. So let's go micro, and then go macro, right? So micro is where you're going. The systems needed for us, for you all, and then we'll talk larger systems. So yeah, so let's stay in that vein, because I think that's where you're hitting where I want you to hit.
So Board Docs, I think, is definitely underutilized. As we mentioned earlier, I think our agenda, short and long-term planning system needs to be dismantled and rebuilt. I don't think we should layer on top of what exists. I think we should dismantle it and rebuild it as part of this process. Then, you know, Ms. Basine mentioned the data system, but like I just clicked on, like, the school division has slowly, well, I shouldn't say slowly, the school division has been adding more and more information on a dashboard system. The board, in our meetings, we never pull up the dashboard. We never look at data in real time. You know, we might, I should say it this way, we might get it in hard copy or in a PowerPoint. But if we wanted to, right now, have a conversation about how third grade students are doing, sometimes in the meeting, it'll be, well, I'm not prepared to answer that, whereas, you know, sometimes you just click a button and go up there and look at
Are
it.
you all trained in the data system? Could you access it on your own and be able to, like, is that something?
I don't even know if everybody knows it exists.
Yeah, that was my question. Just
and the other question to that is, which system, right? Like, what Mr. Jordan is referring to may not be the same thing others are thinking that he's referring to, because they don't know what it is.
I got it.
You know, like, you have the state school quality profiles, and then you have, you know, NPS's iDashboard. And for some, that might be, you know, well, what is that, you know? So just making sure that we're all we have a shared understanding of the tools that we have available to us.
And the capacity to access it.
Yes,
Is what
and
I'm
understand it,
hearing.
right.
Okay. Others? So y'all agree with that, or is there more you want to add to that?
I can definitely agree that we could utilize board docs. The information about the dashboard is there. I mean, but I think it goes, I hear that, but then I also go back to the governance training and the respect. We're supposed to, that's what the administration's there. We can go back at any time and look at that data, but the administration provides data for us, and then we're supposed to give a certain level of trust to what's being presented to us as the accurate information. So pulling something up in a real live in a meeting, unless it's a part of what the administration is presenting to me, would be a little bit counter what I could go look at any point in time. I mean, I can go back and verify it, but we're asking them to give us the bite size of what we need. And I guess as we roll into this whole monitoring schedule and so forth, which keeps us focused and not all over. And, because we could always keep digging and digging and digging and finding more things, but it's like, how do we stay focused on those particular things? And so I guess the other system is that it's the whole governance piece in that respect. We hire a superintendent to pull together a staff and a team in order to execute what we have established as a board at those goals and so forth there. And so it's, how do we stay focused on that? And that's one of my things as a system, we sometimes don't stay in that lane.
I think
just
we'll get
clarify
there.
what I was.
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, no. Hold on. Let me see if this is what I'm about to say. Kind of address some of this. When we get to the place where we're headed, which is going to be that we're going to be examining and monitoring by goal of the strategic plan, right?
Exactly.
So then what makes sense is in our planning, agenda planning, is we say we are tackling. So today we're going to try to get to goal 1. Strategies 1 and 2 in a strategic plan. That's all we're going to do today, because today's going to be the model. But going forward, right, we have the strategic plan. We say this meeting on February 1st is focused on goal 1. We know what the metrics are for that goal. That's the data that we want available to us in advance of our meeting to discuss said goal. I think that gets us to both of these things, where it's targeted, it's focused, and then everybody, going back to the action items, is provided to everybody, and at the same time, we build in time on the agenda for discussion and disaggregating of said data to help inform any decisions that have to be made. So the system is not, well, I heard you say that it needs to be kind of dismantled and reimagined.
I said the agenda planning system.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. But what I'm saying, where I'm going with it is I think that, so we're saying the data sources exist in whatever way, shape, or form, and it may be different to, people are accessing it differently, whatever. But what we need is a system of being able to have access to the data to inform your work in real time, in some cases in real time. And to your point, if we're agenda planning ahead, right, and larger group agenda planning, and we know we're going to be focused on goal, whatever, I'm making stuff up, goal 2, which is third grade reading data, or third grade, it's a goal around third grade reading. We need existing third grade reading data. We need it, we want to see the last 5 years, whatever the case is. That conversation is able to happen ahead of time in preparation for the meeting. Does that solve for what you're talking about?
Yes, but I want to be clear, because in what I was saying had no, in my view, what I was trying to communicate had no value judgment on it. So I wasn't trying to say I thought we should utilize the tools to cross-check what was being presented to us. I'm just saying that integrate, let's figure out ways of leveraging the tools that we have in a way that support our work. That's all. So if we're, we don't, like this is a hard copy of a chart from the state website. So I'm saying if we were having conversations around, like we get reports that'll say how our staffing is in schools. I'm saying, that could be a tool, and you could put it up. We could see it. I'm just saying utilize the technology as part of our work in terms of making research and data driven decisions. So I wasn't saying for the administration to do anything different in terms of focus. I wasn't saying I wanted to use the dashboards to verify. I'm just saying that there are different ways of presenting data that can be helpful. And in a real-time scenario, if there is a question, sometimes having those tools available can allow that discussion to take place. That's all.
Other systems we need to be
So going back, I think we had this discussion about when we actually receive information, that particular system or process could better allow time for staff, or board members particularly, to be able to ask the necessary questions prior to a board meeting, so that when you get into a meeting, we can use the time that we have together as efficiently as possible. And so I think that that's one of the things that we kind of look at, because right now, and I think we've all kind of talked about that, we get things on Friday at 4:30. Is that enough time for board members to be able to thoroughly look at the information, get back by 12 o'clock on a Monday, and expect for the administration to get back and reply back to us with responses? Or is that a system that we need to look at?
It's on our list of action
Yeah.
items too, yeah. Okay, it's on the list, but I think as I'm listening for, if we agenda plan differently, right, and we know ahead of time the data needs, the request can be put in, you know, like all those, the chronology of it is, I
But
think,
it
where we
goes
have
back
play
to
with
that further piece that you had there, is that once we get the monitoring schedule, that would drive what we do with the agenda planning.
Yeah, and then you'll know what data you
Coming.
want, what's
Yeah.
coming. Yeah, I think that's been the issue, is that not everybody's informed, or not, everyone's not feeling informed, and they don't know, they want more information in order to be able to have a substantive discussion in the room.
One other thing, this says to manage the district, and that's not our job.
I know, huh?
So
It's our job.
I was going to get to, but to govern the system, to govern the district, I think back to what we talked about earlier, and the key pieces that I think we're missing in terms of board priorities and goals, and having, what is our belief system? I think that's what's missing, and that we need to figure that out, because without that, our processes and procedures and is
Yeah.
misaligned, right?
Okay. And then there's, oh, go ahead.
I don't know if it's a system, but I think we should also have a running glossary of terms.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
And
that's why I
sometimes
made a note
with
about
pictures
that.
of what we mean. So like Mr. Clanton may say monitoring, and he may have one view of what that is. Each of us may have a different view. Somehow, once we coalesce around what that is, then I think being able to say, this is what it is, this is what it looks like, and have some type of system, as we said earlier, that can survive board turnover and superintendent turnover and so forth. And I think putting some of those things in place can allow for that.
All right, we got it. The last area of help is, no, it's not the last area, I'm sorry. Resources. I'm gonna time, because we're gonna have an hour left after we finish this piece, and I'm gonna check in with you all about which two things, because I don't want us to rush. I'm gonna check in with you all around the priorities on the agenda, so we'll get back to that in 1 second. But resources, this one is just what it sounds like, right? Do we, and it's not just the financial resources, but the human resources, the capacity, the provisioning necessary to move forth the strategy. So the critical questions here are, does the strategy include intentional planning regarding the equitable distribution of resources in all its forms? Are the resources allocated to bring to life instructional designs that are supportive of a holistic set of student outcomes through culturally responsive teaching? And how are partnerships formed and external funding raised to support the strategy? So we often think about, when you hear resources, you always think about money, right? And this forces us to think about if we really want to create coherence around our strategy, whatever that strategy is, what do people need? What do we need? You know, some of it is tangible resources, right? But sometimes it's just, you know, capacity building is a resource, time is a resource, right? And so think for a moment about where there might be some resource needs when we think about moving forward this work. And it may, and again, some of the resources may be specific to a strategy. We're going to talk about that in a moment. I want you to think generally for the purposes of this discussion. Where are there, you know, where have you maybe heard over the course of many years, like it's the same thing, like, well, we keep saying it, but we've not done anything about it. Is there anything like that that's out there that's a resource? If you, or even think about wish lists. You know, we would be able to do X, Y, and Z if we had.
I mean, we'd be able to have more field trips like we used to have if we had the money and bus drivers and, you know, ability to do that. There are some schools that the kids can't go on field trips because, you know, the diesel's too expensive or they don't, you know, we don't have enough bus drivers to take them
So you
in the
said
middle of
some
the day.
schools. Tell me more.
Well, some schools have been able to acquire the funds to do that, whereas others haven't. So if, either through their PTA or other requests that they've made, somehow have been able to make it work. And then I've heard from other principals that said, we desperately need help in this area because our kids are missing out.
So it's interesting, because that's why I asked you to say more, because the larger resource is in creating an equity around, creating equity around what you just said. So a resource need is how do we create access to all schools to be able to have field trips, right? So that's a good example. Are there others along those lines? Because again, it goes back to, that's a problem that you want to be, like the board wants to be trying to solve for, right? We don't want to ever allow for some, you know, the haves and the have-nots, right? So you've identified a have-not situation. And like you said, you know, so some schools have PTAs and PTAs sponsor that, other schools may not have parents to have those resources, and that creates a disparity. Those are things that we shouldn't be allowing to happen, right? So that's a resource consideration. Are there others?
Well, I think another example of that is a really great resource that many of the schools have and others less, is that's the volunteers.
Yes.
Volunteers are hugely important because they can form relationships with the kids. It's beyond, they come in and they read to them and they do things like that, or they may do some coaching on different skills that have popped up that a child needs. But the biggest thing they do is they build relationships. And if you have an ongoing one, and some schools get a lot more volunteers to sign up than other schools do. And it's, how can you make that more equal? Because that's an important resource, and I don't think people always realize that. But I know that there are times that I really have felt that a volunteer and programs that we set up that allowed for one-on-one work made a difference in whether that child made it out of school that year. They really do make a difference. And there are schools that don't have any, and schools that have a lot. A lot of it's how much you go out and try and bring them in, but it's more than that, because, you know, you get caught up with economics and all the things that make it harder for a lot of parents to be able to come in.
And when they come, are we utilizing them in effective, meaningful ways? Are we engaging them, and are we fixing the relationships, right? Rebuilding relationships with parents who had their own experience was a very marginalized one, so they don't feel comfortable and welcome in our schools.
Yes.
Are there strategies that we need to be making district-wide so that all schools are engaging families in those meaningful ways so that families do feel welcome? Are there policies that currently exist that are not welcoming? Like, we're working with the district now who
we do, yeah.
we're talking about, like, family, because they have rules. This particular district has rules like, you know, parents can't, you know, silly, some of them are a little ridiculous, right? And parents drop off their kids, that they can't come on to like this far onto the school grounds, like wave from afar, like things like that. What messages are those things sending? And while they have real good rationale for why they did that, oh, we did that because we didn't want them in the bus lane and da 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 da. That's not what the family's hearing. You may have a perfectly legitimate logistical reason for those things. They're hearing, I'm not welcome there. And so then you want to turn around and ask for volunteers. Well, you won't let me drop off my kid and walk up to the front door. Why would I come volunteer, right?
Yeah.
So it's even like looking at, that's just an example of things to look at. Do we need to look at some of the existing practices? And then we need to resource provision for the things that we want to see happen.
And I think that speaks to culture too, because
Absolutely does.
you know, if the culture is not there that supports people wanting to volunteer, then that's not going to happen.
And that's
So-
why you have to be so careful when you start bringing volunteers in, that they don't find themselves, oh, the teacher is on a field trip, and nobody let the parent know, or the volunteers, not always parents, and they've come all the way in.
Right.
You know, there are things that you have to kind of look over and make sure that you're making it where they want to come in, and that they're appreciated.
Right, and I think that goes back to, again, one of the things you said, Mr. Jordan. If every school, every building, every classroom, people felt honored to go in there, even if my child was not attending that school, I would still go there and volunteer because I am invested in what happens in this school division.
There are plenty of
Absolutely.
volunteers that come in whose children are out of school or maybe didn't have children. There are lots of them, lots.
But are they dispersed?
Yeah, where
across
are we
the-
sending them? Are we
Yeah.
sending them to the shiny nickel school? Are we, you know what I
Well,
mean?
I think now there's a lot more safeguards. Before, it was, they just came into the school and we set them up, and sometimes it was in groups and other things. I think now there's another thing in the middle of all that maybe does, but I think that you might run into some trouble if you took parents out of the schools. They go in to help, and I think it's the same thing you say, so you need to come up with a way to balance it there. And you could be on the lookout for people who are volunteering, who don't have a child in other words. To me, that would be a way to start balancing it with people that were
It goes
volunteering.
back to communication. Are we communicating to our community about where we need them? Would they know if I'm a not having children in the school system, but I'm a community member that wants to be involved? How do I know where to go? How do I know who to ask? How do I know how to, you know what I mean? So I think that goes back to like, what's the strategy, right? How do we engage? Yeah. I saw your hand, then I saw your hands up.
Yeah, he could-
So what I want to tie back to the dashboard again, because I think there are personal anecdotes and then there's real live data. So to the extent that we are able to look at the items that we've identified as far as things we want to track from an equity standpoint, and being able to truly look at what's happening. Because I don't know if we always know. I sit on a local foundation board where we provide grants to serve children. It's designed to serve children, and we receive applications often from organizations that say they're going to School X in Norfolk doesn't have the money to provide transportation for the children to go to the park, and they're asking for a grant for us to help fund those children go to the park. And then every time that, when I see it, I'm like, well, how do I know that to be, can you go back and ask the grant, the person, the requester, to get something from the principal or somebody that says that's true? Because I think often, I want to try to figure if I can tie this to some culturally responsive or culturally affirming thing. I think I believe there is a culture of how do we prop up the inequitable structures and systems that exist, that we've created through a grant and volunteer system. So my child gets X, your child gets less than X, but we're going to tell your child in the school and the system there, y'all go fundraise, to try to make up the gap. And I think that's something we need to talk about. And then at the last training, when you all had us doing the exercises and we were having a conversation about leave things better than you found it, and we went around and talked about it. That conversation that we had at the last meeting about what excellence means is to me is important, because I think since we're in Black History Month, Carter G. Woodson said that if you control a person's thinking, they'll go to the back door automatically, and if there's not one, they will cut one for their benefit. Yet we will celebrate it. And so I think we need to make sure that we're not reinforcing a backdoor second-class system and then call it equity.
Yes.
Because I don't think it is. But those are the types of resources. We talk about resources and distribution and structures. I think we need to be able to see what truly exists in order to have a conversation about how do we get to where we say we want to be.
And are there existing data sources around some of those? Because there may be, but maybe that's not what you guys are tapping into, right? Interesting. I want to think some more about that too, but I think it's a very valid point as we think about resources and deficit thinking. That's
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then there's one, on the last area of the PELP is stakeholders, which kind of aligns to what we've been talking about, right? How do we meaningfully engage families? How do we meaningfully engage with volunteers? How do we, help them? How do they know that we need them? And then how do we build their capacity to do the things we're asking them to do? So here it says, does the strategy include plans to ensure that stakeholders, especially those from marginalized groups, have a voice in decision-making and are key participants and collaborators in shaping the organizational strategy? Are we tapping into those families that, we say, well, we know what's best for their kids, right? They're not available, they're working, several jobs, or we got this, right? And we're not getting voice from them. Second question is, to what extent are the voices and perspectives of the people experiencing the problem and situated farthest from opportunity involved in the problem-solving process? That requires intentional strategy. How are we going to engage the families who we've not been engaging, who are not at the table, who we've not given a seat, or when we've given them a seat, it's been a very perfunctory kind of thing. Okay, be seated, but we don't want to hear from you, right? So how do we give them a seat and a voice? And then does the strategy account for community engagement and partnerships that are active representation of equity concerns and the valuing of diversity within the community? So, think about how intentional those critical questions are, right? It requires us to come up with a strategy for engaging with the families we've not been engaging with. Sometimes that might mean it might look very different than what we've traditionally done. It might mean, some direct outreach and going out into their community instead of expecting them to come to us, right? All of these things are a big part of what the stakeholder piece looks like. Now, remember, going back to the beginning, we talked about how if we have a strategy and we don't consider each of these areas, that strategy is likely to be doomed. And this is the one I think that we do, not we, in general, I'm speaking. The stakeholder engagement, the internal and external stakeholder engagement piece is the one place that most divisions suffer, right? Because they'll have all these ideas and they'll have, have several initiatives, and we don't, as part of the forming of that initiative, go to parents and say, here's the role we need you to have in us being able to advance this. Here's why we're doing this. Here's what the data tells us. Here's how it will benefit your child, right? Here's how it will benefit all of our children. But that part's always missing. And there's like a collective of excuses, reasons, right, why we don't do that. We oftentimes, we think about second language learner families, they tend to have a great deal of trust for schools, and so their lack of engagement is perceived as,
Negative.
a negative, right? Mm-hmm. As a child of Haitian immigrants to this country, my parents were not going to parent-teacher conferences for a couple of reasons. They were working. They didn't speak English, right? They might have sent one of my older siblings or expected me to be the translator, you know what I'm saying? But they were very much involved and very much cared about my progress in schools, but they also trusted the school. So we need to be thinking about, like, okay, so knowing what we know about people from different cultures, how do we still engage them? How do we still have them, have a voice? How do we still provide them a seat at the table? All those things. There has to be a strategy for stakeholder engagement, particularly stakeholder engagement around marginalized families. There needs to be a strategy for that, and it needs to be tied to everything else that's happening in the district, right? So that's why that's one of the pieces of the pie. If we do all these other things and hope for it to impact the instructional core, but that strategy does not include very intentional ways about engaging our stakeholders, then we kind of get stuck in this loop of them not knowing what we're doing, them not trusting, right? Them forming their own narrative, because you better believe those same families are also not watching your board meetings. They're, you know what I mean? They're not engaging with the school. The school isn't trying to engage with them because they're a hard audience to reach. That requires being intentional and having strategy. Thoughts? Any other thoughts around? Yeah.
I do. I think that I would feel very comfortable in saying that I don't think it's probably very few committees, groups, whatever we're calling community engagement and partnerships, that mirror or reflect the demographics of the school system. And going back to what I was saying earlier, I think oftentimes in the so-called black portion of the city, we always, there's some historical pieces where to maintain Jim Crow and segregation and to keep people separate, whoever it was that was in charge would say, "Bring me your leader," and then the leader would speak for the group, because that way it maintained separateness and did not provide interactions amongst people. I think that Jim Crow mindset still exists in our culture. So if we're going to have a conversation about, one of those schools in one of those communities, we reach out to all the middlemen and women to come speak on behalf of the parents and children. Rarely do I think we are intentional enough about having those parents and those children at the table. And I think oftentimes it is either assumed, like you said earlier, that those parents aren't involved simply because they don't show up at a PTA meeting. They're probably more involved. There's research that shows that oftentimes the most affluent parents are the least engaged, and but there are other structures that prop that up. Whereas in the home, the ones that we think aren't engaged, they are engaged. They're just not engaged the way we think they should be engaged.
Right.
And so I think being able to have some of those conversations and being intentional about when we say we want to hear community voice, that we are committed and dedicated to, at bare minimum, try to have it be reflective of a school community or a district wide, and not just say it and stop and say, well, we reached out as best we could and we just got to go with what we have.
And I think we oftentimes confuse engagement and investment, because what you described, was basically your parents were invested in you, but outwardly it would seem like, oh, there's no engagement there. And that's one of the things that oftentimes happens with a lot of families. Assumptions are made. There's been such a narrative, or especially what I've heard around Latinx families, that they're working multiple jobs and they're doing all of these things. I'm not in your household. I don't know how many jobs you have. But the assumption is one that carries us to a place of decision-making and informs the way in which we see people, the ways in which we invite people into the conversation, to the extent that they are no longer even considered, because we're thinking, oh, they can't, without even asking anything about them. And so that whole narrative is created around a family or a group of people that may not even be true. So Something
just-
to, yeah.
I just did something the other day with a group of people. I'm looking at my phone because I have the questions here. Some of the questions that we asked around family, increasing family engagement was, are we effectively and meaningfully engaging all stakeholders to hear their needs and perspectives? Are we effectively working with our community collaboratively to meet the needs of the students we serve? Are stakeholders from different and racial ethnic groups, especially those most adversely affected, being informed, meaningfully involved, and authentically represented in the development of our strategies? What is the evidence of equitable support, treatment, and assistance given to our parents and students? And what existing practices are in place to support engagement among stakeholders? And that was actually a conversation I had with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board just last week, because we were talking about that very same thing about how do we engage. And so those were our critical discussion questions, which I can bring forward to us, right? But again, when you think about stakeholders, it's not just parent involvement, which we've moved away from that language to parent engagement, but what does engagement look like, and do we have a strategy for meaningful engagement? That book, Beyond the Bake Sale, speaks a lot about that, right? Like we need to move away from, we had an event, we had some food, and they got to come see their kids sing a song. They signed it on the sign-in sheet, and we considered that sign-in sheet, look, we had parent engagement, we had 12 people here, right? This is about, like, how do we truly make stakeholders a partner in this work? So think about it in that way, yeah.
Yeah, so I was, earlier when we were on systems, I was just thinking about, the systemic inequities that we have impact this. And speaking of, you talked about it a little bit, when you're, and we all individually, as an institution, as an organization, have to kind of look and see, well, how are we perpetuating these systems of inequity? And one thing I know, just, I think other districts are also, just as we try to tackle this safety and security issue, is that we find ourselves potentially leaving families where English is their second language out because of, background checks and things like that, where that is a barrier, that is a wall where they can't volunteer in the school building, and where we want them to feel engaged, but they don't feel engaged. And so how do we change that? I mean, and if you don't get them there, if you're saying, no, you're not welcome here, then how are you engaging them? How are we effectively engaging them in other ways?
Yes.
The other piece in stakeholders here is, where's our student engagement? They are a critical voice.
They're a stakeholder too, yeah.
In this piece, and just districts like ours, that have a student school board rep, I think everyone just, is trying to figure out how to best utilize that voice. But I think that we have to also prioritize how that voice is used. And as a board, we need to say, beyond that representative, how else do we capture student voice in our decision-making? And how do we put that into policy and practice? Like, every time we're making a decision, like, having student advisory councils in every school building. Like, those are just some things that I think we can say, these are things that we want to have. But when we're talking about community engagement, family engagement, but I want to bring light to and lift up the student voice piece.
It's on our action items list too. Perfect. Yeah.
I have a question about that. So when we get our surveys, Dr. Birdsong, do those also get sent to the students' emails or anything? Are they included in those?
The students are included in climate.
Well, in decision-making, so like the academic calendar, things like that. Okay, because I see that they're on.
You'll hear that tonight.
Okay, good, because I see that they're on like a selection, so it's like, are you a parent, employee, teacher, student, guardian, whatever, and so.
Yes,
absolutely. All right.
Yeah, and then to that point, it'll be, because I know when I ask my student, did you check your email? like, who does email anymore? You know? They're
Your
like,
teachers, so you better check it.
and I tell them, I was like, you need to check it because your teacher did. But I mean, that is, are we also using the tools that we know,
Digital native kids.
yeah, digital kids, and even we've been asked that, which I thought the division has done in the past. Like, do you prefer to receive your emails, you know, through email, or receive information, communication through email, text, you know, Facebook? How do you receive your information? And having an understanding of that before communicating out.
So it requires strategy.
It's
I mean,
a
that's
strategy,
what-
right.
That's where we're going with this.
And
Yep.
what you just said was important, I really think, too, because you said you better check your email, but that's not how they do it. So instead
know,
of,
I have to
instead of
tell
us
them.
saying,
Yeah.
you better check your email, because I do the same thing with my son. Some of his teachers communicate to him via text, you know, with remind me and remind and all of those things. He's much more likely to follow through with that than to check email, because that's not the way that they are being, you know, that's not the way they do things. So it's how we are taking into consideration them as stakeholders and making the adjustments that we have to make so that they are able to communicate in a way that's more meaningful for them.
You've probably seen this pestle model reference, and it's basically similar, right? It's thinking that it's when we make these decisions, when we develop a strategy, we have to think about the political factors, the economic factors, the social factors, the technology factors, like to your point now, legislative factors, and environmental factors. I raise this only because this pestle model is those outer rings of the PELP, right? So there's all kinds of they all have names, but they're all things the same thing, that we have to think about who's in and outside of the circles that we plan for, and then those external factors are the ones that are listed here that we also have to plan for. This happens to me every single time, even when I say, no, we're going to get through this stuff. Okay, it's almost 3:20. It is 3:20. And so there were two large things that I wanted to have happen in the last hour, and I don't have an hour left. So I want your thinking on where we should go next and how we use the remaining time. Two things. I wanted us to, so here, I was going to take us through a logic model where each of these areas we've just kind of deep dived into, and we were going to apply that to the first goal of the strategic plan. The other alternative, we can hold that until the next meeting, till March. I don't really want to, but if we have no choice, we can. But the other thing that I think is a little bit more pressing, and you tell me if you agree, is that I also wanted us to go through, hold on, let me back up. Let me tell you what we were going to do with it. We're going to go through this first strategy. So this is the first one, student excellence. The initiative that's in the strategic plan is to create authentic and culturally relevant learning experiences so that each student will be creative, collaborative, civic-minded, critical thinker with effective communication skills. The strategy in the strategic plan is ensure multi-level supports and evidence-based interventions are effectively and consistently implemented in every school to support each student's mastery of learning standards. And then if you look at the strategies column, there are two strategies in the strategic plan. One, provide resources. The second one, increase the focus on students being effective communicators and collaborators, et cetera. What we wanted to do, and what I intend for you all to do for every one of the strategic plan goals over time, not in one sitting, is to run that strategy through the logic model we've just gone through. So what do we need? What's our impact to the culture? What structures and systems need to be put in place for this to happen? What resources are necessary? How will we engage stakeholders in understanding it? And then what are the outcomes and measures, which are the KPIs that are in the strategic plan? So that's the work, right? That's the work that we would be doing, because I want you all to be always focused. Remember, the first norm is
Student excellence.
excellence, right? And so how do we ensure that as you are doing your work, when you're in, not just in governance training, between that as well, that you're always going to deep dive and focus on one of these. The benefit of this too is that it also helps us to identify what data we need, right? And so that was going to be the task. We wanted to model it with the first goal today and take our time with it, and then do that each time. We'd always build in one of the goals from the strategic plan, so we would always have a tracking of these areas for each of the goals. So that was our one of the tasks. The second task that I wanted to do in this last hour is, let me just jump through here, is I want us to, oops, Lord, now I start clicking and it just starts going crazy. The action items that I had on the list that I sent to you all when we had the norms, when they were still drafted, we need to go through these, add to whatever what other additional action items need to happen, and we need to assign them. Because, again, we're not waiting until just when we're here for governance training. These are things that should be happening throughout. So, in our last 40 minutes together, shall we tackle goal 1 of the strategic plan, or should we use that time to tackle the action items, which I think, some of them have priority, and then use the entire March meeting to get through a couple of the strategic plan goals? So I need your thoughts on how we best use our last 40 minutes together.
So how do we want to make the decision? By
Let them
consensus?
share their opinions first, and we can go from there.
I kind of like this.
Going through the actions items, the outstanding action items?
And then what, then we're going to have the names next to each one of who's doing it?
Yeah, and there may be things that are missing. I mean, even in our conversation today, right? I know there's some things here about the committee structures, but we need to get those things on paper. So tell me your thinking. Ms. Bassane, I see you're nodding. You say action items?
I feel like this
Okay.
needs to have some action.
Yeah.
So I'm torn.
Me too.
So one, I don't think we talk about spending 50% of our time on student outcomes and student excellence. If we spend 12 hours in a meeting a month, we might get 30 minutes. So, but I also think these things are important, but I think I'd like to try to step through the student
model.
excellence piece.
Buffalo? Let me just say this real quick before you respond, because what you could also do is, if we do the action items in our last, it'll probably be 30 minutes by the time we get to it, in the toolkit, you've got the blank template. I would love to have you all actually individually work through the goal 1, and then we come together and we're starting with it, with having, you all have had individual time. So there's ways we can kind of make sure that we're balancing it. Let me just get Ms. Buffalo first. What were you
I
gonna
was
say?
going to say that, then we can come back and kind of compare what we've done on the chart, and, because you said, 35 minutes? And I know that's going to take more discussion as we start to go through.
Yeah, I don't want to not do it with fidelity, so I think we can get through some of these action items in the 35 minutes. So, Dr. Martin, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this will be quicker. We can get through this.
The last time we had a group assignment, I don't think many people did it. I mean, let's
Now
just
you
be
guys are gonna
honest.
do your homework when I give you homework, right?
Right.
I think you'll be able to achieve this. It might take a shorter period of time, and that's not to say people shouldn't be doing their homework. I'm just talking about the reality of what has happened.
Okay. Ms. Campson, action items? I think we get them started. I mean, we might not get through them all, because there's like three or four slides of action items. But I feel like, we did take a lot of time getting to the place where we're like, now we can start digging in. So I would love to be able to start identifying some of the things, because between now and the time we're together again, whoever is assigned some of these things can be working on them. So we're gonna do action items? All right.
And
Wait, did Mr. Clanton say either way? Did you make a decision?
I'm fine either way.
my only thing is, I thought, I read through, I just saw board priorities, and I was hoping, because I feel like that needs to be a priority, so I didn't read the rest of that sentence.
Yeah, I mean, like, so what I did was,
So,
it's all of them. It's all the things that we keep saying, it's all the things we keep saying
Oh,
still
it
need
goes
to
on.
happen.
Oh,
It goes
okay.
on. Oh, yeah, it
Oh.
goes on.
Oh.
So that's why I wanted to at least start tackling some of these. Because I want some of the action to be taking place between now and March. And so,
Whatever it is, let's
Let me
start
just
doing it.
clarify. So we got action items, but we're talking about assigning people to begin work on it so we can come back and.
yes, these
So
are
I
things that
would-
need to be happening.
Yeah, so with that understanding and that one, then yes, I would say we need to go ahead and assign some people to it so we can then come back at least.
They could be moving.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're yeah. I mean, let's start it. Let's try to get through some of them. oftentimes, like, as I'm taking notes, and Ingrid's been typing too, some of these things you're referencing that are here, we just have to assign when do we want these things done by, and who's gonna take responsibility for them. I think it also kind of helps inform the whole, rather than have committees and task force, it's almost like, let's hear the actions that we're all responsible for to bring forward to the group for our next meeting. So, everybody clear? Let's just try to start getting a few of them done. All right, so the first one, let me go back. So the first one is.
Is that, and we don't have that in the toolkit, right? Because I didn't see it.
No, you don't have this.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
drop this whole deck in there, though.
All right.
Can we have the sheet to,
Yeah, she said we don't have it.
Yeah, so I'll drop, Ingrid's gonna take note, Ingrid has a blank, she's taking notes for us, and we'll drop in the populated one, so I just want you guys to think, don't have to write, just inform, and we'll be capturing it. And some of these we may not be able to do now. So, identifying SMART goals, developing the monitoring calendar aligned to the strategic plan, and then add the points of celebration, these are action items you gave us. I don't know that we're ready to develop a monitoring calendar, because we still have to have the conversation around right, so we can hold that one. Set and publish board priorities, we can't do that one yet either, right? Determine the process and a timeline for making requests for information and data. That's come up several times. Let's talk about that one real quick, right? So look at the bullets. These are things you said that I just put in the bullets. We talked about determine how data is going to be disseminated to all board members, how they'll be received, by when, from the time of request, et cetera. Make sure that all board members have access to information at the same time. That came up again today. Need to be explicit that access to information doesn't mean that questions can't be asked in the moment. Advanced questions may be used to inform decisions. Agenda format to include discuss versus decide with time allocated. In advance of public meetings, somebody said to clarify the time frame. Is it 5 to 10 days in advance, not 72-hour window? So the question here is, who wants to help? Who wants to be on a little team or whatever to determine the process and timeline for making these requests for information and data?
oh, so each of these items is going to be separate, we're going to pull each of these items out and assign them.
We can. The reason why I put those bullets underneath the determined process, because I think those are all things that came up in conversations.
That needed processes.
That need a process. Yes.
Volunteering.
Volunteering.
Great, add to myself. And I'm also, we can't have a process that, my belief, that includes what the administration has to do without some assignment from Dr.
I was thinking the
Birdsall.
same thing. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So you guys just did what I'm trying to do. And this is gonna help us move away from, not move away from, but for now, I don't think we need committees. We need to make sure that we're getting these tasks done. So we got 3 folks. You got them? You captured it? Okay. When do we wanna have this by?
Week.
When does that?
Next week.
Time we meet with this team, how about
I
that?
think
By
by the
March
time,
1st.
by March 1st, we can have it done before then.
Now, here's the thing. So we just decided who's gonna do these discussions, right? We have 3 people. We know you're gonna bring that to, you'll have it ready by next March. It's gonna be up to you, by March 1st. It's gonna be up to you all, set up time to meet, have a conversation about existing policy around, communication, et cetera, get the information you need, have some discussions, and then bring recommendations back to the larger group.
But not necessarily bringing it back on March 1st.
Right,
Just have that conversation. I just
It
wanted to
may,
make sure
it may
we're
be
clear
that
on
next week you all have a discussion with the rest of the team, but we just need to move to decision-making on this.
I was just gonna say, I feel like that one,
Say it again?
I feel like that one needs to be sooner than later, but,
Yeah.
Well, by when just means it's going to be done by when. It could start next week. It could start tomorrow. So by March 1st.
Those things.
We good with that one?
The other 3 of us.
We've got 3 folks,
Wait,
who are the 3 folks?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Clanton, Dr. Birdsong.
Oh, okay.
Okay? All right, I'm gonna keep going. We already said we're gonna hold on the first 2 because we're not ready for those. Next one was a process for being informed and invited to school events. There was a lot of conversation around, are we a distraction when we go to schools? How do we know what's happening in schools? There was some conversation around, I didn't know about that event on that Saturday. You knew about it. How'd you know? La, 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 right? So we need a process for that. Ms. Buffalo has just volunteered, and Ms. Campson is gonna join. See, I love it. Look at this. Look at y'all volunteering. This is what I wanted to see happen. Now, again, if the 2 of you are gonna be,
I'm not volunteering, but I'm making a suggestion under another slight bullet under that one, that also here are external partners. when it comes time for school activities or activities that occur with the school board, not feeling as though they're kept abreast or they're invited. And so I'm just throwing that out there to my colleagues about another, just as much as we do that, but also what are we doing to make sure our other stakeholders, external council, other folks are aware.
Trying to see if it comes up.
And that may come out in the discussion about how we do that.
So, okay, so I have here, identify, clarify the process for being informed. So I hear you saying like it's a two-way thing, right?
I'm a little, we're on the one.
The first one.
The first
On
one.
that first one, I'm just saying,
Yes,
it's our
so-
commitment to school visits, but then I'm almost like, when external, I'll use an example. So when a council member, or when there's things that are happening, I hear it sometimes, well, we used to get invited, we don't get invited, or, why aren't we? And I just think that if we set up what the expectation is and allow the administration to do it, we want these things to go out. These invitations should go out, graduation or whatever else down there.
I like the idea. I just see it separate, because I see the one that's up there now is really about our work as a board and how we engage with the school community. I see that a little differently than how we engage with external partners, even though I think both are important.
So even with that caveat, I hear what you're saying on that one. What about when we then say, hey, I want to take X, Y, and Z person to go to a school visit?
Well, that actually might be the second bullet, right? Because the second one is
I can't
develop a
see y'all.
board
I'm sorry,
engagement
I'm not
strategy that will allow, that we will all follow, and creating a process and pathway for gathering input. So that maybe as part of that board engagement strategy, it's also about how do we engage with our other stakeholders like city council, then maybe that's where it falls.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I could
Can't see it.
work on that.
Want to do that one?
Wait a minute,
All
we
right,
didn't
so let's-
finish with.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
clarify it. Let's finish clarifying it
Was
first.
that?
We're
or
still
did-
on the first.
Oh, no,
We
I
didn't
was
do a
talking about the
by-win.
second one.
You
But we
I'm
didn't do
sorry.
a by-win yet for the first one, so when is that?
And who else is doing it besides Ms.
Ms.
Buffalo?
Buffalo and Ms. Campson.
Ah, okay. By when? By when? When are you all gonna put your heads together and come up with this process?
Before March 1st.
Well, I'd like to do it like maybe sometime next week, but if that's,
The root, the nitty-gritty of it is the by-win is when you're gonna bring it back to this group. so we
oh,
can
that's
talk
what
about
you're
it.
Fleshed out something for the rest of
well, I
us to
think
react
March
to.
1st.
March 1st?
That's okay,
Okay.
yeah.
Absolutely.
March 1st, yeah. But then we do need to,
Right.
All right.
And then,
Heard Ms.
yeah, and then Ms. Bassane is gonna do
have
this,
a very
the,
busy life for you.
develop a board engagement strategy.
Eddie, man.
And I want to take into account what you all are saying, that board engagement strategy is engagement with not just staff, because I have here create a pathway for gathering input from staff, but it's also an engagement strategy for, to your point about student, city
Stakeholders,
council and those and others.
Consider internal, external
Well-
stakeholders.
Yeah.
That work?
I guess I was
Does that
to say
change?
with and students, but,
Well, yeah, well, absolutely, yeah.
and I wasn't thinking city
one
city
did you
council.
So
I just
internal and
said
external
council, but-
stakeholders, I can,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So I added a bullet, we're adding a bullet under that one to create a process pathway, but also internal and external engagement strategy.
Consider internal,
Which
external
number is that?
stakeholders.
That's the second
Okay.
row.
And we'll send these, we're gonna send you this. We're gonna drop all this.
That
You'll
would be
have,
a-
you'll
that
have.
would be a big help.
Yeah,
Is
don't
there
worry about
anyone
it.
else
So I
that's gonna
volunteer.
help with that one?
Oh, Mr. Clanton's just volunteered as well. Okay.
Campson and Buffalo have volunteered
That's
already.
the,
Which one do you want to, do you want to be on
I
this?
said the second.
Oh, you
the
want Ms.
light blue.
Bassane. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
those
board
two.
engagement strategy is Ms. Bassane and Mr. Clanton.
Is that the second one?
That's the second one.
Yeah.
By when?
Same thing. I guess everyone's committing that you will have these discussions and begin to have the dialogue by March 1st, well, before March 1st, and then March 1st, you'll be able to share out. So when we revisit on March 1st and we say where we are with these action items, you'll all be able to say, here's what we decided, and and ideally, when I do like my back-end communication to you all, I probably try to send you, make us a note, that we send you like a little sheet to populate that we can then share out with everybody. Make sense? So that way we're keeping everybody informed of what you all discussed. Because it may be that you say,
So it's some
we've been,
type of template you.
we're gonna create a template for you. It may be that, other questions come up as you're having your conversation about it, if something that we hadn't considered, and so you'll be able to kind of outline that. What you're bringing is nothing that's finalized, it's going to be things for the rest of the team to react to. So you're just being charged with thinking it through and moving it forward, so that we're not just holding on all these things until we all can do them. Okay. Ensure board priorities around compensation and establish tactics. So that came from a conversation we had on the norm about workforce. It was about, one of your priorities is making sure that people are appropriately compensated, and that you have an attracting and retaining strategy. Is that something you're ready to work on now, or that may be one that we have to hold on as well? Because we're trying to also prioritize as we have.
I think that goes with the board priority discussion.
Yeah, so let's
personally.
hold on that one too. All right, communication. Maintain a protocol of going through Dr. Birdsong for requests from cabinet. Chiefs will also go through Dr. Birdsong rather than make direct contact with members of the board. The reason why that's here, the two bullets are some notes that came up as a result of it, but we originally had that we needed a communication strategy to streamline requests from cabinet to board, vice versa. If those two bullets, as they are there, is enough for you all, I still feel like we need somebody who's gonna say, here's our board communication strategy around.
Yeah,
We have a policy.
Yeah, we got to.
Okay, so that one may be fine, okay.
We need to
So
update the policy.
highlight that one yellow, that one,
But there
that
may
one
be
has an
some
existing policy.
tactics could be added.
Which,
to it, so.
what are you talking about?
Communication, the main,
Or maybe it was a,
It's
maybe
a
it was a
board-
board norm. It used to be a norm.
Protocol,
oh,
Used
well, if
to
it
be a
was,
norm,
the protocol.
a protocol.
Long gone.
But I think
was
we
saying-
included it in our new.
I do too.
so it may not be necessary?
No, I think we need
It is
to
still
doing
necessary.
work.
talk about how we execute it.
Yeah,
Okay,
Having it on paper is one thing.
volunteers, please,
yeah.
volunteers?
Well, I think this was one of those where, if you recall, when we started off the training, we talked about working through some scenarios of how our current norms are working. And so maybe it's not necessarily a matter of somebody going back and working on it, but.
Dr. Birdsong and I can draw something up.
Okay, cool.
Okay. we're at that.
We got 2 volunteers for that one. Develop a template for talking points to be shared in one voice, we language. I actually, you know what, give that one to Inger and I. So we're gonna come up with, because we're gonna send you a template. We're gonna send you a template for how you kind of put down these activities. We'll also, because don't reinvent the wheel, there's templates out there. So we'll send you a template for that, okay? Actually, let's make us a note too. I actually want to give you, I'm gonna make a folder in the folder of templates. So drop the agenda template in there. We'll drop the kind of the plus delta template, and we'll do a template for talking points. So that, we took that one. Look, we're ticking through here. Okay, next one. Identify a clear process for being informed or invited to community events, and clarify expectations for attending events so as not to be a distraction. I think whoever is working on, I'm gonna go back to,
Myself and.
yes, it's, because it's aligned.
It
So,
is.
okay, so that goes back to the two of you.
That goes back to who?
Miss Buffalo
Campson.
and Miss Campson. Right, because they're talking about, basically the process for engaging with the board, so now we're talking about how to ensure that you all are going to events, et cetera. So that's aligned. And I think the next one too, because that's same part of that same discussion.
It is.
Identify and clarify the process for reaching board members. So we'll give that to you as well. Some of these are easily grouped together, so it's working out nicely. Okay. Who do we, oh, wait, maybe we hadn't this one yet. Create a process or a pathway for gathering input from community. So calendar of listening and learning sessions, and the second one too, after that one, establish a community engagement strategy, which I think goes first, right? You have a strategy, and you think about like what's gonna be the calendar for our listening and learning, and how are we gonna do this? Is it gonna be by board members, or, or jointly, et cetera, et cetera?
So I just want to throw it out there, because I know that we have a community engagement staff member. I'm thinking how much of that really dovetails into that overall structure for the event, for the division, and where the board fits into that.
So
And maybe there's
whoever-
an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, maybe it's a conversation with that
That
person.
person,
Yeah.
exactly.
Once we have 2 people, or 1 person who says, I'm gonna take that on, then the way in which you do it, I think, is up to you, as long as that's communicated to your team.
And what I want you all to be thinking about is, as you are tasked with these different things, you got to go back through that PELT model and say, who do I need to talk to, right? So it may be, who internally do we need to speak to around, what are our existing strategies around engagement? How do we how do we create another piece of that that's around engagement with the board, et cetera. So you're volunteering? Your hands up for volunteering?
No, well,
I'm volunteering.
Ooh,
No,
we tried to
I know.
slip out of that
no,
fast.
but one, we can't forget about Dr. Gabriel, but two, I just wanted to go back to the comment that was made. I would like to recommend that we do not involve staff in any of this initial work. Because if on the one hand, we're saying we're trying to establish this process through, whatever our process is, I think if we pull staff members into this board work at this point in time, that concerns me. So I think if as a board we want to talk about how we want to achieve engaging the community from a board perspective, then at some point I could see us sharing that with the staff and giving staff
Well,
to.
that's the
I
Pelt model, what you
agree.
just said, who needs to be involved. It
Yeah,
doesn't-
but no, it's not, so I think it's both of you. I think both, it's a both and, right? Because I see what you're saying, that we don't want to be getting, like, for example, Dr. Birdsong's cabinet involved in it. That's not what we're saying. But I think that going in to inform the decision you're going to make might require you to talk to some people, might require you to see, well, what are we currently doing? Or what's the existing family engagement strategy from that office? That I think you can do to help inform this, so we know what's already in the works. So I think not necessarily having them join your team or join the little group. It's really about, like, who do we need to talk to? How do we, is there information out that we need to also take a look at before we move on this?
And again, I think it's how it's communicated. If you say, as a board, we're trying to do this, we're not asking for you to make a decision, we're just trying to gather more information so that our decision or the actions that we take can be inclusive. So I think that that's an important piece to do as well.
So just for clarity, this is not board community engagement strategy. This is division community engagement strategy.
No, it's actually board, but I think what he's saying is we also want to look at what's the existing district-wide, the division-wide strategy, because we want to be in line with that, right? We're trying to create coherence, not create another silo. Or create if you want to communicate with everybody else, you got to use this, but to communicate with the board, you got to go this route. Let's look at what are the existing systems and see if we can capitalize on those. So we don't want to be creating silos in this. We don't want to create a board and everybody else silo. We want to look at how do we, again, operationalize and create some efficiencies. So in this case, it's really as simply as going back and looking at, was there already a policy around family engagement? Where does it need tweaking? Who do we need to talk to? And then we can make recommendations based on that. So.
So let me just,
So are we back on the one that we're working on right now?
Come on. Now I'm on the
Because you were just
crazy-
talking about engagement.
No, it's
so-
just the example. So we're talking about,
I'm talking about community
the,
engagement
Create a process
strategy.
path.
Yes,
That's
creating an
number
engagement strategy.
4. So I want to take a leap out there. I would definitely like to work in that lane, but I'd also like to nominate my colleague who's not here, but I think that that's one of the things that she's passionate about as well, Dr. Gabriel.
that she'd watch, and I'm sure she'll be fine with it, so.
so we're adding Dr. So just to make sure we're all clear, the third one, which is create,
Fourth one, establish a community
Establish.
engagement strategy.
okay, so the third one is who?
I think that was. one of
They're
the-
together, we're putting them together, because if
Okay,
you
so
if
that's
develop,
what I'm
establishing a
talking about.
community engagement strategy, you're also creating a process and pathway for getting input from the community and that kind of thing, having a calendar, all those, these are, like, again, these were all things you told us, we just added them down. So those two could be combined, and we're saying it's Mr. Clinton and Dr. Gabriel.
Got it.
Develop a written and published protocol or hierarchy for sharing concerns before coming to the board and superintendent. Buffalo, loving the hands going up, everybody volunteering. Anybody want to join Miss Buffalo on that?
I will.
Hampson. Better utilizing the school board member to gather student voice. You got 3 hands.
All right.
Last time we were here, you said there's already an existing policy.
Correct.
So, yeah, when you guys have that conversation, it's, okay, what's the policy? How can we enact the policy better? What do our 2 student members of the board need, right? What are the resources, what training, et cetera, et cetera? But yes, we do need somebody to talk about that. You got them all?
I was typing, so I missed the third hand. I have
Dr.
Ms.
Martin.
Bassing, Dr. Martin.
And Mr. Jordan.
We just have to notice
Well,
when
I
we
have
meet.
my hand
That's
too,
it.
yeah.
You have to notice it.
But, so clarifying question then. So I guess when I raised my hand for the board engagement, the number 2, which was broad, I was including student board rep as, in my mind.
Okay. Well,
So
that's
I
good.
don't
You got 'em
know,
together.
you know. Huh?
Now it's 4 of you.
No, I'm not trying to make that a
No, no,
big-
no, I see what you're saying. You're saying that, like, there's some synergies between the two. And by the way, you might find that to be the case. Like, you might say, oh, I volunteer with such and such, but I know that Adele is working on X, Y, Z. Let me talk to her as well, because what she's doing may inform this piece. So when you're talking about developing a strategy for the board, a communication strategy for the board, you're saying that the student is also a member of the board. This one here is,
See, and that's where I think we need, I'm not developing a communication strategy. I'm talking about, just
I think it was engagement strategy.
board
right?
engagement,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I know you're saying,
Folders.
Yes.
So I was including students in my mind as,
yeah.
yeah.
And I think there needs to be a specific strategy around how to utilize the student members of the board
Absolutely.
as part of that.
Yes.
So you're assigned to both of these. So that makes sense, right?
Or can collaborate, since there were so many hands on that last one.
Yeah, well.
It was basically a whole board.
Yeah. There's a lot of points of collaboration for that one, so.
Yeah.
My hand was the highest though, wasn't it?
Yeah, 'cause your name's on there. Okay, and then,
be gone.
next one is agenda planning and development will be collaborative, allow for appropriate time and task. Need to decide on a process for what goes in the parking lot, filter whether it goes along with student outcomes, board priorities, et cetera. Does it go to another next meeting? Capturing action items, so we got hands.
But there'll be a meeting, but I mean,
How about the chair and the vice chair work together?
I do think that it should be chair and vice chair. I was actually gonna say that, so, okay. All right, got that. And then, Ms. Jordan's hand's gonna go up for this one. So, this last one was need to clarify the role of the attorney beyond consent or advise. Say it again?
I had to chuckle at what you said.
No, yeah, well, because this was your item. The role need to be clarified. Do we have a policy for it? Do we need a policy for it? Someone said there isn't currently any documentation that specifies or clarifies, and then look at surrounding board policy practices around the way they use the attorney.
Yeah.
So I know you want this, we're gonna put Mr.
I've already
Jordan on
put one
that
up, that one.
with, okay, we got 4 people. Jordan, Clanton, Buffalo, anybody else? All right. So,
Can I ask a question on that one?
absolutely.
Since we do have 3, Dr. Birdsong, do you want to join us on that?
I'm happy to. But I'm thinking this is more around your work, not around the administration's work, right? That's what I thought I heard you talk about, but please clarify, Mr. Jordan.
I just want to know if you want to join in the conversation. That's all.
I'm happy to join in.
I mean,
I'm happy to join in.
yeah, I mean, you can,
I see it as
you can,
governance team.
you can decide if,
I'm happy
Pardon
to
me?
join in.
I see it as governance teamwork, and I mean, that includes the superintendent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the other thing about each of these, you're not going off and making decisions and coming back and saying,
Right.
here's what we're doing. Right. You're getting more information and you're bringing a recommendation forward. All of these are gonna be whole group discussion at some point.
right, or at minimum, for us to be able to meet with you so you can share your perspective of how things currently operate, so we don't do it in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean,
happy
I
to
can see
do
you
that.
bringing it back to her and saying, hey, here's what the surrounding districts are doing, here's what we could tweak our existing policy, what are your thoughts? Like, that's how that should go. All right, so you got them all, right? Okay, excellent. So we
Double saving it.
accomplished,
Now, before you move on, can you just kind of go back and can you tell us how many folks have signed up for what?
oh, you wanna go
You
back?
know,
to
how equitably distributed are we?
Well, if you didn't raise your hand,
I don't see Gabriel on anything.
Well, we
I'm-
put
I mean,
Gabriel
Noel's only
one.
on one, I put her on.
And
Actually, I think she might be on 2.
she might be on
Just to
two.
make sure we're getting
Oh, she's on 1, yeah.
voice.
It's the only one that I spoke up for.
That was
Yeah, I
number
know.
7.
And we can also allow her to chime in when she gets a chance to take a look at it. I'm sure she will volunteer to be on one as well, so. But, again, so everyone has to do their task
Yeah, you gotta do
by
your
March
task.
1st. You are not making decisions, you're bringing recommendations, right, for the larger group discussion. We will build it into the agenda for March that everyone's gonna kind of share out on these things. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We have 10 more minutes or so. One of the things that I want us to do, and I want it to become standard practice for, not even when it's just us here, is to always check in on whether or not we are living our norms. So we want to just do a quick plus delta. How do we successfully live out our norms in this meeting? Right, so we're going to hold each other accountable. Did we live out our norms in this meeting? What did we do well? And where do we have room for improvement? So I want you to take a second. Do you have sticky notes? Do you have sticky notes?
Sticky notes.
Sticky notes? We have sticky notes for everybody?
Post-its.
Everything's on top of that.
I don't know where it is, but I got some, if y'all want some.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot.
Where did you get that?
It's my rolling off.
Ah, okay. All right, everybody take a few minutes.
Would you like some of this buffalo? I got some of these.
I'll bring them
I know you
some.
got 'em.
Everybody take a few minutes.
Think you got enough there?
To jot down,
But you might like these
What you
green
think?
ones.
you know, how you lived out,
pink and green?
you know, how did you live out the norms?
Transition.
What was done well, and
Oh, yeah,
where
of
there's
course,
still
of
room
course.
for growth and improvement.
And you're talking about
wanted
the
pink.
meeting specifically?
I knew, I was like, oh, wait, let me give her this.
Thank you, ma'am.
You got some? All right, so go ahead and start listing one per note, one per sticky note. And we'll collect them in a few minutes.
And repeat the
One per
the
sticky note.
categories again?
How do we
Oh, never mind, I
Yeah.
see the right up there
Oh,
now.
question.
That's very
How do we live
helpful.
out our norms, yes, and you
I'm
can put
very
like one-
visual, so
you put
saying
one
it-
per sticky note, what do we do well, and where do we have room for improvement? Now, the thing about the room for improvement, I don't want you to say, we need to, like, or it was cold. You know, we need to say something like, frame it as an action, as an upgrade, right, with the verb. So, we need to be more intentional about being focused, whatever the case is. So you're writing that as an upgrade. So where do we have room for improvement? You're writing what that would look like as the upgraded behavior. That make sense? Okay. Take a few minutes of quiet time and jot down, and then we'll discuss.
What did we do well? Improvement. This is showing it all.
Supposed to put them up somewhere? Or you can collect them?
gonna start collecting them from you. So the first one, the first question I asked is, how did we successfully live out our norms in today's session? So call them out and then hand them to me. You can like read it aloud, and then you can hand it off. Let me know when you're ready. Okay.
Every voice heard, respect shown.
Locked into each one.
Every voice heard and respect was shown.
I put group collaboration.
Through collaboration, I witnessed that as well.
Here's mine. By showing up and actively participating, contributing to discussions.
Absolutely.
We focused on continuous improvement for our school
Yes.
division.
Going. You can read it out. I'll come and get it.
Better focus on students during discussions. Good interaction.
Yeah, we were very focused on our commitment to talking about student excellence, I think came up.
I said, we kept things moving, provided room for all voices to be heard.
All right. Better focus on students, kept it moving, provided all opportunities for voices to be heard.
Oh, we on number 2?
No, we're still on the first one.
Oh, I gave you my first one.
Okay.
Oh.
I just went back and put your name in.
Oh, I didn't,
Any others?
just do more than that?
Any others? Okay. Next question, what did we do well? We can keep going.
Oh,
What
that
did we
was
do
in
well?
my last one.
Oh, that's what
Obviously didn't
taking-
get, I thought we were
I
just,
combined mine then.
It's all right.
I just says taking steps to improve processes for accountability. Yeah,
Accountability,
yeah, shared respect.
showing respect, which is important, right?
Yes.
Share our stories and voices. Took some ownership.
This is
I
number
gave
2.
you mine.
I have provided meaningful and substantive feedback, valued the contributions of colleagues.
Excellent.
These improvements.
No, not yet. This is what we did well still. We're focusing on the positive, and what we did well.
okay.
All right, where do we have room for improvement? Phrased as an upgrade with an action, so it starts with a verb.
Are you going around the room, or we just?
Oh, what did we do? Improvement.
Will you repeat that? You said you added some verb.
Start with a verb, yeah. So
Action
like the
oriented.
upgraded action. So where we have room for improvement, rather than just say, we should do better at, you're phrasing it as the behavior we want to see.
Oh. Start with a verb.
You can.
Well, I said B. Mine starts with B.
Go for it.
Be more focused on strategies to improve student experience and
That's
outcomes.
an upgrade.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Strengthen our ability to be more student-centered
Strengthen our ability to be more student-centered, okay.
and build our board efficacy and accountability. And we have room for improvement in how we respond to one another in person, in-person interactions and written correspondence.
Group.
Type it all up and send it to me.
It's nice. That's the last part I was doing.
She
There were
said,
three-
we'll read it again. We
three
have room for
bullets.
improvement in
Three
how we
bullets.
Respond to one another in person, in our in-person
In
interaction.
person,
And with our correspondence, and then we need to strengthen our ability, right, to be more student-centered, and need to build our board efficacy and accountability. Got it. You know what?
Have all 8 being present for full meeting. Eat before the meeting. Be more student outcomes focused.
Got it.
We were hungry.
Mr. Jordan, I missed the first part of, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
all 8 of us
Presence
being, all
For the
being
full
present.
meeting,
Oh, okay,
eat before the meeting,
okay,
and be more student outcomes focused.
okay.
Keep going, I'm listening.
Continue to provide a safe space for discussions about crucial conversations.
One, that's a really good one.
Stay focused on the goals, no cheap shots.
Stay focused on the goals, no cheap shots, what you got here?
Improve internal communication amongst governance members to ensure that we're on the same page.
Are there others? So this is what we're gonna be doing, and this is what I encourage you all to do at every meeting as well, is to always do this quick accountability check, right? And if things happen in the moment, in the room, this is where you would address them, right? So we don't have that much time, but you said no cheap shots, right? which means that there was probably a cheap shot that was
A couple.
in the room, right? The person who did it may not even be aware that they did it. So you all have a responsibility as colleagues to address it. So while we don't have, our time is limited now, but if somebody were to put up no cheap shots, that's a follow-up conversation, right? If we're holding each other accountable to the behaviors that we're saying that we want to hold each other to in terms of our norms, somebody in this room feels like they were slighted in some way. There needs to be a follow-up discussion. As adults, I'm putting that responsibility on you all. So I think that since you're the person that raised it, we need to have that conversation. Right, and then you put it down. We don't carry it forward. We don't stay mad that there was a cheap shot that was done at the February 1st meeting. Again, if said cheap shot is not even made aware of by the person who made it, then how can they be held accountable for not doing it again? They don't know they did it. So you have a follow-up conversation to have.
That's a real stretch.
And when it's shared, don't be offended.
Yeah, right? Any thoughts? Any other thoughts as we close?
When will we get our sheets for starting the little,
That down for us to follow up on by the 10th, which is
That
next
work
week.
next
I'm
week?
sorry.
Next Friday, the 10th?
Yeah,
The
okay,
template,
that's
or
fine
do
with
you-
me. just to have them, and that gives us
Yeah, I
plenty
mean, you're
of
gonna
time.
have the deck and the notes, we're gonna get that to you, you'll have that in a couple of days. And then we're gonna drop in the sheet you just had of who signed up for what, you'll have that, we'll drop that in the toolkit too, so you'll be able to still have your discussion with the person you're paired with.
Okay.
Alright. So, the only other thing that I want to leave you with is a couple things. Our next steps look like, I keep clicking on my thing. We're going to continue to establish this board-level governing strategic plan monitoring. We're going to establish and communicate those priorities. We have to get tight on those priorities, revise the vision and mission, that's going to come later, and develop that theory of action. So these are continuing, we're moving towards that. In our next meeting, what we've already decided is that you're gonna come prepared to share the action items that you were assigned, so we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do what we weren't able to accomplish today, which is to start with goal 1 and go from there. That's our March 1st agenda. Anything else I need to add to the March 1st agenda? No, it's gonna be a lot, and we're gonna get through it. All right.
Maybe.
Well, thank you all so much for your time and for leaning in and just for continuing to do this work. I see a difference, and hopefully you all see a difference too. You are not the same board you were last July. Do you all agree with that?
It's just a good thing since I wasn't here.
We're here. Do you not see the growth of this board?
Yes.
I see it, and so you should be commended for that. So thank you all so much for your time. I know you have more meeting to do, so we will
Yeah.
get out of your way. Y'all want to call the meeting?
Thank you very much, and safe travels home
Thank you.
or to your next destination. I'd like to take 5 minutes.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Transition out here, too.
Yes, we do.
Thank
So,
you.
at 4:11.
Thank you.
Sorry. All right. I'm calling the work session, it's really loud, the work session for February 1st, 2023 to order. Ms. Tanner, please call the roll.
Basine?
Yeah.
Here. Sampson?
Here.
Clanton?
Present.
Jordan?
Here.
Buffalo?
Here.
Martin?
Present. All right, well, welcome, Team NPS and community members, and hopefully some teachers and other staff of our schools. We're going to start off with Mr. Jenkins. Let's see. Our school board, our superintendent's fiscal year 24 proposed operating budget.
And Mr.
Please begin
Jenkins,
when
make
you're
sure
ready.
your remote control is on. Make sure, right there, make sure it's on. Okay.
It is, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Martin, Vice Chair Buffalo, Dr. Birdsong, and members of the school board. Today we will talk about the the operating budget for the year starting fiscal, July 1st, 2023. Sorry for the stumbling. While Dr. Birdsong and I will speak about our plans for the coming year, the work of developing the budget included the staff from throughout the division whose efforts were guided by the recently adopted strategic plan. Before I start, I do want to recognize and thank our budget director, Dwight Duran. Dwight has been with us since March. What you see is largely his work, and he's been essential in developing our budget, so thank you very much, Dwight. I expect you're aware of an error in the budget. There have been news reports, you might have heard one or two, about information disseminated by the Virginia Department of Education. We learned of this error on Friday afternoon as we were finishing the final budget and posting it. Actually, Dwight was posting it to the board stock and getting it to the printer. So the document that you see has not been changed for anything that's related to that error. We will talk more about that towards the end of our presentation, but we will, at this point, we will go through Dr. Birdsong's budget as it's been proposed and as you've received, and we will talk more about it and discuss the implications and how we might correct the issue. So, topics for discussion today are the NPS strategic plan you recently adopted, so not be a surprise to you. We will talk some about the budget process and also about the fiscal 23 budget. That's the year we're in now, sort of a recap of where we are. We'll also talk about student enrollments and trends and projections, both the fall and the average daily membership. Dr. Birdsong will then talk about funding priorities for the coming year and very specifics in our budget. Finally, we will talk about next steps and, of course, that Virginia Department of Education issue. Went the wrong way, sorry. Okay, our strategic plan, there are 5 strands to our plan. Again, you are familiar with these. These are the strands which affected or drove our budget deliberations. Student excellence, creating authentic and quality instruction for all students. Workforce development, making sure that we're able to recruit, retain, and develop talent so that we have staff to provide services to students. That we distribute resources in an equitable fashion across the entire district in a manner that promotes equity and excellence. We want to sustain community connections, ties, and support from our community, and we want to provide safe climates, safe buildings for our staff, students, and visitors. So these underlie our budget recommendations. The budget process starts in October. Actually, a little before that, Dwight's team actually comes up with budget instructions. Those are sent to all departments, asking for them to identify their needs for the coming year. Departments prepare that. And we also, in the October-November timeframe, actually, Dwight met with school principals to talk about their requirements. In November, we received back the department budgets. They went to the budget office for review. We talked with the department directors to make sure that we understood the request, and also to the department chiefs or division chiefs. In December, you held a public hearing. I don't believe there were any speakers, but we held one. The governor released amendments to the biennial budget. This is the second year of the biennial that we're working on at the state level, so these were amendments, not the entire budget. Within the division, we held meetings with department heads to review budgets. In the month of January, most of the work was done between Dr. Birdsong and the immediate staff to prioritize requests so that we could indicate what could go in the budget. Of course, we had constraints based on the amount of resources. There would have been more things in the budget, but resources are what they are. So going forward, this is February. We're talking to you about the budget, and again, Dr. Birdsong will provide more specifics. During this month, the House and the Senate at the General Assembly are discussing budget amendments, and they have received, again, the governor's recommendations as far as amendments. I suspect the two houses will come up with two separate bills, and one will not look exactly like the other. So there will be a resolution committee which will reconcile the two budgets so that a joint budget can be approved or voted on by both houses. So all of that in February and probably early March for a General Assembly. On March 1st, we've suggested that you hold a public hearing. That is that your work session is scheduled for that date. Your next business meeting would be March, when I say the next one in March would be March 15th. So we have suggested that you adopt your budget then with or without amendments. We will send those to the city manager and city council. They are due April 1st. During the month of May, it is in council's arena mostly. At that point, the council will make appropriations. If these are different from what you've recommended in your budget proposal to council, then you will need to reconcile those differences and adopt a final version of the budget. The fiscal 24 budget that we are proposing to you include four funds. The general fund, that's $401 million. This is up from $383 million in the current year. School nutrition fund, it's $24 million. That's $1 million more than the $23 million in the current budget. Grants and special programs for next year, $42,615,000. That's up from down from $47 million. There were some ESSER funds in the 2023 budget, and that's the last year of those ESSER funds, so that's the reason that's down. The capital fund is currently $42 million. Next year, $26,891,000. And again, there were some special items in the capital budget that were in 23 that aren't in 24. We will talk more specifically on the details of that later. Student enrollment projections. This is a chart or a graph of student enrollment since 2011 up to 2024. You see a rather steady and consistent decline in membership throughout the 13 years we have here. Our current membership, on average, we're averaging we're expecting to average in the current year 25,553 students. This is down a couple hundred students from last year. Next year, we're projecting that it will go down, our average daily membership would go down to 26,063. So that's down almost 500. The fall membership also declines. These are the two. Our funding from the state is based on average daily membership, and as we monitor our budget, our first point of reference is the fall membership. The 24 budget kind of pie chart shows you how we're funded. You can see most of our funding comes from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Makes up 59.6% of our budget, $239.6 million next year. This is up from 226.6, so up about $13 million from the current year. And again, that's before some adjustments that we will talk to you about. City of Norfolk funding, $152 million, makes up 38.1% of the budget. That leaves just 2.5% from federal and other local sources. So the lion's share of our budget is from two sources, the state of Virginia and the city of Norfolk. Dr. Birdsong, you're on. Do you have?
Going to click for me.
Okay.
Except she disappeared, so you can click for me until she gets back.
Sure. Be happy to.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Chair Martin, Vice Chair Buffalo, members of the school board, staff, and members of our community. Before I begin this afternoon, let me say that there's always a little deja vu in the presentation of an annual operating budget because, as a matter of course, it builds upon the prior year's investments. Yet each new budget is also unique because it brings new plans to the table in the name of progress. And I believe you will find this proposal that I'm about to share with you to be an artful combination of those two approaches. Again, here's a little more deja vu. When I presented my budget proposal to you last year, I shared with you a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. as follows: "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of education." This year, I will reemploy another quote that I believe focuses upon the value of education. Frederick Douglass asserted that it is easier to build strong children than it is to fix broken men. As a longtime educator, I strongly support Douglass's assertion. As such, I am proposing an operating budget to you that I believe will continue our undying commitment to providing a strong foundation for our children so that they are equipped with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to succeed beyond the walls of Norfolk Public Schools. This spending plan makes it extremely apparent what the administration of Norfolk Public Schools values. During the month of June last school year, and I believe it was September, we talked about it in June, but during September, when the board approved the school division strategic plan entitled Continuing the Drive, we were gifted with a roadmap. And as you're aware, our destination is equity and excellence for all. The priorities of this proposal are in alignment with that aim. These priorities include compensation, employee recruitment and retention, safety and security, building maintenance and repairs, and additional resources for our schools and our students. I will chronicle how we intend to move forward in each of the 5 areas of priority, but first I would like to address what is perhaps the major underlying theme of this budget proposal, one that especially resonates within the first 2 priorities. Priority 1, compensation, and priority 2, employee recruitment and retention. In fact, the subtitle of this presentation could very well be The Transformative Power of Teachers. I truly believe that providing to you some research regarding K-12 education, or perhaps what an effective mathematics teacher might expect, Mr. Jordan, and that is the need to show my work, you will have a better understanding of the foundation on which this proposal was developed. The slide that you're currently viewing displays some key findings from my readings. Take a moment, please, to review them. And as you can see, the research makes it extremely clear. Having a high-quality teacher in every classroom is the linchpin strategy on how to best serve our children. Throughout the 3.5 years that I've served as your division superintendent, we have worked together in our efforts to be purposeful about improving the compensation and the recruitment and retention of our teachers. Yet, as we all know, we still have more work to do as it relates to these 2 critical areas. Additionally, we all know that without a shadow of a doubt, the single most effective strategy for division-wide school improvement is putting a high-quality teacher in every classroom. And unfortunately, that is becoming more and more challenging to accomplish. The next 3 slides provide tremendous evidence to support that assertion. This slide displays an excerpt from a report the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, or JLARC, delivered to Governor Glenn Youngkin and the Virginia General Assembly this past November. That study found that during the 2021-2022 school year, the number of teachers leaving the profession statewide rose by 12% from the pre-pandemic annual average. Certainly, that's concerning on its own. However, there are data that are even more concerning than that. During last school year, the number of newly licensed teachers in the Commonwealth of Virginia fell 15% below the pre-pandemic annual average. So I need to repeat that so you will listen intently to the rest of this proposal. During last school year, the number of newly licensed teachers in Virginia fell 15% below the pre-pandemic annual average. I have used this analogy before several times, and it bears repeating. We are no longer fishing in the ocean to secure new talent. We are fishing in a pond with aggressive competition across the region, the state, and the nation. The second data point was revealed in a study conducted by the University of Virginia School of Education and Human Development on teacher and leader recruitment in Virginia. That study analyzed data from the Virginia Department of Education and subsequently identified 20 school divisions with the largest percentage of teacher vacancies. Regrettably, from the Hampton Roads or Tidewater region, Portsmouth, Norfolk, Newport News, and Suffolk made that list. It is notable that neither Virginia Beach or Chesapeake is on the top 20 list. I believe this primarily speaks to their financial ability to compensate their teachers. Another interesting note of observation is that cities within the region who have the highest vacancy rates also serve families with higher levels of poverty. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, Virginia Beach's poverty rate is 7.8%, and Chesapeake's poverty rate is 8%, while in comparison, Norfolk's is 17.4%, and Portsmouth's is 17.2%. There's no doubt that living within poverty can significantly impact students' level of achievement, and teachers feel those challenges in the classroom. However, I also need to make it extremely clear that just because children live in poverty does not mean they are not academically gifted or have the ability or the potential to achieve at high levels in school. Our brilliant children, they demonstrate that each and every day. It just means that there will be challenges that they have to overcome in the classroom, and effective teachers know how to help our children overcome these challenges. And again, our talented teachers, they demonstrate that each and every day. Take another moment to review this slide. Again, these data were provided by the Virginia Department of Education and published by the University of Virginia. This chronicles the teacher vacancy rates by subject area in low poverty, medium poverty, and high poverty schools. Note that high poverty schools experience the highest vacancy rates statewide in every single subject area. I know that was a lot of data to share with you, but it underscores the fact that the need to be competitive in the area of compensation and recruitment and retention is paramount. So at this time, I'd like to share with you what I am proposing for your consideration for the operating budget for fiscal year 2024. On the compensation front, I am recommending increasing teacher starting pay from $49,500 to $53,000. This represents an increase of 7.7%. For current 10-month teachers, the recommendation is to increase salaries by $4,000. This raise includes a step increase and a significant additional cost of living adjustment. 11-month and 12-month teachers would see their pay increase proportionately by $4,400 and $4,800 respectively. So to be clear, proposed raises for teachers would include a one-step advancement on the teacher salary scale and a significant additional cost of living adjustment. Overall, this increase is equivalent to an average raise of almost 7% at 6.91%. Additionally, I'm also pleased to note that this budget proposal contains some significant salary improvements for our classified employees and administrative staff. In the area of classified salaries, Norfolk Public Schools is on target for meeting Virginia's new minimum wage requirement of $13.50 effective January 2025. To move us forward or toward that goal, our proposal contains an increase in the minimum hourly starting rate for classified employees from $12.05 to $13.35. This change will include part-time classified employees as well. Overall, proposed increases for classified staff would include a one-step advancement on the classified salary scale and a significant additional cost of living adjustment, which is equivalent to an average raise of almost 7%, averaging 6.91%. This proposed salary increase represents the same percentage increase proposed for our teachers. As it relates to our administrators, 12-month administrators are recommended to receive a $4,800 pay increase, and 11-month administrators a $4,400 pay increase. These raises include an advancement of one step on the administrative salary scale and an additional adjustment, significant adjustment as it relates to cost of living. The overall average increase for administrators is proposed at 5.1%. Continuing in the area of compensation, note that within Governor Youngkin's budget, he has included a 1% bonus for division-wide staff with SOQ-funded positions who are contracted during fiscal year 23 and return for employment within the same school division for fiscal year 24. The administration recommends the payment of this bonus during August of next school year to eligible staff in both SOQ and non-SOQ funded positions who return for school year 24. And besides competitive salaries, employees should also expect a robust health insurance plan. Norfolk Public Schools has long provided this benefit, and I'm extremely excited to share that there will be no increase in health insurance premiums for employees during the 2024 calendar year. Again, I repeat, there will be no increase in health insurance premiums for our employees for calendar year 2024. Our employees' proposed raises will not be impacted by the increase in health insurance premiums. I will now move on to priority 2, employee recruitment and retention. And before I begin to review the individual strategies listed on this slide, I'd like to inform you that our human resources staff has developed an even more assertive, comprehensive recruitment and retention plan. There are additional strategies we plan to investigate as we seek to improve our competitive position. For example, plans will include forging more personal relationships with the deans of the schools of education in targeted colleges and universities, improving our recruitment materials, recruiting at the school building level for various positions, and pursuing opportunities to compensate student teachers in a creative way. Our HR staff is prepared to provide a presentation to the school board on the details of this plan this afternoon. In the meantime, this budget proposal recommends that we continue recruitment and retention strategies that prove to be effective during school year 23. These strategies include a $1,500 Happy You're Here bonus for teachers who are brand new to Norfolk Public Schools, a $2,000 Norfolk Public Schools Believes in You bonus to new teacher hires who are promoted from a classified position within Norfolk Public Schools, a $2,000 Let's Get Started bonus for new teacher hires who complete their student teaching within the school division and subsequently begin full-time employment with us, a $1,500 Welcome Back bonus to teachers who return to work for NPS after a separation of at least 1 year, and a $500 relocation bonus for teachers who can demonstrate that they're moving to Hampton Roads or the Hampton Roads area from outside of the region. The fiscal year 2024 operating budget proposal also recommends a $350 stipend for teachers who agree to accept a student teacher placement. In addition, any non-administrative, full-time contracted employee who refers a teacher candidate who is successfully hired will receive a $250 one-time finders keeper incentive payment. I will review now our strategies for recruiting other positions of high need. As you're aware, the recruitment of qualified bus drivers continues to be a pressing challenge. Each school division within the Hampton Roads or the Tidewater region faced bus driver shortages at the beginning of this school year, and it is highly probable that the same scenario will occur at the beginning of fiscal year 24. The following changes are recommended to ensure Norfolk Public Schools can maintain appropriate staffing levels for positions within student transportation. The administration would recommend increasing the starting pay for substitute bus drivers so that the compensation for this employee group aligns with the starting pay of full-time bus drivers who are on step 1 of the salary scale. This would result in the hourly pay increase for bus drivers significantly from $15.30 to $22.75. The administration would also like to increase the starting hourly pay for bus assistants from $12.05 to $15.21. Since these positions support our students with disabilities, it is critical that we have an adequate number of bus assistants. And for that same reason, the administration recommends increasing the starting hourly pay of substitute bus assistants from $11.40 to $13.35. And finally, the administration would like to increase hourly pay for our school bus dispatchers from $16.95 to $22.75. Bringing their starting salaries in alignment with the starting salaries of bus drivers at $22.75 per hour. Having the appropriate staffing level for bus dispatchers is important because they improve the level of safety support for bus drivers and our students alike. I cannot underestimate the value of having all of our auto technician positions staffed. Our school buses must be maintained in a manner that ensures they are safe and worthy of being on the road to transport our students to and from school. Consequently, the administration recommends raising hourly salaries from $16.95 to $19.85 for the Auto Tech 1 position, from $19.63 to $25.75 for the Auto Tech 2 position, and from $21.64 to $24.91 for the Auto Tech 3 position. The private sector often, as you know, poaches skilled tradespeople from the school division simply because they have been better positioned to provide a competitive salary. And to help change that reality, the administration recommends a number of reclassifications designed to improve pay scales. Starting with the HVAC and the plumbing trades, our proposal is to move this group from being compensated $21.64 to $26.09 per hour. We feel confident that this adjustment will also result in the benefit of lowering the school division's costs in the area of contract services. During the height of the pandemic, the importance of our school nutrition staff was dramatically underscored. Would you agree, Ms. Winter? The administration's recommendations are shaped to recognize this staff's value and our need to maintain staff on the job within this critical employee group. We recommend an hourly pay increase for these employees: school nutrition truck drivers from $14.64 to $22.75. School Nutrition 1 assistants from $12.65 to $15.21, and meal application clerks from $15.38 to $20.77. Additionally, the administration recommends increasing the hourly pay for substitute child nutrition assistants and lunch monitors from $12.05 to $13.35, and part-time school nutrition assistants from $12.50 to $13.93. The administration also recommends increasing the contractual hours of school nutrition supervisors from 190 days to 252 days per school year to acknowledge that school nutrition services is now a year-round operation. And the administration also recommends an increase in 3 stipends for our school nutrition services staff. The fresh fruit and vegetable program stipend is recommended to increase from $2.58 to $500. The child and adult care food program stipend would increase from $756 to $1,000, and the food safety program stipend would increase from $562 to $600. These adjustments will acknowledge the extra duties school nutrition staff members have had to assume as a result of Norfolk Public Schools receiving additional federal grants, which require additional work from our staff. And as the school board is aware, student attendance has been a pressing challenge since the onset of the pandemic. For the 2022-2023 school year, attendance was waived as part of the calculation for school accreditation. This school year's attendance will be reinstated in the calculation of next year's accreditation status for each of our schools here in Norfolk Public Schools and across the Commonwealth. Additionally, filling vacant attendance technician positions has been a challenge this school year. Therefore, the administration is recommending a reclassification that would increase or will increase attendance technicians' hourly salary from $14.64 to $18.15. We are hopeful that this salary adjustment will help us to recruit qualified, effective staff to serve in this critical role. And finally, in the priority area of employee recruitment and retention, the administration is recommending the continuation and the implementation of new NPS Grow Our Own program initiatives. We were recommending the continuation of the NPS Principal Leadership Development Cohort, a reading specialist cohort, providing middle school reading courses for English teachers to support struggling readers at the middle school level, providing VCLA and Praxis modules for provisionally licensed teachers in collaboration with Old Dominion University, an effort to assist teachers with earning full licensure, the board certified behavior analyst cohort, and the school psychologist internship program. New Grow Our Own initiatives that the administration would like to recommend for 2024 are a cohort for teachers to secure their gifted teacher endorsement, a cohort for teachers to secure their library media specialist endorsement, and a cohort for continuing education, whereby eligible non-teacher employees and those with provisional licenses will be provided tuition reimbursement to work toward, again, earning full licensure status. All right, and so I'll move on to our third priority, safety and security. It is critical that I note that just because this priority is listed as the third priority within this presentation, it certainly does not mean that it ranks lower than the previous 2 priorities. In actuality, the safety and security of students and staff must be our number 1 priority. The need for attention to this area is all important. According to several national school databases on record, the 2022 calendar year proved to have the highest number of school shootings. Such tragedies emphasizes how K-12 school communities are facing an evolving and unique set of threats, hazards, and security challenges that not only involve shootings, but other targeted violence ranging from bomb threats and cyber attacks. School violence remains a persistent problem across the United States, with tragedies spanning across states and within communities that impact the health and well-being of our nation's youth, to include our precious children right here in Norfolk Public Schools. This is why safety and security will always be a priority area for my proposed operating budgets. And as you are aware, previous budgets I have presented to the board have augmented significant resources in this area, and the fiscal year 2024 proposal continues with that trend. So for starters, the administration recommends the reclassification of school security officers, moving their entry-level hourly pay from $17.80 to $22.75. In addition, we recommend increasing the length of their employment contracts from 10 months to 12 months. Notably, we also recommend making substantial personnel additions in this goal area. Within the fiscal year 2024 operating budget, the administration proposes that we increase school security officer positions by a total of 18 additional positions. This adjustment will allow for more consistent security coverage across the school division. We plan to continue the practice of realigning our security officer assignments based upon the sizes of our school, or the size of schools, and the individual needs of our schools. Additionally, the administration recommends reclassifying 5 school security officer positions to security supervisor positions to improve coordination of security services division-wide. This substantial personnel adjustment is critical, as it will ensure assigned security coverage throughout the school division. And as you're aware, the Norfolk Police Department has been addressing a critical shortage of sworn police officers. Just as we experience challenges as we compete for classroom teachers, the NPD is likewise challenged with securing police officers. Prior to the pandemic, the Norfolk Police Department provided Norfolk Public Schools with school resource officers for all of our secondary schools and other identified locations. However, as you know, that is no longer the case. And so at this time, with all the pressing matters within the community, the police department has not had the manpower to adequately staff our assigned schools with school resource officers. And therefore, this school division, must take action to address this gap by securing our own personnel. I would also like to stress that these recommendations support a proposed reorganization recommended by our Director of Public Safety and Security Services, who has a wealth of knowledge and work-related experiences in this area. As an aside, our director is a veteran of the United States Air Force, a retired Norfolk police officer, and a long-tenured public school division and college-level security administrator. The school division, as you know, relies heavily upon his expertise and appreciates his ongoing collaborative efforts with our community partners in the area of public safety and security. Moving on to non-personnel safety and security recommendations, the administration recommends the purchase of a weapons detection system for all schools within Norfolk Public Schools. Let me be clear about this recommendation. The administration firmly believes that our personnel are the most valuable assets as it relates to the operations of the school division, and especially in the area of division-wide safety and security. We all have some level of responsibility in this area to cultivate safe, caring, and welcoming teaching and learning environments whereby the physical and social-emotional needs of each student and each member of the Norfolk Public Schools workforce is valued. The administration believes that in addition to our personnel, which again is our greatest asset, more so than any technology or security-related equipment, the weapons detection system that we recommend for use will enhance the effectiveness of safety and security within our schools and will likely dissuade individuals from attempting to bring weapons into our school facilities. This system, which is comprised of 2 freestanding pillars, will support efforts to provide fast, automatic, and unprecedented screening. It will allow multiple individuals to be screened at a fast pace and will detect items such as multi-caliber weapons and improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, or better known as bombs. Our Director of Safety and Security Services will continue to collaborate with our expert partners in public safety to include members of the School Board Safe and Secure Schools Task Force to review and discuss best practices as to ensure that the school division is proactive in our efforts to ensure division-wide safety and security and address matters that originate within the community that eventually enters into our schools, and it impacts our teaching and learning environments. So therefore, we must be proactive in our efforts. Moreover, while all of our school locations have security cameras, the administration recommends the upgrading of security cameras during phase 2, which is fiscal year 24 of a 5-year plan. During fiscal year 24, approximately 9 schools will receive brand new equipment. New equipment was installed at 4 of our high schools this school year. This budget proposals also recommends a local match for the Federal Community-Oriented Policing Services, or the COPS security grant. The local match would be used to assist with the purchase of security-related equipment to include a weapons detection system. The administration also intends to renew the annual license for our Raptor system, which supports background checks for school visitors. It provides emergency management system to support school-level drills and other emergency situations, ranging from lockdown drills to actual school evacuations, and the Raptor app, which will be new. It will allow for communications between a school's administration, teachers, staff, and the security team. Our plan, again, is to utilize this app next school year. And finally, the administration intends to secure OmniGo and iSight. OmniGo is an incident reporting management system that produces higher quality reports and allows building level administrators to more efficiently report various incidents. And iSight is an online system that will maintain documentation related to threat assessments. And as you're aware, again, school safety and security requires a proactive and integrated approach. While schools work to promote a welcoming environment, they must also work to provide the safest environment possible for our students, our teachers, our administrators, staff, and our visitors. Additionally, improving the teaching and learning environments within each of our schools supports student wellness and thus overall safety and security. Therefore, the administration recommends making a substantial investment in the area of social emotional learning. We recommend providing classrooms across the school division with targeted instructional resources that will support differentiated instruction. Such a tool that we recommend the continued use of for not only our children with disabilities, but also for the general population of students is Rethink. This online platform can be used to support professional development in the area of mental health for our staff, individual SEL lessons for students, and screening efforts to identify deficiencies in SEL competencies such as self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, social awareness, and self-awareness. We also recommend continuing to offer programs and services that will support the emotional, social, and intellectual well-being of our students. This investment will include before and after-school programs and clubs, as well as counseling services through the office of our school counselors, social workers, and school psychologists. Moving right along, our fourth priority is building maintenance and repairs. As I've stated time and time again, and I know you're probably tired of hearing me say this, but it's true. Our children deserve school facilities that are worthy of them. Of the 42 public schools in Norfolk Public Schools, 35 were built between the year 1911 and 1968. Obviously, such a statistic demonstrates the need for a strategic building, rebuilding, and renovation program. During the previous 2 school years, through emergency federal funding and the City of Norfolk's commitment, we have been able to build capital and operating budgets that are far more robust. I will not review a lot of the details involved with the capital improvement plan, as Mr. Jenkins will discuss that more in detail during this part of the presentation. But suffice it to say, through the FY 2024 investment in year 1 of the CIP, the administration will be in a position to forge ahead in our efforts to tackle years of expensive deferred maintenance, such as roof, window, and door replacements. The operating budget will work alongside the CIP in this area as well. In this proposal, the operating budget will provide $8.6 million, while year 1 of the CIP will allocate $26.89 million. The next slide details some of the inner workings of these 2 budgets. On this slide, you will see a skeleton of the work plan for school year 2024. Note the CIP will help fund the costly roof, window, and door replacements for our schools. The other projects, HVAC ventilation, HVAC contracted services, plumbing contracted services, and maintenance contracts will be addressed by the operating budget. And again, Mr. Jenkins will be able to provide you some more details with that. And last but not least, moving on to our 5th priority, additional resources for schools and students. Let me begin with proposed additions. The administration is recommending adding a senior coordinator position to address the growing population of our English learners, a career exploration and pathways coordinator to support the new specialty program next school year at the Ruffner School, serving 3rd through 8th grade students, and a student enrollment coordinator who was strongly recommended by our building principals. The staff member serving in this role would support school and the division level issues that deal with student attendance and truancy, enrollment, and zoning matters would be some examples of what that staff member would be focusing on. The programs represented on this slide and on the following 3 slides note programs that the administration recommends for continuation and or enhancement. Tutoring efforts have proven to be highly effective in facilitating learning recovery. The feedback that the administration continues to receive from school staff and parents has been that this resource is making a tremendous difference with improving the academic success of our students. Therefore, we will continue contracting with university instructors to provide small group instruction during the school day. We will also continue to provide the FEV Tutor program that provides online tutoring support for after school, so our students can utilize these tutors after schools. And as an aside, this program has proven to be particularly popular because the support is literally available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And of course, we continue to provide in-school tutoring support throughout the instructional day. As you can surmise, based upon the aforementioned academic supports, we intend to continue to focus upon learning recovery and ensuring that our students have the tools needed to achieve at high levels. Also key to learning recovery is the availability of quality instruction beyond the confines of the 10-month school year. Our summer basic skills and innovation program has experienced historical enrollments for the last 2 years, and we certainly want to continue with that trend. We will continue to fund special instructional blocks for middle school students who need intensive assistance in reading and mathematics as we prepare them to transition to high school with the skills that they need to be successful at that level. And speaking of high school, credit recovery efforts for students will continue through the use of Edmentum and the presence of our skilled instructional coaches who will assist our students who struggle to conquer their last academic hurdles. And moving right along, teachers rely upon high-quality instructional materials to help them engage our students, as you know. Our Chief Academic Officer, the Executive Directors of Schools, and the Curriculum and Instruction Leadership Team, they're in constant communication with school staff regarding what resources they need and what initiatives are working and those that need to be adjusted to better meet existing needs. So our proposed investments are aligned with that input. As such, we recommend equipping our classroom libraries with requested materials, purchasing additional mathematics manipulatives, and providing additional instructional materials that will support our English learners' curricula. Also, as you're aware, our briefings to the school board regarding our PALS results demonstrate how crucial it is that we foster reading prowess amongst our youngest students. We intend to continue and more so even intensify our support in that area. In that same vein, we are proposing to invest in additional reading materials across the pre-kindergarten and elementary grade levels. Additionally, the administration is proposing to continue to fund a pre-K assessment team comprised of a speech pathologist, social worker, and school psychologist. This team has proven to be quite successful in the early identification of our children with disabilities and those who just need a little bit more assistance to get off to a productive start. The administration recommends providing English learners even more support as we work to close achievement gaps and provide the services and supports this growing population of students need to thrive. And certainly, this will include a strong family communications component. This proposed budget will also provide slots for Norfolk Public School students to transition into the Tidewater Regional Alternative Education Program, also known as TRAPE. As a reminder, TRAPE is a program for students in grades 6 through 12 who have intensive behavioral and other needs and who have not achieved success in the traditional classroom setting. Within this program, approximately 10 to 15 students are assigned to a classroom with a highly trained CSEP teacher. The administration's recommendation is to continue to provide Virtual Virginia access to our students. This proposed budget will facilitate the enrollment of students in a wide range of online courses across grade levels. Additionally, as you're aware, algebra, you know that can be a gatekeeper course for students as they progress through the mathematics curriculum. Consequently, we intend to purchase algebra kits that we believe will help improve students' mastery in this area. Likewise, we will be purchasing science kits as to ensure hands-on instruction is more meaningful and engaging. And as for another deja vu moment, I asked you during last year's budget presentation if you had ever known of a great school with excellent student outcomes that did not have an effective leader. And your resounding response to that question, as I recall, was no. School administrators, as you know, Ms. Campson, set the tone for the culture and climate within their buildings. And as you know, a school's climate is often the result of a principal's leadership style. Therefore, it stands to reason that our school division would continue to invest in professional development for our principals and assistant principals. School administrators must continually sharpen their skill sets, from how to support their students with disabilities, to providing positive behavioral interventions and supports for students, to using data to help drive school improvement. And certainly, helping our teachers thrive in the fast-moving educational environment is dependent upon providing them opportunities to hone their craft. While I will not provide an exhaustive list, I know you're saying, thank God, of planned professional development, please know that the administration will support our students with timely and our teachers with timely and relevant training. Our NPS teacher induction team, in collaboration with school leaders and central office administration, work to identify needs at the individual building level as well as division-wide in an effort to plan professional development accordingly. And then another quick area of great importance that's a critical component of ensuring equity and excellence for all is our technology infrastructure and related instructional support. If any of us ever had a doubt that technology was a major force in 21st century instruction, the pandemic eliminated those doubts. This area centers on the recognition that maintaining state-of-the-art technology, both in terms of instructional resources and infrastructure, is absolutely essential to the success of this school division and the children whom we serve. And I'm certain that we all recall our pre-pandemic status, when Norfolk Public Schools was not a one-to-one school division, and how we deployed, it was a mass device distribution process to ensure that our students could continue with their education during school closure. Today, we cannot even imagine a learning environment that is not predicated on a one-to-one ratio. To ensure a reasonable device replacement cycle, we are planning to purchase additional Chromebooks, iPads, and MacBooks for our students. And on the infrastructure side of things, we plan to upgrade Synergy, which, as you know, is our student information system. We plan to upgrade our data warehouse system and renew our Securely annual subscription, which is a web content filtering system that assists us in our efforts to continue monitoring our students' use of mobile devices and other technology tools. Additionally, this proposal includes a plan to upgrade our payroll system to realize efficiencies in that area. And finally, this is my last slide before I turn it back over to Mr. Jenkins. School board members, I am so pleased to work with you and for you during this pivotal time. With the adoption of our strategic plan, continuing the drive, equity, and excellence for all, our school division, in my opinion, is in the best place it has been in years to make substantive change to make that take place. And I make this assessment as a longtime Norfolk Public Schools administrator who has seen up close and personal the inner workings of Norfolk Public Schools. We have a vision. We have a vision. We seek a reality that creates a climate of equity within our school division. For some, equity is regarded as just a blanket term used to refer to the equal treatment of individuals. But that is not how this administration defines that term. When we speak of equity, we are simply referring to the need to foster a reality whereby each child is provided what he or she needs, he, she, or they need to thrive, and thus are able to meet his, her, or their full potential. This budget has been targeted to deliver that kind of climate. Our operating budget proposal will provide services that will touch our children with disabilities, those who are gifted, those who have social emotional challenges, those who are economically disadvantaged, those who have behavioral challenges, those who are English learners. This budget serves children of all colors, ethnicities, and ages. It seeks to move them toward academic excellence, to protect them from physical or emotional harm, to provide them a variety of options and opportunities, to include those that go beyond the school day and to provide them tiered supports when they are struggling and when they are successful. There's certainly a reason why public education is the most important service a city can provide. Educational reformer and abolitionist Horace Mann wisely espoused years ago that education is the great equalizer. For many children, public education is their best hope to secure a better tomorrow. We, who lead the school division, are more than just administrators and school board members. We are agents of change and hope. And this budget we develop is how we substantively deliver on that change and hope. So I thank you for your kind attention. I know it was a lengthy presentation, but it is a very important presentation because it sets us up for the next year in serving our students, our teachers, and our staff. So Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to ask you to come back and close us out with all the numbers.
Thank you, Dr. Birdsong.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Birdsong. I have a hard job to follow now. Our fiscal 24 general operating budget, $401.3 million. This was based on Governor Youngkin's proposed budget amendments, and it was also based on an estimated average daily membership of just over 25,000 students. That's K to 12. That we also have a number of preschoolers in the 3 and 4-year-old program. And it was also based on the city local revenue allocation policy. So we have 17.5 million or 4.7% more than we had last year. The fiscal, did we both click? Thank you. Thank you. The fiscal 24 general operating budget for salaries, the operating budget, 85% of the budget is salaries and benefits. So this is a people organization, and we spend most of our money, the lion's share, on people. That leaves less than 15% for other costs, those that are discretionary, and many of which are non-discretionary, including heating and cooling buildings. The general operating budget or general fund budget from a different view, you can see that nearly 3/4, 72.5% of our budget is directly with direct instructional services or instructional services. The rest, 27.5%, are for administration and attendance and health, getting children to and from schools, keeping school buildings in good shape, warm and clean and dry, new facilities or improvements to facilities, and to making sure technology is in place. A very high-level overview of our budget for the last 3 years. This is of the 4 funds. The general fund operating budget. In fiscal 22, we spent $354.87 million. In fiscal 23, our budget is $383.29 million. And next year, we're recommending $401.3 million. That's an $18 million increase, or 4.7%. The school nutrition fund, I'm not sure how this happened, but in fiscal year 22, it was $22 million. In fiscal 23, it was $23 million. In fiscal 24, it's $24 million. Happenstance, up $1 million, or 4.3% increase. The grant program, or grant fund, in 22 was $209 million. Much of that was from the American Rescue Plan and the CRRSA grants, both directly related to pandemic aid. I think that was about $160 million of the $209 that you see there. In fiscal 23, our grant budget was $47 million. That included $4.5 million of ARPA funds as well. So for 24, it drops back to $42.6 million. That's a drop of 4.5%, or 4.58 million, or 9.7%. Our capital budget in fiscal 22 was $27.7 million. That included reversion from several previous years. In fiscal 23, it went up to $41.8 million, partly because of reversion and we also had some revenue sharing. And finally, there was funding for design at Maury High School. For the coming year, fiscal '24, $26.89 million, so that's about $15 million lower because we didn't have Maury in there for design, and the reversion funds are a little smaller. So our total budget for fiscal '23, $495 million. Fiscal '24, almost the same amount, $494.8 million, just a little bit lower. So for the general fund, our general operating fund budget, we added $15.33 million for salaries and wages. These are mostly employee raises for employees. The employee benefits also went up by almost $2 million. Again, as wages go up, so too benefits. Other costs, non-wage, went up by $2.82 million. Dr. Birdsong spoke of many of those. We added 18 positions. There's 18 security positions, and there were 3 other instructional support positions that netted 18. There were 3 that disappeared. So that was $1.25 million, and there was a lot of reclassification that Dr. Birdsong covered. That this got a pretty hefty price tag of $2.5 million. We have savings of primarily related to attrition of nearly $6 million. So our net increase is 18 positions and $18 million. The positions don't cost $1 million apiece, but there's some other stuff there too. Give you some visualization of what pay raises are recommended for specific employees. We have 2 groups here: classroom teachers at 4 different steps, and custodial employees at also 4 steps. A classroom teacher that is currently on step 1, so that's generally an entry teacher, first-year teacher, next year is currently earning $49,500. Under the existing scale, they would advance 1 step to step 2 and earn $49,871, a whopping $371 increase. Yes. We're proposing an increase, increasing that person's pay to $53,500. That's a $4,000 pay raise, or 8.1%. For step 10, you see also a $4,000 pay raise on a slightly larger amount. So there's a 7.2% raise for teachers on step 10. Steps 20 and 30, you can see those also a $4,000 pay raises. The percentages go down as the existing salary increases. Very similar for custodians. Classified employees across board will receive the same hourly pay increase. This custodian 2 works 12 months, I think a little over 2,000 hours. Person on step 1 currently earns $25,502. Moving to step 2 provides a very small increase of 0.5%. The employee would advance to $28,244 for a 10.8% increase. And you can see, as with teachers, the dollar raise is the same throughout the scale. The percentages will go down as the base amount rises. On average, we said 6.91% for the group. The graph that's shown on here indicates, you can see everybody's getting the same dollar pay raise, but the increase in the goal would be the amount that comes from the step raise, and the blue portion is the increase in wages related to scale adjustment. So you can see in all cases we are moving the scale significantly. There is no increase in employee or employer premiums. So I'll repeat that, no increase in the employer or employer premiums for health care. We currently have 3 plans, and we will continue those. The health savings account or the high deductible plan will remain in place. It's a point of service, not a point of sale, but there are 2 plans for a point of service. And we have 4 tiers. Most of our employees are employee only. Some have spouses, and others have children. Now I'm going to shift gears from the operating to the capital improvement fund. Oops, went backwards. Can you go backwards? Let me see, last view. There we go, thank you. This is a summary of the capital improvement plan for the coming year. On the left side, you see how we plan to spend the money. School security system that Dr. Birdsong spoke about. This would provide a weapons detection system at the entrance of every school building. $1 million was our initial estimate, and that's what we've allocated. Replacement of deferred maintenance, replacement of roofs, $8,261,000, $11.8 million of windows and doors, almost $2 million of electrical upgrades, and $2.9 million of other projects. And we'll go through in more detail what those are in coming slides. And then finally, school bus replacements, the annual $1 million allocation. The funding source for these are $3 million from the city's annual allocation from deferred maintenance. This is coming from borrowed funds. City issues bonds for those. Several years ago, they sold property to the Hampton Roads Sanitation District for the HRSD SWIFT project. This is year 4 of 5 where we're getting $6 million. So again, the next to the last year, fiscal 24. We have revenue sharing. This is because the city realized greater revenue collections during fiscal 22 than was budgeted. And those excess revenues, or this revenue surplus, is shared with schools. Our share is $7.1 million. We have almost $10 million, 9.779 of reversion funds from fiscal 22 that we're recommending for the capital improvement plan in 2024. And again, school bus funding from the city, again from borrowed money. So our total budget is $26,891,000, and our revenue sources are the same. And just there is a tentative rebuilding and renovation for Maury, tentatively set to start construction in 2025, and 2027 for Norview. That's more of a hope. The next slide, I want to talk to you just a little bit about reversion and revenue true-up, not tune-up. Yes, things we see what we want to see. Under the city revenue allocation policy, it establishes a mechanism where money that we don't spend in a particular year is made available to us, and also whereby surplus city revenue is made available. It requires annual resolutions by this board, so we would be bringing resolutions to you for approval, and it has to be also approved by City Council. The reversion of the NPS surplus from 22 was $12.8 million. We're recommending that we hold $3 million of that for the building renovation program that the city has told us that they wanted us to work on. That would go towards the Maury High School renovation or rebuild. And then $9.8 million would be used in the current capital budget for deferred maintenance. As I said, last year, fiscal 22, the city actually collected more tax revenue than they had in their budget. We're entitled to 29.55%, just under 30% of those excess funds. Our cut is $7.1 million. And finally, we have in our fund balance, our general fund balance, $7.8 million of excess prevention, intervention, and remediation funds from fiscal 21. They previously were included as restricted funds, primarily because we weren't sure if we weren't going to pay some of that stuff back. There was legislation in fiscal last year in General Assembly that allowed us to retain those funds. We're recommending that we keep those funds in the general fund budget for continuation of tutoring services once the ARPA funds have all been spent. So we're recommending holding those until fiscal 25. Projects planned. Did I skip one? Guess not, excuse me. Projects planned for fiscal 24, coming year. Doors and windows, $11.8 million. You can see Rosemont, Azalea, Berkeley, the two Lake Taylors, Calcott, Northside, and PB Young would be receiving some new windows. Upper right, weapons detection system, $1 million of capital funding for that. We have roof replacements. It says Ingleside, it should say Chesterfield. Little Creek, PB Young, and Sewell's Point. Electrical upgrades at Calcott, Chesterfield, and Willard, and then the annual $1 million for buses. Other projects include PB Young, some masonry work on the exterior, I believe. Interior work at Willoughby, playground at Ingleside, and then $1.5 million held in reserve for contingency. The contingency would address cost escalation, which our experience has been some of our projects are not sufficiently funded. And they could also cover projects that that just appear unforeseen. Excuse me. Next steps, so we're at the February, March time frame. This would be for, I guess the ball is in your court. The board will discuss, have work sessions, and consult with the staff on where to go forward. March 1st, we've recommended a public hearing. I understand that some of you may want to pull that forward. March 15th is your business meeting during the month of March, so we're recommending an adoption of the budget on March 15th. The budget is due to the city manager and city council on the first day of April. And in May, as I spoke earlier, city council would take action, and the school board would need to reconcile, possibly based on changes either at the state level or if the city revenue sharing formulas are modified, or not so much modified, but if the amount available changes. So with that, July 1st, we start the year. I think contracts go out in June, so we want your action in May. Regarding the printing of the budget documents, you have a printed copy before you. That's the first version. The next version will be after you adopt the budget in May. So the budget that's sent to the city council will be the superintendent's budget, along with a transmittal letter expressing whatever changes the school board has made to it. So, and we will provide tables with those summaries. Before we get to questions and answers, I needed to talk to you about the error by the Virginia Department of Ed. So, the Virginia Department of Ed for a long time has provided a calculation tool for us. Back in the old days, I can remember because I am old, we used to have to do it ourselves. We didn't have a calc tool. But now, frankly, the formulas are the funding is far more complex than it was when I was a younger person. So there is a calc tool that's available, and we have been depending on these tools for over 20 years. When they first came out, they were so accurate, it's like, okay, they got the same number that I got, so I didn't need to calculate it anymore. A couple of years of that, you stop looking. The error is related to what is known as the grocery hold harmless provision. And technically, it's not just groceries, it's also some hygiene products, but we'll just say most of it's groceries, so grocery hold harmless. The VDOE, or Department of Ed, made an error on the calculation tool, resulting in an overstatement of the amount of basic aid funds that we would receive from the Commonwealth. For Norfolk, the amount of the overstatement for fiscal 23 is $1.68 million, or almost $1.7 million. That's this year. For fiscal 24 next year, it's $4.12 million. The administration has discussed solutions to this surprise as follows. For fiscal 23, we have excess attrition because we continue to have trouble recruiting and retaining staff. So there will be, the savings will offset the loss. That's the good news. The bad news is there will be less reversion funds next year. So much of the reversion funds goes into our capital program, so there will be less available for capital. In fiscal 24, this is a bit harder. We have included some attrition in our budget. We know that not every teaching position is going to be filled. We know that not every bus driver is going to be filled, and we've got tons of custodians that are vacant. So not every position was budgeted 100%, and this is what we've done for years. We're recommending that we reduce the number of bus drivers. We currently have 197 billets. We haven't had more than 160 bus drivers even before the pandemic. So we're recommending that we reduce the number of drivers. That would produce savings of $740,000. We're recommending that we move the funding for the new time and attendance payroll system to the capital budget. This is a one-time capital expense, and it would be okay to use capital funds for it. That would reduce general fund costs by $456,000. Included in the general fund budget is $3.28 million for building improvements. These are generally more routine in nature, but they're more than, say, a repair or maintenance. So we're recommending that we move $1.5 million from the building improvement portion in the general fund to the capital fund, and that would take away some of the contingency funds. Unemployment compensation. Our current budget has $250,000 for unemployment compensation. We don't need quite that much. We did have a lot of claims during the pandemic, but we're actually recapturing overpayments because in fact, most of the payments that we made, most of the unemployment claims that we paid back in fiscal 21 and fiscal 20 were to employees that weren't even eligible for them. So the VEC is recapturing that money slowly, and it's coming back to us. So we're recommending that we reduce the budget for unemployment compensation by $150,000. And finally, we have $1.28 million of textbook funds. These were being held for future textbook adoptions. We recommend that we use those funds to balance the budget. So we have $4.12 million shortage related to that hold harmless issue. And we have $4.126 million of recommendations to balance our budget. So with that, with those adjustments, the budget would then be balanced at an amount $4.1 million lower than the 401.3 we have spoken about. That concludes my comments, and we can now go to questions.
Madam.
Go ahead, Ms.
Very, very well done budget presentation. Thorough and was very, very interesting. I do have a couple little points. So when I was looking at the salary sheet for the teachers and the classified employees and the administrators, and I'm going, oh, wow, this is really good. And it is still good, but I don't really know how much it is that we're really getting, because they all get a step. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
So if I look at the very first one, teachers, at the 10-month increase, it's $4,000. But how much was the step? I mean, I guess you don't know.
The steps were different at every step of the scale, but
Right.
they're very small at the start of the scale, and they rise to about 2.5% on the teacher scale. Ms. Tanner, could I have that clicker?
Early in the,
Okay, right here. So for a teacher,
yeah, so if we look at step, well, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
for a teacher on step 20, they currently are paid $67,973. That is a teacher with a bachelor's degree. They would move, without a scale adjustment, they would get a 2% pay raise and would move to $69,333. We are recommending they move to $71,973, which my math does, it's about $2,600 more. So,
So my question is, the step is automatic now. They're not, we don't think about them every year and decide whether to do them, that every year, That's
I
how-
think unless a teacher is on like a plan of action or something, they
Right,
are,
yeah,
they are
so-
automatic.
So they get that anyway?
Yes,
So that teacher you just talked about actually had, what, a 2% raise?
right. And they'll get an additional 3.9% because we're moving the scale forward. We're advancing the scale.
But this is what it is, not even going to the 2 years that we still have left on getting caught up.
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon. This is before the compression adjustment, and there are compression adjustments in
So
in
this
there as well.
includes that?
No, it does not.
Addition to.
They'll get it, that will be additional.
That's at this point about
If
what
it's-
percentage of the?
If it's a 2-point, I mean, for the teachers that have been with us 20 years, most of them are going to get a 2-step adjustment, which would be 5%, a
Ones
little over
from your-
5.
19,
The ones that were hired between 2012 and 2014 would receive 2 steps.
yeah, I'm a little disappointed. It's automatic to get the steps.
Right.
And we're not completing the step thing, we've still got 2 more years on it.
No,
And-
there are 2 more years, this fiscal
Must not be that
24.
many people left, though, because people
Oh,
have been
there's a
falling
lot,
off.
there's a lot. Fiscal '24 is the second year of a 3-year phased in. The cost of the compression is $5.2 million in the general fund. Across all funds, I believe it's 5.8. And to do that all in a single year is going to add another $5 million to the general fund budget, and an additional cost to every other fund as well.
I don't want to get into a big discussion of that
Right.
situation, but I think it's low, the salary increase is low, because the step's already there, so we're not giving them anything.
Well,
there,
it's
but it's
a-
not automatic.
We're recommending a 6.91%.
91%
Thank
versus
you.
a 2%.
I knew there was a 9 and a 1 in there. That's a significant raise, and it does
But with the step part of that was what?
well, it varies. I mean, for a teacher at step 1, it's 0.7%. For a teacher towards the end of the scale, the top of the scale, it's 2.5%.
I'm looking at it as a point of view that the step is automatic, and so,
Well, we want the steps to be automatic, but we have to have funding to do that.
and I'm not disagreeing. I
Right.
know it's a tight fund, but I'm just saying it doesn't feel like a.
It is our intention that they be automatic, but we have to have funding.
Right. That was my thought, because that's how it ran into the other problem. Okay. All right. I just want to get some idea of what it actually, because when it's all put together like that, I don't really know how much our teachers are getting, and how hard it is to work in teaching now.
We didn't really talk about our strategy, but our strategy here was try to move the entry level up. We are in the
That's how it
cellar.
always, low
We
the
are in the
bottom.
cellar
Yeah, I
in this area, so,
And that's happened before.
right.
And we've bumped up the starting salary, and then we have very, very small increases to our veteran teachers.
We're giving the same dollar increase to every teacher.
Well, and I like it by $1 increase, because when we do the percent increase, the more you're already making, the bigger your raise is. So I was very, very happy to see that. Anyway, I have no other people I have some other questions, but I will go back, so you only have to do one question at a time.
And the 4,000 does not include the compression adjustment, so everybody gets
So those are
4,000.
good, yeah.
And the ones that are eligible for compression will get additional.
Which is not on here.
That's correct. It's not on that page, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a question, but I do have a recommendation before we get deeper into questions, and that's around our process. So what I like to recommend is for our, as soon as my phone stops ringing, I'll bring up the calendar again, but for our February 15th meeting, that we have a board budget workshop
2010.
at 4. And on the business meeting, that we allow for public comment on the budget outside of whatever other public comment there is, because I mentioned at the last meeting that I thought the public hearing should take place on the 15th so that we have the benefit of public input as we consider our deliberations. So if the public hearing is still going to be on March 1st, I still think we should allow for, I think we should,
Yeah.
I'm guessing, I mean, you're.
So what on the 15th, what the plan, I talked to Ms. Tanner about doing is she'll advertise it to encourage people to come to speak on the budget at our meeting.
On the 15th.
Yes, of February.
Right. So in our current process, so we have agenda and non-agenda items. I'm saying
This
let's
will be an agenda
let's
item.
make it an agenda item and allow for that. So then we could do a workshop on the 1st where we would, I mean on the 15th, which would give us additional time in terms of whatever other questions and discussions we may have here. Perhaps allow for written questions to be submitted, I don't know, 8th or 9th, and then give the administration response to respond to those written questions shared with everyone. And then on March 1st, for our work session, make sure that we allow for an additional board and superintendent budget discussion, so that if we're trying to stay on the target of the 15th, that would give the board and the superintendent time to talk about this, read it, submit questions, get responses, be on the same page, and then hopefully be in a position to take action on the 15th with any adjustments then that may have come out as a result of that process.
So then we could either have the public hearing on the
Well, so the public hearing is something.
of March. We're just going to be specific.
Right, but I'm saying the public hearing, well, I guess technically we've done one, but the sequence is, if you're allowing for the input on the 15th, if I understand correctly, I think by law we're only required to do one. We did that one. We didn't have a lot of information to present at that time. But if we're going to allow for public input on the 15th, then we may not need the public hearing on March 1st. And we can use that time for our work and anything else that needs to be dealt with.
And of course, people will still have the March
But if we vote on,
15th would be our business meeting where people can also come and
Right.
speak on agenda. We'll have.
right, they can come and comment, and in theory, if we are ready to vote on that time, then folks would have had an opportunity to see what the board is proposing to submit to the city and provide an additional comment. I don't know if it'll allow for adjustments at that late time, but it still would allow for some, for that input. But the main thing for me is that having that workshop and then having a process by which we can submit questions in writing and get those responses shared with the full board, so that everybody is seeing what's being asked and what the responses are as we get ready for the 15th and the first workshop and work session.
Any comments on what Mr. Jordan's recommending?
Yeah, I support what Mr. Jordan is recommending.
Anyone else?
I'll support it as well, Dr. Martin.
Any opposition to, let's see, we have, so having the public comment on our February 5th, so receiving budget comments on our February 15th business meeting, removing the public hearing on March 1st, and spending that time to go over the superintendent school board budget discussion.
A workshop at 4 on the 15th, citizens comment on the 15th.
Think of which month?
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
February.
so February,
February
sorry, let me
15th.
back up. February 15th, budget, school board budget workshop at
Right.
4, and public comment on the budget
That's during the business
during the
meeting.
business meeting, yes.
Right.
So it'll be an agenda item
And
comment.
then as part of the March 1st work session, set aside time for any additional budget discussions if needed. And then with the
Again,
idea
public comment.
of being able to take action on the 15th.
Right.
The one on the calendar that said the 22nd, we're not doing that one.
I missed that.
Special meeting would be needed, right?
22nd of February? I didn't even have that.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because it
Yeah,
was
it was
on the
a- it was a
calendar,
holder.
the annual calendar we
Yeah.
had.
Any
We had a whole
opposition to this recommendation on the board?
Just point of clarity.
Sure.
So, we don't want to have another public hearing, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that I just want to make sure what I was recommending at the last meeting was that we provide an opportunity for public feedback on
Right.
your proposal for the board to have and for you to have as we continue our work towards the school board's budget.
You
So-
want the
But the
input
22nd
before
is
we meet
totally
to,
off our
Pardon?
Yeah,
calendar.
it's off.
For the work session.
Not there.
you want the input before we have the work
Absolutely.
session.
The day
Absolutely.
and the 15th.
Strategies too, is that off
It's off.
Thank you.
Answer my question, Mr. Jordan.
If you could, yes.
Public hearing, I get the work session on March 1st. We're going to meet on that day anyway. So are we not having,
The only reason why I am, you hear me being hesitant about using the words public hearing,
I hear you.
because I think that has legal notice
It does.
notice
It
responsibility.
does, and we've had that.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that if as a result of whatever we hear on the 15th in the workshop that we have
First.
on the
And
We
fif-
say-
on
and
the
the
15th, February 15th, right? We can allow for additional public comment anytime we want without it being
A public hearing.
A public hearing.
Okay. I
is
just
what
need
I'm
to
saying.
make sure because, there's something on our end we have to do.
Right,
I'm
and that's what I'm
just-
trying to avoid
Okay,
that.
then we're clear.
But then the other
Like-
piece is that I want to make sure you have some comfort or feedback on is the idea of board members submitting questions by a particular date prior to the February 15th so that we don't try to do it all here. So, we've received it, we've heard a presentation, we may have questions, submit those questions to you in writing. You might find it's the same question from all of us and be able to provide that back to us. So then when we have our workshop on the 15th and our work session on March the 1st, we are operating from a basis of board input and thoughts and suggestions and not trying to do it round robin in a short window of time.
Any other questions or clarification?
I just want to make sure, so even on the March 1st, we've got the educational planning discussion that's happening on that day as well, right? So we're going to be adding in budget.
We haven't met for agenda planning yet.
Okay.
That'll be on Monday.
Next week.
Yes.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, the 7th.
So-
So we'll discuss that then, but we haven't officially added that yet.
Just to clarify, I don't know all the other items, but what I wanted to make sure is,
No, I understand the other piece down there. I just had a specific question about the educational planning.
I was just saying,
So we didn't overload on that particular.
right, that because we do all the governance training on the 1st, that whatever else may be put on that agenda, that we try to prioritize closing out the budget piece, and we can talk about anything else as long as we want, if people are up to doing that.
Okay.
And then my one comment, because I'm going to save my questions for writing. I appreciate the presentation. I do have a particular recommendation or something I think the board needs to consider. So we mentioned the strategic plan, and I personally think there's a lot of good stuff in here around workforce. So to me, the compensation, the retention, all of that falls under the workforce goal in the strategic plan and the objectives there. I think that whatever we end up submitting to council should prioritize student excellence, and that we find ways of being able to show how this proposal, whatever it is that we submit, is going to advance student academic outcomes and goals and be more clear with that to the extent that we can. So that's something that I think, since we've done the strategic plan and we've prioritized that, we had our session today, we looked at it as norm that student excellence should always be at the forefront. And what we're doing with teachers and buildings and staff are all inputs and supports for achieving those student outcomes. And to that extent, I don't know the number of schools that we have under academic review, but one of the things that I will be asking about is what that looks like, and can we somehow document or demonstrate how whatever the circumstances are for schools that we have under academic review with a particular focus, I know in some cases all schools, how we can ensure that this budget proposal will advance whatever implementation strategies that the administration and staff and principals have developed to address that accelerated learning that Dr. Birdsong, you mentioned in your presentation.
Go ahead, Mr. Clanton.
Were you first, Mr. Singh?
Go ahead, that's fine.
Okay, well, let me just start with this. Dr. Birdsong, I appreciate the effort of your team, Mr. Jenkins' budget, to put this budget together. Many of the things that I know myself and my colleagues over the past year have expressed, particularly around security, teacher compensation, you brought those things forward. And I think that even kind of addressing a little bit of what my colleague, Ms. Jordan, mentioned about kind of phrasing those things and putting them, you kind of did that a little bit when you gave us your bubbles, because nothing can happen if we don't have the right people in place. And so being able to demonstrate that we have highly qualified and skilled teachers in the classroom, that we have knowledgeable, informative, and experienced administrators in the building to set the culture, that we have the necessary support staff, and then most importantly, that we have, when we come out of this year, that we let our staff members know we've heard you loud and clear and that you are valued. But we have to create an environment for which everyone feels safe and comfort, and that they're coming into a workplace every day, and that you've done that. You've placed those in here. I've been talking about and pushing. I know Mr. Dr. Birdsong is tired of hearing me say it. But we've been on the same page in regards to we got to increase pay, we got to increase pay, we got to increase pay around security. We're losing folks. We can't expect a person who's got a works and gets a criminal justice degree to be paying them at that rate. We've got to make ourselves competitive. And I think that this positions Norfolk Public Schools, as you said, we are not in a pond. We're in a pond. It's not the ocean anymore. That this is the thing that does that. You did answer for me, Mr. Jenkins, in the respect of when, and I think Ms. Campson, you brought it up, and that was looking at this increase that we were doing that's in addition to the pay and compression things that we're addressing. So I'm not going to go into that because I saw that there. Some of the security things that you have in there and that you mentioned, what I did want to kind of unpack for a quick second here was you said $1 million for the screening, the security screening one, and that puts what, one at each school? What does that $1 million do?
So, and Mr. Jenkins, you're going to have to help me with this a little bit. So that was a quote that we originally received, and Mr. Jenkins and I talked about if the quote has increased, which we believe it will, that we will ask to use our reversion funding to support that. That will definitely be a priority, but the initial quote that we received for all of our schools was around that number. I questioned that number because I thought it was low, and so we came back with something else, and so there is a plan for that. There's a plan for that.
We actually rounded it up. It was lower than that.
Pardon?
We actually rounded it up. It was lower than the million.
Right, but we did put $1 million, but it may even be,
Right.
yes. And so also with the competitive grant that I spoke of, the COPS piece, remember what it stands for, comprehensive policing. It was one of the grants. It will also help to support that as well. So we feel confident that we would have the funding to support it. And that, you're right, and that is for every building, every school site within the school division.
And also the attendance technician. I mean, I could go through a multitude, and I highlighted all these things here, but the overarching theme is that we are investing and valuing the people that we're asking to do these jobs day in and day out. And that should be the message that's taken away, that this budget reflects increases, with everything else that's going on, but most importantly, that this board, this administration values the people who work for Norfolk Public Schools. Could it always be more? Yes, but I think that even in light of the fact that we've got a miscalculation from the Department of Education, and you still have found, which I have to commend you year after year, you know how to work the numbers to make sure that you make it work. And I think that, and I have to go back to also what my colleague, Mr. Jordan, said. I do think when it's time for us to take this to council and to other members outside, is that we do have to, at the end of the day, all these other things that are there, but it does have to be that message at the end. How is this moving student achievement, and how are we impacting that? And I think that you've got it there. I know you will have it there. But I just think it's just showing, hey, we need the people. I mean, if we don't have the people, we don't have the staff. You look at it, the percentage of our budget is people intensive, and if we don't have the qualified folks there, we're competing with everybody in the region for these individuals. But I will ask this one thing. So if we were to do this, right now, where would that put Norfolk Public Schools as far as with the other school divisions as far as competition? I'm just kind of.
We don't know what they're going to do.
Right, if they don't change anything, what would they do right now?
If they don't change anything, we would lead them.
We would lead everybody.
But I know better than that, and you do too.
That's because we're first, and so they're waiting and listening, and so
Got it.
But
they will adjust accordingly.
I think we're moving it far enough that we won't still be in the cellar, that we will be closer to the leaders.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dr. Birdsong.
Thank you. I just wanted to, because I'm thinking about what Mr. Jordan said, and I'm thinking maybe, Mr. Jordan, that maybe I didn't do a good job with making the point that I was trying to make with my presentation. I provided all of the data around having what a quality teacher in every classroom would mean. And at the end of the day, Mr. Jordan, as you already know, we can have wonderful things, and if we don't have a quality teacher in front of our children, then we're not going to have student excellence. So we have to focus on that, and the excellence will come. And so I tried to provide the data around that, looking at where we are as a state in the context of where we are in the nation. And so we've got a body of research that supports that. If you don't have a highly qualified, effective teacher, children are not going to learn and move forward. So at the end of the day, that's what we need. We need to be able to get them here and to keep them, and to let them know that we value and appreciate all that they do for our kids.
And just for clarity, I agree with that. It's just like we talked about in the training, and we talked about before. Yes, there's a challenge nationwide. There's a challenge that Norfolk has had even prior to the pandemic, and there's a challenge that Norfolk has at individual school buildings. And so what I'm saying is, if we're saying we're going to advance, reading scores for groups of children, that we say that's our goal and we speak to it. And if we say we're going to use funding to bring more teachers in, that we also are having something, or at least I'm recommending that we consider something around showing that we're going to be intentional around not just recruiting, but also placing and supporting.
Ms. Buffalo?
Oh, and just to kind of piggyback on, first of all, thank you, Dr. Birdsong, Mr. Jenkins, for the presentation. I don't want to slight you all on that. But just what he was saying, and just I was thinking, just to see this budget, when we talk about our strategic plan, student excellence, workforce, community, would like to see that, percentage of the FY24 proposed by strategic plan goals, so our community can see where our areas of focus are and where we're spending our dollars in those areas. And just like Mr. Clanton, to kind of get a picture where we stand in our teacher pay with the surrounding school divisions. And like you said, we're one of the first, but you know, where do we stand in teacher pay, support staff, bus drivers, and so forth. I would like to see where we are with that, yeah.
Of course, we did look at that, Ms. Buffalo.
As everyone is looking at each other, seeing who can
Right.
rise to the top,
Right.
yeah.
Her
We
face
did
is
look
on.
at the information that we had available to us in all those.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins, Dr. Birdsong, and your budget team for this presentation. I want to second what Mrs. Moore Buffalo just said about aligning, you know, as a board. I think if we can also, in our discussions, you know, talk about the budget proposal in terms of our strategic goals and objectives. And I think as we also kind of think about our board priorities, maybe some of this discussion will illuminate what those board priorities are and should be. Before I get into, I too will send my questions along in written form. But before I ask a couple clarifying questions, I wanted to ask if Mr. Jenkins, you talked about or summarized quickly how the miscalculations made by the VDOE, how that impacts this budget. And you talked about some, you know, potential adjustments. Is there a way that you can maybe summarize that for us and provide that to us so we can visually
it to
take
you.
a look at it? That would be helpful. Thank you. The second piece is around the pay raises. If I'm a visual person, so with that table, I see that was the table that's provided in the presentation is pay raises, but if we could see it with the adjustment, with the step compression adjustment, the second year phase in, because
We can give you some examples.
or some examples.
It's going to be
that would
different
be
for,
helpful.
it's going to be different for each cohort of teachers or staff, depending on when they came in and where they are currently on the scale.
If we could see what that looks like.
Okay.
And then you talked about briefly about what it would take if we wanted to be more aggressive, you know, what that would look like and what it would take for us. And I know that would be continued
$5 million.
funding, $5 million, but
In
then
the
we'd
general
have,
fund.
right. So if you could provide like some examples of what that looks like. And then in general, you know, I see, you know, I'm glad to hear some of my colleagues' questions around, you know, the competitive, being competitive in these various employee categories, bus drivers, security officers. I know we've all received a lot of advocacy around, you know, some of these employee groups and, you know, from the front line. And so I think it would be helpful to me anyway to see, compared to our neighboring districts, how we compare. Are we as competitive as we can be? Can we be more competitive? You know, so those are just some things that I think will be helpful for me as an individual board member anyway to
Are there
kind of.
specific groups you want information on?
Well, I think especially the groups, as many, you know, especially the groups that are included in the operating budget that we are currently increasing, you know, the hourly pay, just to make sure, you know, we talk about equity, you know, that we are being equitable in the various job categories, because we also sometimes hear about those employee groups that we sometimes, or that feel, you know, that they've been left out. If any comparative analysis that you've done, I think will be helpful to the board in our continued discussions around this, so that we can all be supportive of the proposal. So there's that piece. And the other piece, I was glad to see investments made around SEL. But as I think I've said every year for as long as I've been on the board too, I'd always like to see more. And I think the other study done by the JLARC was the intentional focus on mental health supports. And not only that, the U.S. Surgeon General's report on the mental health crisis among our youth. And I know that whether we like it or not, this is every school system's issue to help solve. And I say help solve because we are all part of that puzzle. And I hope that we can have some more discussion about what we might be able to do with this budget to create maybe stronger care teams in our schools to help support our principals, and even maybe some discussions around how we can support our building principals so that that they can be the instructional leaders that they want to be, that they should be, and having stronger care teams or building on the care teams that they already have. How can we do that in this budget? And so those are just some top level things off the top of my head, but I'll send my other questions in written form. Thank you.
Ms. Campson and then Mr. Clanton.
Yeah, just real fast, because I didn't do them at the beginning. On the metal detectors, and hallelujah on the work, all the things that you brought in to keep our children safe in the school buildings. I was leaving it to now because I don't want to keep taking so many turns, but I was just so excited to see that. And so one quick question on that, on the metal detectors, will they be available in the schoolhouse by the time we start in the fall? If I could. I don't have any patience. Actually, I would prefer to have them there tomorrow.
So we have had a conversation about that, and so I would like to move forward sooner than later.
Right, that
so
was my
as soon as we're able to move forward, I'd like to go ahead and
they'll
move
be all
forward
gone
with
anyway,
that.
because everyone will be buying them pretty soon after what happened in Newport News. Oh, okay. But I was so excited at the number of things that you had included there. I should have started with that than my other one, but anyway, I just wondered that if we can push it as fast as we can before, because we know everything was gone with the computer stuff.
Our purchasing people are telling us that there could very likely be delays on getting stuff in.
So
That even
the
if we
faster we
order them
order it-
today,
Yeah, just do it. Go ahead and order it tomorrow. We don't have to approve something like that, do we?
While it won't take a lot of time with going through all areas, I think it's important because there were questions around school security officers and our competitive edge in terms of salaries and teachers. So I can tell you, like, at this point, which I'm confident it will likely change, like with school security officers, we would be competitive at $22.75 as a starting pay.
Yeah, I was impressed
Chesapeake
with
is at
those, yeah.
$17.15, Hampton at $15.57, Newport News at $20.16, Portsmouth at $17.65, Suffolk at $15.18, and Virginia Beach at $18.53. And then as it relates to first-year teacher salaries, again, we're proposing at $53,000. Chesapeake at $51.5, Hampton at $51, Newport News at $50, Portsmouth at $51,046.14, Suffolk at $49,316, and Virginia Beach at $51,965. So we just didn't, pull out the numbers from anywhere. We did our homework.
And we have to be fast on it, or there won't be any left for us.
Right.
And my last real quick question, sorry, my voice is going, and I think I was just confused on the part with the bus drivers, and we were telling the different levels.
Yeah.
I didn't see the actual people that are working right now, on that raise thing. Did I miss that? Because I looked over it again.
They will get like we said, all classified staff would get an average of a 6.91% raise.
Okay,
Mhm.
that was,
So that includes, yes.
I just went, because
the
I'm
bus
looking at it
drivers
and I'm
that are
going,
driving right
what
now.
about the bus drivers that are driving now?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
yeah, there was only one example for classified, but we have dozens of categories.
Okay. Oh, and that's what
I didn't want to
missed.
bore you.
Yeah, because that just happened to be something I thought, wait a minute, what about people who are driving now?
We agree.
Mr. Clanton?
Yeah, I'm not going to prolong it, but I did want to go back and just kind of highlight on our alternative education program. I noticed 3 areas in here that do have increases. that was in the teacher's salary. It's about 7.3, we got an increase there. But other professionals, there's about 125.6% increase in there. So I'm trying to figure, is that like programmatic things that we're looking at? I know we've talked about restorative justice and also in beefing up our alternative education opportunities. And I noticed that there's also a brand new item, that 454,000, which is 100% there. And I came out of the CSEP meeting. Is that the TRAPE additional program for?
Likely.
I know, yeah. I'll send it again as a follow-up email there, but I just want to highlight the fact that we've, yeah.
I will say that 456,000
Got it, okay. All right, I'll send an email, but,
We think that's about 25 slots at that program.
definitely, okay.
Yes, I have a follow-up question too. With the Grow Your Own programs, I'd like to know what our investment is into those and how we are building them, especially for the current programs that are in place. You know, are we, how can we, what are the current successes of the programs, and how, you know, what's the current investment? How are we growing it? Just what are the future plans for it as we add new Grow Your Own programs? I think would be helpful too. Yeah.
Kind of briefly, because they have been successful, we want to continue with them.
Yeah.
I believe we were able to hire 100% of the reading specialists this year in this school year, which is why we want to
That's
do
great to
another
hear. I would love
cohort
to- yeah,
of
yeah.
reading specialists.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, I know we have, limited funds every year, and we have to target different groups, in different areas of our operating budget, so that we can keep this drive for 5 to excellence and equity moving forward. And so I just want to say I appreciate, last year we had a big emphasis on the classroom teachers and our bus drivers, and I appreciate the emphasis and attention that's been given to the staff positions that are mostly behind the scenes and very essential to our operations and, importantly, the well-being of our students. And I'm really happy to see this. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you.
Everyone who worked on this budget. And we will have more conversations to come. Up next, we have
Oh, I'm not, oh, no,
all right, agenda item 3.02, NPS recruitment and retention plan. Good evening, Mr. Billups. How are you?
Good, how are you all?
Good. You can go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, School Board Chair Martin, Vice Chair, Ms. Buffalo, School Board members, good afternoon. I'm excited this afternoon to talk with you all about our recruitment and retention strategies as we continue into this year as well as go into school year 23-24. Just to start off, I want to spotlight, this is our team here, and you can look at that when you get with a moment to. These are the folks in HR that make this happen for us every day. So I would be remiss if I did not point a spotlight on them, because they diligently work every day to make sure that we can bring the best and brightest to our school division. So this is the organization chart of our team. As NPS continues the drive towards equity and excellence for all the workforce goal to attract, develop, and retain a highly effective workforce, we know that HR plays a very, very critical role in that important part of this process. So we know our place with that. And we've actually been very, very busy. Here's some historical information for you to put this in perspective. Since July 1, 2022, the Department of Human Resources has hired almost 1,000 employees, and this is how it breaks down. The administrative category includes administrators from all areas, including principals, assistant principals, finance specialists, senior coordinators, and HR professionals. The top hiring categories for classified employees were teacher assistants at 85, custodians at 25, and school bus drivers at 23. The top hiring areas for classroom teachers included elementary K-6 teachers, 66, English teachers 26, and special education teachers 44. The top hiring categories for non-classroom teachers were school nurses 6, school social workers 4, and library media specialists at 3. Part-time included a variety of areas, including 238 substitute teachers, 82 teachers or tutors, and 23 school nutrition substitutes. So in spite of the environment in which we've been working, we have been successful in being able to bring individuals to Norfolk Public Schools, even in this shortage as well as competitive environment. Now, how did we get them here? What was our pipeline, basically? And I'll elaborate on these. We hosted our own job fairs. We had college, university, and community career events, college, university, and community partnerships, early contracts and commitments, talent pipelines, financial incentives, as well as expanded advertising. So let's talk a little bit more about each of these. With our own job fairs, you may have heard me mention before that we've been quite successful at hosting our own job fairs even during the pandemic period. So since July 1, 2022, we've hosted 7 NPS-only job fairs, and that's assisted us in gaining many staff members. We're also very active with the college, university, and community career events. We're on the move each year, traveling to over 35 career events hosted by other organizations. And again, locally, of course, we attend events that are in this area, but we have gone as far as Missouri, Arizona, Utah, South Dakota, as well as other locations. When choosing recruitment events, we review our previous attendance history to determine which locations were most effective, were well attended, that we got commitments to NPS that made our recruiters also feel safe and secure in the environment and produce opportunities for growth and promotion for us. We're also careful to follow national news to determine where there are the teacher surpluses or shortages and plan accordingly. So we don't just haphazardly choose locations, we talk about them and look at where have we been successful within the school division over the years. A new initiative coming forward this year is an idea that we've created that we're calling HR on Campus. And what this is an initiative that's designed to promote opportunities within transportation, school nutrition, student support services, and operations. What happens with this is giving us an opportunity to engage even more with our building principals and the administrators within the schools, because we're going to take HR to them, hence why it's called HR on Campus. So we've created a shared calendar for all key communicators, assistant principals, and principals to add school-based events at which they would welcome an HR recruiter. So if they have band concerts, PTA meetings, any other activities or events that they think it would be worth our while, then we will assign an HR representative to attend that event and hopefully get us the opportunity to get more exposure, as well as get candidates interested in signing up with Norfolk Public Schools. So again, we're calling it HR on Campus because we're going to be where the people are, as opposed to waiting for them to necessarily seek us out on the internet or to come here to HR. So we're going to be where we think our customer could potentially be. Looking at our talent pipelines, of course, we have student teachers, clinical placements of practicum and observation students, substitute teachers, as well as teacher assistants, and internal coaches who are experts as recruitment ambassadors. What we know so far is that we have 38 student teachers for spring semester. We have 18 clinical placements thus far for practicums and observation students. And when we talk about our internal coaches and experts as recruitment ambassadors, these are the employees who work with us who are our people, as we call them, and they work in their jobs on a daily basis. They know our story, and they can sell their positions. Hence why we allow them the opportunity to serve as recruiters at various events and even within NPS. So a number number of principals, assistant principals, and the like are invited to attend recruitment events with us, particularly if it's a university in which they would have graduated. So let's talk about our university and community partnerships. One that's been very successful for us that we will, it's a current clinical experience, as we call it, that we will continue again this year, is the Teacher in Residence program through Old Dominion. Again, this is the program that places NPS teachers for year-long program and paid stipend participation with us, and ultimately we'll hire them upon graduation. This has been very successful for our school division, and thus far we have 11 candidates in the pipeline for this spring. The next area, talking about student teachers. Again, as you heard me say earlier, we've placed almost 40 student teachers and interns in NPS classrooms for spring 2023. These are coming from NSU, ODU, TSC, TCC, and Virginia Wesleyan. And so with our student teachers, we also have some new clinical experiences relative to student teachers that we will be employing this year. Also, one is what we call a mentor option. NPS will hire a college university student who is completing an education program and has completed all requirements for a master's degree and teacher licensure with the exception of the student teaching. Currently, ODU and Virginia Wesleyan are the only two universities that provide this option. The students are hired and work as a full-time teacher and have a mentor assigned to them. To be hired with this option, the student must already hold a bachelor's degree and be eligible for a provisional license. Once their student teaching experience is completed, they receive their master's degree and a postgraduate professional license. So that is one that we are actively engaged in. Another one that will be new to us is continuing to work with the Director of Clinical Experiences at ODU regarding a new option they have for those in the education program who may be currently working as a teacher assistant, a paraprofessional, or substitute with the school division. Unlike the mentor option that I described above, these students do not hold a bachelor's degree and are not eligible for a provisional license. Therefore, to participate in this option, NPS would allow a current employee who is either a teacher assistant, a paraprofessional, or a long-term substitute to continue being paid for their position while they continue the requirement of their position and the student teaching component of their education program. So this is a new program that we'll be working with the director at ODU on employing that for our student teachers as well as teacher assistants and substitutes. Another program, the Educators Rising program, it's one in which internal high school students, it places them in the pipeline. It encourages current students to return to the division that they serve. So this is one of our programs that we're looking at. Currently, it's in two of our high schools. Currently here have active clubs with that. And what we want to do is to partner with our other schools and school leadership to expand the participation to all NPS high schools and middle schools as part of a Grow Your Own program. So this one here is a new one that we're looking at. There's another program out there that we will partner with and be pursuing called the Call Me Mr. program. This is a proposed partnership with Longwood University, which prepares young men, particularly minority males, as elementary school as an education career. So this helps us to support ethnic and gender diversity in education. So we will be continuing to look for other unique types of programs like these that we can partner with universities on, and having an active presence in making sure they know that Norfolk Public Schools is a viable option, and we want you here. This year, we will focus more on early contracts as opposed to early commitment letters. If we're able to extend and continue to extend the contracts on a rolling basis, then that helps us with our market competitiveness, particularly when we look at our number of vacancies in hard to staff and critical shortage areas. It shows a commitment to the prospective candidate, as well as it demonstrates the employee value. And here's just some numbers that shows what we were able to do since August. And since August, we had 88 early commitment letters and 144 actually early contract offers. So as we continue into the hiring season for 23-24, the goal would be to offer these early contracts so that individuals can be focused on knowing that we're committed to them and so that they can begin to feel financially and emotionally and physically secure to know where they're going to be placed and based. So that's another initiative that we're focusing on. Also, there are a number of financial incentives that we continue to take advantage of. And so here are some right here that we've been very successful and have been granted when we look at different grants. The Recruitment Incentive for Public Education Grant, or the RIGHT program. This is the one that is intended to support recruitment and retention. We were awarded this grant, and for this particular grant, the individuals had to commit to return to NPS next year and in order to receive the second installment of this. By the end of school year 2022-23, 137 teachers had received this grant that we had applied for, and they received $5,000 each. Early Childhood Provisionally Licensed Teacher Incentive Program. This was another one that we were recently awarded in January of 2023, this past month. This was intended to support retention and continuing education for tuition reimbursement. 16 teachers were eligible to receive this grant up to $2,300 each. The next one, the Continuing Education Support Grant, awarded back in May of 2022. 15 employees were eligible to receive this, which paid for tuition, textbooks, and test fees for 2 classes for the semester. And the most recent one that's due this Friday is the Recruitment and Retention Support Grant. It's intended to support recruitment bonuses and continuing education and support, which the award is up to $50,000 per school division, and that's what we've applied for, and our proposal details how we would plan to spend the money. So any types of grant opportunities that come our way in which we can reward prospective new teachers here, as well as retain those that we have, then we participate in those. And again, I just told you about the one that's due on this Friday, the Recruitment and Retention Support Grant. However, we learned of another one that came out as we're constantly looking for those. The VDOE announced an agreement with the Virginia Department of Labor, creating a new registered teacher apprentice program throughout the Commonwealth. This new program will allow schools to hire classroom aides, paraprofessionals, substitute teachers, and other unlicensed school employees. This will also create a mentored pathway for them to become fully licensed teachers. This grant program is scheduled to roll out later on this year, 2023, and it will support training for mentors and hiring new apprentices, and certainly we will be submitting a proposal to receive this funding as well. So again, we're constantly looking for monies that are out there that can go back to our current employees as well as prospective new employees to help bring them here as well as to help retain them. Dr. Birdsong had mentioned earlier about the signing bonuses that we had in place for this year. Here's how successful those were. Over 300 bonuses have been issued since July 1, 2022, and this is how it breaks down. The Happy Year Here bonus, which again was available to the individuals who've never been employed with Norfolk Public Schools. We gave out 212 of those. The Believe in You bonus, we gave out 23 of those. The Let's Get Started, 31. The Welcome Back, 25. And we assisted 38 individuals with relocating here from outside the area. So again, this was very successful and became a strong marketing tool for us. The employee referral bonus, we plan to really work on that a lot more this year and getting our current employees involved with this recruitment initiative and letting them be able to know that there's something in it for them too if they're able to refer a full-time teacher to us who can be successfully hired. We've also expanded our advertising. We have the advertising with radio, print ads, Blackboard. We're looking at doing more Blackboard calls for job fairs and critical shortage areas as our HR on Campus program that I'm talking about and that I spoke of earlier. And we're looking at trying to get on TV as well. So that's an initiative. That black box right there has an example of the advertisement that we're also doing in our movie theaters. So we've also worked with our marketing team, and now we have an advertisement in movie theaters that's currently playing. I don't know, Karen, can you play it? See if you can play it. Okay, so this is just one of the advertisements that that's currently out there running right now in movie theaters. Okay, all right. Now, we recognize that retention is a partnership type of deal. In order to be successful. So we'll continue to provide data to school leadership and academic affairs to support their efforts. So as you all know, you receive these monthly reports from me every month about data, where we have vacancies, where they're located, what grade levels, and all of that. So that assists us to help us know where our vacancies are, where to target our efforts and those things. But it also assists in the partnership and the collaboration that we have with school leadership and academic affairs to support the work on that end as well. So we collaborate with them and we provide them with this information on a regular basis. And this is how it assists them. Ultimately, we're all working towards the same goal to ensure that the students are receiving an education that maximizes their academic potential. But by us providing this data and information to our school leader partners, the administrators, grade level and department chairs, university instructors, PALS tutors, Title I teachers, instructional coaches, math specialists, reading specialists, etc. This allows them to know this information and then be able to target their professional development. It helps them assist with what needs to happen on planning days. It assists with curriculum development and support, where they can then talk about best practices, lesson plan feedback, instructional monitoring, whether that be formal and informal observations. The senior leadership teams, the senior coordinators, teacher specialists, they all get the opportunity to review this school-based vacancy list information and communicate with administration about their needs. And what does this look like? It helps them with their in-person visits, their instruction modeling, their resource management, the inclusion of long-term subs when it comes to the facilitation of planning, as well as professional development, helping them with analyzing the data where they need to be, targeting instructional remediation planning as appropriate and necessary. Also helps with reconfiguration of the master schedule to match the certification of teachers on hand to meet the greatest needs of the students, and then allows them to also work with leveling the master schedule of classes to maximize available instructional staff and reduce the stress on staff. So again, this information plays a very important role because it allows us as an administrative team to really work together to zero in on, who has the vacancies, who has the long-term subs, and it gives everyone an opportunity to work together to focus on helping those who are in our schools to be as successful as they can when it comes to the deliverance of academic instruction on a day-to-day basis. And that's our plan, and that's just a visual that shows it takes all of us working together regularly as we continue to strive and go up for continuing our drive for equity and excellence for all.
Great, thank you, Mr. Billups. Go ahead, Ms. Campson, and
Real
then
quick
Ms.
question, and thank you, that was very thorough, and it's really good to see how hard y'all are working. Now that we're right at the mid-year mark, would it be possible, how about another little chart? for you to start just tracking every contract when the contracts come in, so that when you report that information out to us at the meetings, that you could let us know, all right, we've hit 10 signees already. Oh, we're up to 50 people signing up, just so we can see how it's going along.
Certainly. What will happen is.
And where the teachers are signing or going to be going.
Sure, I can summarize that. However, on the docket that we get each month, that's what you're seeing, who is being approved, for a teaching position and where it's located.
I'd kind of like to see how the numbers go in as the spring goes by, starting now with the new hirings.
Certainly.
I could just, I guess maybe it is the same.
It's pretty much the same, but I can summarize it maybe differently.
Maybe we can have little celebrations when you have a big month, or something. Just kidding. All right, anyway, I know we're running behind, so I just wanted to ask about
But it's
that.
there. But the only thing is with sometimes they're not going to be on the docket unless they actually sign the contract.
Oh, right, I don't want to know about
Right.
anyone that hasn't
Yeah.
signed yet, because they can jump real fast.
Right, so certainly I can summarize that
Thank you.
each month.
Thank you very much.
To save time for everyone. It's on your docket, but then give you the summary of what you're asking.
Thanks.
Okay?
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Billups, and thank you, Dr. Birdsong, for allowing this topic to be added to today's agenda. It's insightful to hear some of the activities and strategies that you have in place, and including the various programs and the partnerships that you have in place, some of which I hadn't heard about before. So this is a good opportunity to hear about that. Of course, as you know, as we receive the HR reports, I'm predominantly would like to have hopefully some board discussion or collaborative discussion with you all about, especially the last two slides as it concerns the HR reports and the information that we've received and how the board, and my questions are really meant to, with the aim of how the board can support the administration's efforts to ensure that our students, particularly those most in need, have what we've been talking about all afternoon, having a highly qualified, effective teacher in front of them as best as we can at this time when we know that we have challenges with staffing. So speaking of, so with the meetings that you have in leadership with those, and you're looking at the vacancy rates or the fill rates in our schools, and I know you're providing and I don't know if you can go back to that slide. So I think it's second to the last slide, talking about how the instructional team and what that looks like, what the support looks like. Some things for consideration just in our discussion this afternoon. I personally, you've heard me say, or heard me talk about, strategic placement of teachers. And I don't necessarily mean, pulling teachers out of where they are and putting them somewhere. And like we talked about earlier, that we hope that we can have a culture where everyone would feel honored to work in any building, any classroom. But how are we engaging teachers in the district even around, this is kind of our situation. How are these HR reports or these the vacancies communicated across the district, or is there an opportunity to do that and say, we have this challenge in the district, and how can we use our own talent bank, our own workforce, to kind of help fill that role, fill those gaps, particularly for those students who year after year haven't had, at the student level, have had an inexperienced teacher or a substitute teacher or a long-term substitute for many years in a row. And so how do you look back at that data and say, okay, we really, or we need to specifically target this school or these student groups who may be finding themselves in this continuous pattern? And so how do we communicate that, not as in this is a problem, but how do we all work together, like we're in this together. We've had other challenges in the district where we've come together around issues and supported one another through these issues. How do we do that and communicate these challenges across the district so maybe there are, voluntary opportunities for engagement with our workforce to help fill in some of these gaps, particularly at these schools where we know are being harder hit, and not just this year, but have been continually hit the hardest for several years in a row. I don't know, does that make sense?
Yeah, part of that is, in finding the teachers, what you're speaking of is basically an engagement of who would be successful in different environments. Because a teacher may be successful in one school or one environment is no guarantee that he or she would be successful in another environment. So as far as the interviews go with our staff as well as with the principals who want to recommend them, they are engaging them and looking at those types of things to determine, would this candidate be successful in my population? Now, that could be an internal candidate who's applied for an internal transfer, who already works at another school, or an external candidate coming from the outside as a brand-new teacher for the first time. So that is a process that's everybody's working together, because we want them here to be successful. We don't bring you here for you to knowingly want to leave within a year. So part of that is, again, really treading that line with who would be successful as an educator in certain locations. Because if and I repeat that, just because someone is successful in one school doesn't guarantee success in another school. They've got to want to be there and feel as though they can bring some strength or something different to that environment. So that's part of the balance, right there, is trying to make sure people are satisfied and comfortable where they're going to go. And that is a challenge.
I appreciate that. And I think for all of us, I think there's also a challenge for us to challenge our own mindset around that, because, we sometimes, I say we, is, I can see how this would play out, that we might think that someone may not be a good fit in a district, and maybe they, I think we have to give them a chance, because that is maybe an opportunity to grow or to further develop themselves as an educator. And like I said earlier, and I know you weren't here for that discussion, but I guess this is more of a discussion for the board, is that we talked about being, our educators being able to work in any classroom, any building, with any building leader. And, I hope that one day we could get to that point. But right now, I am very concerned about the schools and the classrooms, especially at the younger grade levels, where we see grade 1 and 2, where we have larger number of vacancies, and how we might address that. One of the other questions, and I'll be quick about this, teacher absences. We talk about the bonuses, maybe having some sort of a scale upward, like if you did not miss X number of, you get your full bonus if you don't miss X number of days. And I don't know when you get to that high teacher absenteeism rate, but I think just as we do with our kids, we know that there's a negative impact on our students when the teacher is absent too. So maybe scaling up their bonuses based on their presence in the classroom. I mean, those are just some thoughts that I had, just about, trying to be part of the solution and coming up with other ways that we can make sure that there's a teacher in front of our students every day. Those are just some thoughts. And, of course, I wanted to bring this forward to the board, because I'm certain I'd like to hear more from others, from my colleagues, about Any thoughts, strategies?
About this, so at our business meeting, of course, we said we wanted to hear, some bold ideas, some innovative ideas, and, how we're going to tackle this. And we're all feeling a sense of urgency to get teachers in front, which I know everyone is, and I think that you guys are doing a fabulous job. But at the same time, I think that's what we're kind of looking for, is a little more like, is there more, is there anything else that we can do, maybe policy-wise or whatnot? Please, consider that and consider making those requests.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Hopefully won't be long. I guess the first thing I just like to, well, first, thank you for the presentation. And throughout the presentation, there were times where you identified something as successful. What I like to get a better sense of, not now, but like on future presentations, what your goals are around success. So, for example, I think you mentioned the number of individuals that were hired who had never worked for MPS before. So I don't know if there's some magic to that, if there's some goal that you have in mind and we're reaching the target, exceeding the target, behind the target, but just have a better understanding of your definition of success as you're describing the work that you're doing. As a follow-up on the, I guess one of the comments that Ms. Basine made around the collaboration. So when the principal and the central administrative team, human resources, whoever is involved with making determinations about who's good and whether or not they fit in a particular building, and how's that weighted? So who gets the real weight? Does the principal have, if the principal has interviewed a candidate or recruited a candidate and has determined that they believe that this individual will be successful in my building, how much weight does that have? Or can a principal go through all the process of finding someone and then it gets into some other system, and then the candidate that they think, especially for our hard-to-staff schools, that a candidate they feel works for them, that maybe they've recruited or talked to, whatever it is that they've done, that individual can end up in some other place? I mean, can you give us a sense of how much agency and influence and impact does the principal have in the final determination of who comes and teaches in his or her building?
Yeah, the principal has great impact, him or her, because they are interviewing the candidates who are prospective teachers with Norfolk Public Schools. So they'll interview the candidates, and if they want a particular candidate, then they let HR know that I would like for you to make an offer to this person. So they're telling us that, and then we are going to make sure that that person can be licensed, or there's nothing going on that would say not to hire them. But you have to remember, at the same time that we're likely doing that, that candidate is likely interviewing in other locations as well. And particularly down in this area, when the school divisions are, you can get anywhere within 15 or 20 minutes of each other. So they're not just competing among Norfolk Public Schools, they're competing in this whole 757 area. But ultimately, the principal can decide if he or she wants someone and wants us to make an offer.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm really talking about once someone accepts an offer. Once someone accepts an offer, and let's say you have that scenario where you described that person went through the process, they chose Norfolk Public School, a principal has contacted human resources about, we want that person. Do you all keep any data or anything that shows that the request of the principal against the person who was hired actually ends up in the building as intended or as requested?
Not likely in that format, because again, that would be, they're interviewing with so many people. so many different leaders. Usually, they're not just interview, because remember our recruitment tool, the Talent Ed system, is a 24/7 system that principals or hiring managers can go in at any time to figure out who they want to call in. And so once they've selected someone who they want, if they tell us that's who they want, then we begin that process of making that offer to that person. It is then up to that person, that candidate, to decide if they want to accept that offer or of that location or not. It's really up to them.
The reason why I was asking that is, we were talking about culture earlier, that for a long time I have heard and still hear that that oftentimes a principal and a candidate may be in sync, and then the candidate will somehow go through some other process, and someone might say, well, do you really want to work at that school? And almost encourage a candidate to go some other place. And so I'm just trying to, as we talk about culture and history, that we make sure that if those types of things are occurring, that we can have a conversation about whether or not they should occur. And then my last question is, I'm looking back at the January 18th, 2023 classroom teacher staffing summary, and we have and have had some buildings that have double-digit vacancies. Is there anything, any type of HR or administrative goal that says that we will not allow any building to have double-digit staffing? Because we have some buildings that are fully staffed, some that may have vacancies less than 5, but then we may have 6 or 7 buildings that are double-digit. And then when you look at, as I mentioned earlier, some of those buildings that are also under academic review are some of these same buildings. So I just wonder if you all set any type of guardrail or expectation that we will not allow any of our buildings to have, double-digit vacancies, classroom teacher vacancies, to the extent that we can control it.
That is not a measure that we have right now that says, basically what you just said, that if a certain number of vacancies are there, that something different is going to happen. No, that is not a measure right now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Martin?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, to that end, I guess that was one of the things I was hoping that through our board discussion, perhaps we would commit to in our development of board priorities and setting parameters about what our non-negotiables are. And that is something that, to me, and what was especially helpful was when in your HR reports you added, the fill rates, which to me showed a different, just having the numbers told you one story, and you can make an assumption about that. But when you actually have the fill rates, when you could see the total number of allocations and then the total, that to me told it had a little bit of a different, showed a different picture, a slightly different picture. But to that end, it's, what is that threshold, that you don't want to, that is critical, where it goes from, you have some vacancies, but where is it below a critical threshold that you don't want to get to? And I think that's something the board, I would strongly urge us to get to a point where if we're talking about equity and excellence in our schools, that we're also talking about that we have a non-negotiable that our schools will not have a fill rate that is below whatever that percentage is, whether it's 70% and doesn't go below that, or 80%. I guess that's where I'm looking to your expertise to tell us what that critical level is. Of course, we want them at 100%, I know, but.
Or even if it's safe, it's majority math and reading specialists. I mean, that would be critical, right?
Not the specialists, but I'm
Or
talking about
math and reading teachers. So I think there's a lot of different ways you could say what that point would be, not just based on the vacancy rate at the school, but also which teaching staff are we missing? Like,
but I think at the bare minimum, that should be one of our non-negotiables, I think. So as a board, I'm looking at you, but I mean, for us, I should be looking at the board, that should be something that I hope we can get full support around.
Any comments?
I have well, just two. I agree. Even going to the end of the school year, looking at those schools that have been at double digits in vacancy rates and starting there with recruiting and staffing there first, and then move that way. And second of all, I know it was for teachers, but I did not get a welcome back bonus. That was a joke. Okay. And trying to lighten up the mood.
And I want my compression steps.
Right. My compression steps I've never gotten. And second, is there any employment commitment time to all of these incentives to recruit for our recruitment programs, like the several you named, like for the bonuses? Do they have to work for us for a certain amount of time commit to?
Not with these that you've
Okay.
seen today. Like I said, these monies that are being granted and all, they haven't put those kinds of parameters
Okay.
around them.
Okay.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Billups, and I'm sure we'll be continuing this conversation. So, but it's very good presentation. I appreciate you. Okay. Continuing the drive, item 3.03, strategic plan updates. Hi, Dr. Pohl. How are you this evening?
Good evening. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. Great. You can begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon or good evening now, Madam Chair, Dr. Martin, Vice Chair, Ms. Buffalo, members of the board, and Dr. Birdsong. This evening, I'll be presenting the next set of data tables and SMART goals for the strategic plan data monitoring. As a reminder, this is just a set of the baseline data for the strategic plan. Excuse me. Tonight, we'll be reviewing the data for kindergarten readiness, students who took the PSAT, and graduates who enroll, enlist, or went into employment following graduation. Table 11 focuses on kindergarten readiness. The data is based on the percentage of students who met both the self-regulation and the social skills benchmark on the Child Behavior Rating Scale, or the CBRS, that's given within the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, or VKRP assessment. The SMART goal is to increase the percentage of students entering kindergarten that are school ready based on VKRP results from 71.7% in the fall of 2022 to 80% in the fall of 2027. Table 12 shows data relating to the percentage of students participating in the PSAT during their 10th grade year. Again, Norfolk Public Schools offers this to all 10th grade students, as well as other grades, but 10th grade is the one we really focus on. As with previous data tables, the data not in the parentheses represents the percentage of that subgroup that took the PSAT, and the percentage within the parentheses represents the percentage of PSAT takers that are within that subgroup. In other words, 47.9% of black students took the PSAT, while 48.1% of the students who took the PSAT were black. The SMART goal is to increase the percentage of students taking the PSAT from 56% in the fall of 2022 to 80% in the fall of 2027. And I apologize for the minor error on the slide with the target and the SMART goal that doesn't match the target on the table, but it is supposed to be 80%. And last for the update, focuses on the percentage of graduates who enroll in a higher learning institution, enlist in any branch of the military, or are employed. Currently, this measure is self-reported by students with the support of their academic advisor at the end of the senior year. This is a VDOE requirement. This SMART goal is to increase the percentage of graduates who enroll in a post-secondary institution, enlist in the military, or are employed from 98.2% with the 2022 graduates to 100% with the 2027 graduates. And those are the updates for our baseline data for the strategic plan.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for the table report. I'm still going to continue to advocate that we find ways of focus. I think it's a lot of tables that we have, and we were talking about, board priorities and goals. But when we speak to, like we were saying earlier, about each student, and then our SMART goal is around all students, then even though we have it listed in the table, so for example, looking at the one with taking the PSAT, so the all student is what we're looking at. That's 56% in the fall, and eventually get to 75%. I'm not smart enough off the top of my head to say that you could have what level of increase you could have in one or two subgroups that allows you to reach that benchmark without necessarily, seeing significant growth in some other subgroups. So I still like to figure out some ways we can have some additional conversation around what that looks like in these tables as far as how we group all students but still identify the subgroup.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Ms. Basine.
Yeah, and to that end, I hope that we can, I think we do need to have some board discussion around when we were receiving the monitoring tables, what it's aligning with. Because, we have the kindergarten readiness, taking the PSAT, and then, the graduation, graduates who enroll, enlist, and are employed. And I just trying to connect it to an overall goal and what we're trying to achieve and how we're meeting that goal, and what does it mean for us, and what do we need, what other supports do we need to do to ensure that we are creating opportunities for every student. So, kind of rounding back to Mr. Jordan's point of what that might look like. So, I did have questions about these individual items as well, but which if I can quickly go through the kindergarten readiness. So this is based on this benchmark, but then what's the VKRP?
So the VKRP is the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program.
Right.
Is an assessment all of our kindergartners take. The main parts of that focus on self-regulation and social skills. There's also a minor part of math and reading, but the readiness is in the behavior portion. So students are saying, are they ready to be a student in kindergarten?
Okay, so the CBRS is part of that?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I thought, but just wanted to be sure.
And that's newer. That's why there's no data for 18-19.
Okay.
Did you have more questions?
No, I'll just leave it there.
And I'd like to speak real briefly, Ms. Basine. The reasoning for the tables are when we look at the data monitoring calendar that was presented, it's when the data is available right now, as we're setting the baseline data. And I think in the future, as we start building the initiatives out with the Strategic Planning Implementation Committee and all the subcommittees that have been formed, then we'll be able to report out more meat to it, right? Right now, we're still setting these baseline data pieces as the data comes in this year.
Yeah.
So that's the reason. It does, you're right, kindergarten readiness, then what are you doing after high school and PSATs?
Well, and to be clear, I just meant for the board to give better, I guess, oversight and guidance around, having clear, board priorities and goals, and that's something that we need to work on as a board. And to that, like the PSAT, for example, it's, how are we with goal number 1, creating those opportunities to not just take the PSAT, but how are they performing? We know we have the data where we know we're not performing at the national level or at the state's level. So what do we need to do to get there? So that's the next question beyond getting this information. And so those are I think conversations we need to have and how we can support that either through policy or practice.
And it makes sense to tie it right in with when you're presenting, when we're monitoring it, we have this very already kind of pre-organized presentation, so we're getting consistent information across each of these areas that we're highlighting in the strategic plan.
And like even with this group, how many students do we have getting letters of
I don't have that.
I mean, I don't expect you to have it now, but I'm talking about
And
a
I-
future discussion,
Yeah, and
yeah.
the reasoning around that goal was because our participation rate
Yeah.
is low. We
Right.
need to focus there first, right?
Yes,
We need our 10th graders to
absolutely.
feel like that college is still an option, whether it's the option they choose or not.
But they should
But
choose it.
having,
It's
what
their
the-
choice.
The 56% that took it, when we offer it to all of them, I think that's a first concern.
Yes.
Before we look at the concern of, increased performance.
I have a question. Is this being added to the iDashboard as well?
So there's actually a strategic plan site that is fully online, and if you go there, it's fully clickable, drops down the table, links to the tables, everything else online.
So they're separate, is that what you're saying?
Separate from the iDashboard?
Because the iDashboard, I'll make sure there's a link on the iDashboard to the strategic plan. How about that? That'll connect all the data
Okay,
together.
thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
a good idea.
Yeah.
May I just
Go ahead.
ask one more? Can you just clarify again what the numbers and the numbers in the parentheses mean again? I'm on the PSAT.
Yeah, sure. So the numbers in the parentheses represent the takers within that subgroup. So if we look at our Asian population, 74.5% of our Asian students, 10th graders, took the PSAT. Of the students who took the PSAT is in the parentheses. So 3.8% of the students who took the PSAT were Asian students. So ideally, as we grow this goal out, we want the parentheses to match our demographics, which is why we track it that way.
Let me say it one more time for me.
No, it's good.
Okay.
The Asian students, outside the parentheses, 74.5% of our Asian students in 10th grade took the PSAT.
Right.
Period. If you look inside the parentheses, that's the percentage of the students who took the PSAT. So 3.8% of the students who took the PSAT were Asian. So we're looking for those demographics to match up with our division demographics. So if we look at the black population, we have about, I think it's around 59% of our students are identified as black, but only 48% of the PSAT takers identified as black students. So we're about 11% off of where we are demographically.
So essentially, are you doing this here for our benefit?
And the public's benefit,
And
and for
this is gonna
actually
be how all-
the implementation committee's benefit, for everybody's benefit, to really know to build, where do we need to grow? Where should we be growing? And who should we be encouraging on this one specifically to make sure they're taking the PSAT for that
Okay.
opportunity? Which is why when we really, as collaboratively developed this plan, on the student excellence one, we identified the fact every table would be demographically separated like this so that we can focus on the data specifically.
All right, go ahead,
If
Dr.
I
Birdsong.
may just add a quick aside, we also had a conversation about, a lot of colleges and universities now, they don't require the SAT and PSAT, so to encourage children to actually take it, that's going to be somewhat of a challenge down the road.
Yeah.
But we're
that's
still
true.
going to encourage that, of course, because it will open the doors to, like a UVA and some of the other.
Well, it also gives them more experience testing, which is something that they need.
They might not say that, but there's a certain type of test. That standardized portion, I think, is important, but also
The GRE and the
the
LSAT and all
PSAT
that.
specifically also gives us AP readiness. So performance on a PSAT helps us encourage students to enroll into an AP course. And as you know, we want all students to take an AP or dual enrollment course before they graduate from Norfolk Public Schools. So this also gives us that other tool because it gives, I don't know if you've seen the report or reports, but it gives you like a percentage of readiness. It says, student A took this course and it says they have an 80% likelihood to succeed in this AP course. So you would call that student in and say you need to be focused on this.
Great.
Some rich data.
All right, well, thank you very much, Dr. Pohl. I appreciate it. Up next, we have the school year 2023-2024 academic calendar discussion based on the survey that went out to our community. So go ahead.
All right. I think it's the top one, Ms. Tanner, yeah. All right, so good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Martin, Vice Chair, Ms. Buffalo, members of the board, and Dr. Birdsong. I'm here again to share information on the development and the recommendation of the 23-24 academic calendar. This presentation will review the calendar guidelines, the development process, the 4 options that were sent out to survey, inclement weather days for each of the options, and survey data from both of our surveys that we put out this year. The length of the school year must be at least 180 teaching days or 990 teaching hours, and these all must be in person. Virtual asynchronous days do not count towards these hours. This time requirement excludes lunch. However, instructional time may include recess up to 15% of the day. So when we expanded our recess program to have 2 recesses, it still counts as instructional time. There are 6 hours, 25 minutes per full days, or 355 minutes of instructional time within each full day, and 235 minutes for each early release day. As the options were developed for the 2023-24 academic calendar, the committee members listed on this slide were given the parameters that must be followed and asked to consider pluses and deltas from the current school year's calendar that they helped develop last year as they work to develop a new calendar for next year. Membership includes teachers, which we do the top 3 teachers of the year each year on the calendar committee, building level administrators, presidents for the NFT and the EAN, and central office leadership combined. During the October Teacher Forum meeting, and these are members that are not on the calendar committee, prior to the early start survey, teachers were asked to develop a list of what they consider keeps and what they consider what we should consider for next year's calendar. Then the early start survey was released on October 14th. Once the survey closed, the first calendar committee was held on November 9th. As the options were developed by both the committee and the teacher forum, a total of 5 meetings were conducted to gather input. On January 6th, the survey was sent out to the community with a closing date of January 23rd. Once the survey closed and data as well as comments were reviewed, the final calendar committee was held on January 26th to recommend an option to be shared with the board. The early start survey conducted in mid-October had a total of 8,040 responses, and this slide represents the self-reported demographics of the respondents. In reviewing all the responses, 41.6% said yes to an early start, with 10% undecided, making a total of 51.6% either wanting an early start or undecided. Focusing just on the staff, the combined rate for yes and undecided was 52%, and focusing just on teachers, the combined rate was 51%. In reviewing Norfolk zip codes to focus on parents, students, and community members, there were a total of 3,961 responses. The combined rate of yes and undecided to an early start was 52%, with the students' combined rate being 48.3% and parents at 52.1%. And finally, there were 3 options given. 3 early start options starting 1 week earlier, while ending 1 week earlier had the highest number of votes at 39.9%. And the lowest number was option 3, starting 1 week prior to Labor Day and keeping our current end date. No one wanted to extend the school year. Bummer. I really wanted to, but no one liked my ideas. Highlights of option 1 include beginning after Labor. So these are the 4 options that were sent out to survey. I'm sure you're all familiar with them, but I'm still going to read over them. 1,031 instructional hours, an early release parent-teacher conference day in October, 3-day Thanksgiving holiday, 11 school day winter break, which is 17 straight days in a row, combined work and professional development days in October, November, January, and March, and the last day of school is the last day for teachers. As with this year's calendar, the option for virtual work days and virtual PD will be included as a part of the final calendar. And all options also contain a 3-day new teacher institute, adding a day that to what has traditionally been provided to our new teachers. As we know, we want more professional development for our new teachers. Highlights for option 2 include beginning after Labor Day, 1,031 instructional hours, an early release parent-teacher conference day in October, a 3-day Thanksgiving holiday. This one only had a 10-day winter break with 1 week following New Year's Day, 16 straight days in a row. And that allowed for a March holiday because we didn't have the January 1st dangling afterwards. And the combined work and professional development days in October, November, January, and March, with the last day of school being the last day for teachers. Option 3, this is the same calendar as option 1, except for it starts before Labor Day, a week before Labor Day. And what the law says for the week before Labor Day is that the students have to have no school on the Friday before Labor Day. So that would have been a teacher workday on this calendar. Everything else lays out the same exact as option 1, and the same and then same option 4 matches option 2. So the calendar survey, the decision was made by the calendar committee and agreed upon with Teacher Forum that we'd have the same basic set of 2 calendars that offer the same options. One was just before Labor Day, and one was traditional start day. The inclement weather days for the 4 options are seen on this slide. And one of the requests specifically from Teacher Forum was to use work days for makeup days when possible. Therefore, the work day prior to spring break would be the makeup day for the 5th day of inclement weather. Now for the big survey, there were 5,680 responses for the 4 options on the final calendar survey, with the majority of input, or 44%, coming from teachers and staff, followed closely with 42% from parents or guardians, and 8% coming from students. And this slide shows our self-reported demographic breakdown of the survey results.
Is there going to be like a drum roll or anything?
Not quite. So this slide shows the breakdown of the ranking of the 4 options. Included in the parentheses are the total number of votes for that specific option. As you can see on the far right-hand column, it's the combined scores and not by group, and that option 1 was the top choice with 1,968 of the survey respondents looking for that. I just wanted to show it here on the table so you can see, parents, students, teachers, and staff all wanted option 1 first, and then the others, which is a small group, and the school-based admin wanted option 4 was their top choice. Here, it's just a little graphic representation with the percentages. So same data graphically. Of the all responses category, 34.6% of the respondents chose option 1, with the next closest being 23.8%, which was option 4. Additionally, 54.7% of the respondents chose calendars with the traditional start date to the school year. When the calendar committee reviewed this data and considered the comments, the decision was made to alter option 1 because of the survey data and create an amended option 1 to share with the board as the recommended option.
Bonus option.
That's right.
Okay.
As you know, we try to use our survey data, and we did it last year and changed around a couple days at the end. Same thing here. So the recommended option does drop the instruction hours to 1,025, which was the same as the pre-Labor Day start hours, and this is due to adding a combined work and professional development day in April. There were a lot of comments about the 7-week stretch between spring break and Memorial Day being a long stretch, so the work day was a request in there. And additionally, the pre-service days were moved to the 23rd and 24th, the Wednesday and Thursday instead of the Thursday and Friday, and we worked it out that we'll still be able to have the 3-day New Teacher Institute as well as the teachers coming back on that Wednesday. And that concludes all of the data and information I have to share on the calendar. Thanks for allowing me to present it, and I'm ready for questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Pohl. Any questions or comments?
Go back to slide 7. So the box that has Norfolk zip code responses for parents, students, and community. That, if I'm reading that correctly, that's saying that 43.7% said they wanted to start before Labor Day. Is that correct?
Of our Norfolk residents of that group, correct. 43.7 said yes.
Okay, so Norfolk residents, the majority was start earlier than Labor Day.
Correct.
All right, then.
Well, not the majority, sorry. It's still the minority. It's only 43.7, so 43.7 said yes.
Undecided. I'm just counting.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so I thought it's, well, you
So
explain to me.
43.7% say yes, so 56.3 said no. Sorry, then subtract hold on, let me do some quick math here. 56.3 minus 8.30. So 46% said no, 43.7% said yes, and 8.3% were undecided.
Okay, and then there was another slide that slide. Okay, so slide 14 just showed overall demographics. I thought there was one that may have showed the demographics by choice, but maybe not.
No, it did not, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Go ahead, Ms. Basine.
Thank you, Dr. Pohl. Also question related to slide 7. So the 3,961 total responses for Norfolk zip codes, but that is included in the 8,000.
Correct.
Right, so that's,
I
and
thought
that
it
one
was-
just includes like all our staff and teachers and, yeah, so.
I just thought it was good data to have,
Yeah,
what did the
no.
residents say? And
Yes.
we have the zip code on it, so we pulled that out. Because there are also, some of the 8,040 said they were, others that we probably don't want to include in some of that, right? Because maybe they're just someone in San Francisco was bored and took the survey. I don't know.
Oh.
You know, so,
Yeah.
so that narrowed it right down to who we
Accidentally got our
know,
robocall?
who we know are on Norfolk residents.
I have a question.
Okay. So I was just curious, because I remember that, so this early start, and then we came back, so the teachers, I'm sorry, not the teachers, but so I noticed I think you mentioned school administrators were, school-based admin which included, like you're talking about principals and assistant principals, right? So they interestingly wanted option 4.
Correct.
And all others as part of the stool of the, instructional core, as we were talking about earlier, want option 1. So I guess what's best for kids is the question.
And I don't know that there's enough research that says if we started 4 days early, which is virtually what it is. If you start the week early, it's 4 days earlier and ending 4 days earlier, to say if that's going to have a big enough effect size or not. So I think,
Yeah, 'cause
I think
that's really
here it's
not-
looking at the support of our parents and our students who have said, we're not ready for that yet.
Yeah. And so that's one of the things that, I was hearing a lot about, and honestly, just, I think it's February. I personally would, I think I can, I think if we say we want to do this next year, and phase that in and even go into a 2-year calendar, where we're not just doing 1 year every year, but we have a 2-year outlook on what our academic calendar will look like versus doing this every year. I think that'll be helpful, and our families will know, and our teachers, everybody can plan accordingly. But I'll let others speak on this, but.
And I would be interested in the idea of doing a 2-week academic calendar, and then every year coming to you, and it's another year out. So we're always a year and a half upfront. So no, if we did 1 2-year calendar,
Right.
we have the second year in place already. So the year we're doing it, we already know next year's calendar, so we'd be doing a 2-year out calendar.
Right.
So we go back to, it's just that one cycle. It'd be an interesting.
Go ahead, Ms. Buffalo.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Pohl, I'm quite sure, I think all the schools on the peninsula are pre-Labor Day. Am I correct?
Correct.
Do we know what schools on the south side are
So
pre-Labor
as
Day?
of right now, the only one that's voted is Virginia Beach.
Beach. That's what I
Portsmouth put
thought.
out a survey, but I haven't heard results of their choice, and I haven't heard a peep from Chesapeake yet.
Just interesting.
So that was one of my questions. I'm glad you asked that. Because what happens with our schools, like our more regional schools, like the like CSEP or the so
They follow our.
But are some of those schools, like the governor's school, that's taking students from all over the region?
Yeah.
How does that work?
When
So they
we
would follow our calendar.
when we
We're their fiscal agent.
when we do the calendar, one of the things we start is with a regional meeting around like spring break and items like that so that we know there are similarities. The winter break has varied the past couple of years. Norfolk, based on community feedback, we've really been able to provide that 2-week solid break for our teachers and families. But the regional schools, they work within our schedule. They accommodate our needs as well as Virginia Beach's needs, Chesapeake needs, everybody else. That's just a part of knowing how a regional program works.
Okay. Another thing that was brought to my attention was with certain families that depend on Norfolk Public Schools for food when schools are closed, and having that 2-week break. Some families are going without because we don't usually provide food,
We
do we?
provided over the 2-week break.
Are we? Okay. That was the concern that was brought to my attention this year. And so, right, just making sure that we were still continuing.
And I believe that's also why the budget request has a request to expand their contractual days so that we can make sure we have staff when we need to have staff.
Year-round service.
Got it. Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, let me just real
ahead.
fast say one thing. I personally wanted it this, because that 2 weeks ahead is 2 weeks of additional instruction and learning before our children are tested. And once they have the test, you have to be creative about what you're doing. We used to focus on poetry because that was something that the kids never really were very exposed to afterwards because we were filling the time because and to be honest, we maybe did some extra work with a few of the kids. But that worked, to me, that's the way to go. And remember, the reason Virginia has this after Labor Day business is all because of Busch Gardens, and they wanted to keep it more important that your child be here working than at school learning. So, and what I wanted wasn't even on the menu.
Yeah.
I thought, what do they mean? And I'm looking through and I'm going, where's the 2-week before Labor Day option? Wasn't even on there.
And that was nixed really quick in the pre-Labor Day start survey, the 2-week one.
It'll be in a couple of years as we're sitting here on an island and everyone else has moved on to a better educational calendar.
And I will say, when we met with IT about calendars and changing, and this was before we did the early start survey period, the 2 weeks, IT fears we couldn't do 2 weeks in one jump. So if it's the will of the board to want to get to that position at some point, we would have to do it over a 2-year transition because the reporting data from closing out the school year and starting 2 weeks early, it's too tight. So we'd have to do like the first year would have to be a week early, then the second year, the 2 weeks early, if we wanted to get to that point.
Well, I guess,
I want them here 2 weeks before Labor Day this year. That's what I want.
All right.
I'm going to be sitting there by myself going,
Add
where
it to
is
your wish list.
everyone?
Dr. Martin,
ahead,
can I
Ms.
just add one
Singh.
comment to that, to piggyback on Ms. Campson, what you just mentioned? I guess that's what I was suggesting when I was saying do the 2-year calendar, is that we do phase in, and I think that it will help even just families and students get acclimated to this idea of starting. But next year, like if we say now, 2024, will it be 2024, 25? We're starting pre-Labor Day, we say it now, a week before, 2026, 7, 2 weeks, we get to that point, but, and then next year when you come back to us, we have that 2-year calendar. I think we've kind of communicated that now, so what the next 2-3 years will look like.
That's the board's desire. That's how
So,
we would create the
I think that's a
calendars.
conversation that if whatever direction we give now, but I think starting 4 days before is kind of like, well,
Unless you
why
have a long-term
bother?
plan,
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
That's exactly what I think.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh, well.
Okay.
So, Dr. Martin, I'm not sure what we will be doing next, but I just like to say I also am and was where Ms. Campson was. I think we should find a way to start prior to Labor Day, and for the reasons that she stated.
And I like the two-year projection
Not
too.
a big group we have 26,000 children and only 3,000 parents, other people even. That's the problem with having to do those.
But because we do, we're giving you this big heads up that this is what we're doing.
It's a decision and no longer a survey, right?
Right.
He is to communicate it well.
Yeah,
And the keys, right.
yeah. This is all good information, though. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I know we've had a very long day.
Yeah, we're not in a hurry to go home. or
Right,
anything.
right. All right, well, with that, a meeting adjourned, and everyone be safe.
Thanks.